Chapter 331. Loser's Bracket. Stella pulsed her spatial chi and moved faster than her brain could process. Lyra's corpse vanished in a flash of silver light. She used telekinesis to raise the blood off the floor and rearrange the furniture. Anything destroyed, she spatial stepped next to and stored in her spatial ring. It all happened so fast. Barely a second had passed before she spatial stepped back to the chair Lyra had originally been sitting in. Calm. Ahem. Stella coughed as she readjusted her voice to match Lyra's. Come in. Sorry to intrude, Miss Lyra. A man of impressive stature strode in. He paused after taking a step inside the room and glanced around. Where are Hugo and the other guards? I sent them away, Stella said dismissively. They were overly worried about me before the fight, which made me anxious, too. I didn't want to disappoint Father after he made the effort to come and see my match, so they had to go. As that's so, the man said cryptically. He looked around the room some more, and whenever he paused on something, Stella felt her fingers twitch. If this man made a single move she didn't like, his head would fly. Oblivious to her thoughts, the man seemed to finish the inspection as he did the equivalent of a dismissive shrug and returned his focus to her. Stella was honestly surprised at how little regard the man showed for Lyra. Her story was weak, and despite her efforts, evidence of a fight could still be seen throughout the room. Missing furniture in awkward places where there should be something, a significant dent in the door from where Hugo had been impaled, and lingering spatial chi. Either the man was blind, deliberately ignoring the signs, or simply didn't care enough to ask any more. Clearing his throat, the man said, Well, I have a message from your dear father. Would you care to hear it? Tell me, Stella said. She had observed that while Lyra was nice to her friends and close aides, she treated servants coldly. The man grinned. Elder Vortexian has fixed the tournament layout, so you will face your brother in the loser's bracket. Due to Spatial Peak's poor performance, he needs you to make your brother look as powerful as possible to maintain our Peak's face. Understand? Huh, Stella answered, not as Lyra this time but as herself. What kind of instruction was that? It was a death match out there. That was no better than saying, die to your brother. Why do you seem surprised, Lyra? The man narrowed his eyes. Your fate was sealed long ago, or is that scar on your face not a good enough reminder of the crimes you committed? As Stella was not Lyra, she had no idea what these supposed crimes were, nor did she care. She didn't plan to lose a single match from now on while assuming Lyra's identity. Loser's bracket. Die to some random spatial peak. Brother, to make him look good. Stella had never heard anything so ridiculous. It took every fiber in her body not to stand up and strangle this arrogant servant to death while watching the life slowly leave his eyes as he slowly realized who he was talking to. Stella let out a breath to calm herself. She was wearing someone else's face now. This servant had this attitude to someone already dead, not her. I understand. Stella nodded to the servant. Thank you for relaying the message. The man smirked. It's good that you understand. Now follow me, it's time. With those words, he strode out of the room with an arrogant flick of his robes. Stella sheepishly followed him while mentally marking this man for death. Stella stood opposite Lyra's supposed brother. Like Lyra, he was a pure-blooded Azure clan member with pointed ears and pale blue eyes. She had actually seen one of his fights, and it had been a step above the other. Spatial Peak fights simply because he wasn't beaten to death. Hello, sister, the unnamed brother she knew nothing about smirked. Let's have a good duel for the people watching. At his words, the crowd Stella despised cheered, and she could hear hundreds of insults being hurled at them. The view of Spatial Peak was at an all-time low, and it was made even worse by two Spatial Peak siblings fighting to the death in the loser's bracket. She wanted nothing more than to silence everyone with her star core pressure. Her mood was made even worse by the idea of intentionally losing to this guy, which made her skin crawl. No, stop letting your own pride get in the way. You are Lyra right now. Posing as such a weakling is humiliating. Why wasn't there an arrogant and strong spatial cultivator's identity I could have taken with a pure soul flame? I will try my best, Stella stuttered while gritting her teeth and taking a slightly off battle stance, which made her brother's smirk widen. Now, how should I kill this fool? She could kill him in numerous ways if it was a random battle. But she was here to put on a performance while hopefully not earning too much attention. At least this early on. Stella glanced at the attending elders. If the gossip from earlier was anything to go by, the man sitting in the middle and missing his arm must be Elder Vortexian, Lyra's father. She would never forget such a face. Undoubtedly, he was the elder who found her in the library and got attacked by Maple. Maple only managed to take out an arm last time, but he has devoured a lot since then and is rather fat now. I'm sure if Elder Vortexian grew displeased with me showing off, Maple could protect me, maybe. Stella knew messing around with a monarch realm was a bad idea, but what else was she supposed to do? Sit around and rot away in this realm while the other sect members progressed and overtook her? Fighting practice aside, the various members of the Azure clan peaks weren't dueling to the death for fun. There were rewards for victors, but the only problem was that Stella didn't know what they were. All she knew was they were spirit stones and other cultivation resources in an upper creation layer. If I can get my hands on them, I might be able to jump up to the nascent soul realm. Stella felt her mind wander as she imagined how proud Ash would be of her if she made such progress and how the other sect members would praise her. It would be glorious compared to how they would react if she returned with no progress and a few measly corpses. Forgive me, Azure clan. Whether you are a clan from the upper layer of creation or not. You will be my prey and fuel my growth so I can pay back tree and protect everyone I care about. You may all consider yourself something greater, but anyone outside of Ashfallen is nothing but a talking beast to me. Stella raised her head slightly and looked directly into Lyra's brother's eyes. Without intending to, she leaked a little of her bloodlust as she imagined all the ways she could slaughter him. His smirk slowly faded, and his arrogance was replaced with unease. Maybe something primal within him was screaming out and telling him something was about to go terribly wrong. Perhaps the sheepish girl wearing a mask before him was not the weak sister instructed to make him look as competent as possible. The usually bored-sounding elder stood up with more vigor than before. His sky-blue robe mirrored the refined movements of someone who had tempered themselves as he glanced between them with a kindle of interest. Stepping forward purposefully, he used chi to boost his voice and present their duel. Due to the sheer number of spatial peak cultivators in the loser's bracket, I introduce a duel between two siblings from spatial peak. Lyra Azure and Aaron Azure will now fight till the death or until one surrenders. Elder Vortexian stirred in his chair as he finally bothered to look at his two children down in the arena. There was no love in his piercing blue eyes. Stella may be bad at reading people, but even she could tell he was as cold and disinterested as one would be when looking at animals on the way to slaughter. Help support creative writers by finding and reading their stories on the original site. He raised his finger, gesturing for the presenting elder to pause. It will be to the death. He added, surrender will not be tolerated. His voice was a whisper, yet it reached everyone who dared listen. A pressure followed, washing over the arena and reminding Stella and Aaron that a monarch was watching. Aaron's fighting spirit seemed to have left him as he turned to the elder and called out, wait. Something isn't quite right. Unfortunately for him, his concern was drowned out by the crowd's roar at Elder Vortexian's statement. It was the loudest Stella had ever heard them. Clearly, a death match between a powerful elder's children was the week's highlight. The presenting elder, who definitely heard Aaron's plea, raised his hand anyway. The battle will now begin. The elder lowered his hand in a swift motion to signal the start. Aaron fell backward onto the sand with a thump, sending up a small cloud of dust. A blue wooden dagger's hilt stuck out from his forehead like a horn. The portal that had manifested into existence before him snapped closed with a small pop, and Stella put her hands behind her back. Before the elder had even fully lowered his hand, Aaron was dead. The arena fell silent in an instant, which made Stella nervous. She had made sure to use a dagger from Lyra's spatial ring that she had broken into earlier, and the portal technique she used to plant the dagger into Aaron's forehead was one from the Azure clan's library. Nothing she had done was technically impossible for Lyra. However, she might have done it a little too quickly, and the portal may have been too stable. I did the most straightforward and cleanest kill I could think of. Stella lamented in her mind. I could have tried crushing him to death with my star core pressure, decapitating him with a portal, or even using my earrings to make him incapacitated like the dream chi cultivators. Hell, I could have walked over there and beaten him to death with a chi-wreathed stick. Compared to those options, a simple dagger through the skull should have been reasonable. Surveying the arena's spectators, it was as if time had stopped. Everyone's mouth was wide open, with some holding food and being mid-bite. Nobody seemed able to understand what had just happened. Announce the victor, Elder Soren. Elder Vortexian said. His utter lack of emotion in his tone and facial expressions showed his position as an elder of such a clan. Oh right, Elder Soren gathered himself. Unlike in the other duels, he hadn't even had a chance to fully lower his hand, let alone sit down, so he was still standing there as dumbfounded as the rest. Lyra Azure is the victor. The elder turned to Elder Vortexian, What should we do about the loser bracket? Knowing that the bracket had been artificially set up, the fact she won had likely ruined the system they had in place. Stella watched Elder Vortexian with interest in her spiritual sight. She maintained her stance of standing still, with her hands clasped behind her back, and looked at Aaron's corpse on the other side of the arena, though she was sure someone at Elder Vortexian's level would sense her watching him. Despite his perfectly crafted facade, Stella believed she had worked out Elder Vortexian goals based on his attitude thus far. He, or someone clearly, hated Lyra, but the death of this girl Stella was posing as wasn't the main objective. No, what Elder Vortexian wanted was for Spatial Peak to save face. Let's test if I'm correct. Elder Vortexian looked at Stella as if searching for something. She answered in kind by directly flashing a hint of her true cultivation strength at him. It was a gamble, but he might look upon her favorably if she showed that her strength surpassed anyone here. For the first time, Elder Vortexian showed some reaction. His brow raised, and the slightest smile tugged at the edge of his lips. Turning to Elder Soren, he gave his verdict: move Lyra to the main bracket. She will compete until she either dies or wins. Elder Vortexian. That's a bit. Elder Soren protested. Are you questioning me? Dream Chi flicked across Elder Soren's shoulders as he resisted the pressure from Elder Vortexian's gaze. No, there are just 30 people still in the main bracket, and we had everything set up. I agree Lyra seems to have talent, but putting her against 30 opponents in a row is unreasonable. Lyra, what do you say? Elder Vortexian said with interest, care to show what mastery over spatial chi can achieve? I would be honored to. Father, Stella replied, stumbling on the last word. The word, father, held a lot of meaning to her, so even while pretending to be someone else, calling this man as such twisted her heart. Then it shall be so. Bring in the next challenger. Elder Vortexian instructed. From Stella's understanding, the tournament was supposed to last another few days. As the darkness of dusk descended on the arena, all around her lay bloody sand littered with pieces of humans and random dead bodies with missing heads or holes in their skulls. It was as if some savage beast had gone to war with a group of cultivators and fought without mercy to the death. Stella sighed as she looked up at the sky and scrunched her nose at the strong metallic smell of death wafting all around from the dried blood. She was exhausted. Not physically, nor were her chi reserves low. She was bored to the point of exhaustion. After the first dozen rounds of going all out to display the strength of spatial chi by teleporting around and playing with her opponents, she soon grew bored and gave up on showing off in the last 10 rounds. Not once had she taken a step from where she stood. Instead, she'd chosen to kill her foes in a similar fashion to Aaron, with a simple one-hit the moment the duel started. Similar to killing Lyra, something about killing weaklings left a sour aftertaste. There was no thrill, and victory left her hollow. Whenever a body hit the sand and moved for the last time, she felt the slightest hint of regret. To distract herself during the one-sided slaughter, she listened to the crowd. What had started as disbelief after Aaron's death turned to excitement for the following matches. However, around the time she stopped putting in as much effort and killed each opponent within a second, the crowd's opinions changed from excitement to fear. Some even began questioning her cultivation level, but Elder Vortexian shrugged off the complaints and kept the tournament going. It was clear as day to everyone there that he was using Lyra as a weapon to brutally eliminate the upcoming talents from the other peaks by abusing the rules. If Stella killed the enemies before the Elder had even finished introducing the start of the match, then the foe didn't have an opportunity to surrender. Stella knew this, and she also knew she was being used. It was obvious that her disguise or true skill would be plain as day under the scrutiny of a Monarch Realm Elder. What she hadn't expected was for the Elder in question to turn a blind eye to the chance she was an outsider and even actively encourage her and shield her from scrutiny. The question is, what will he do with me after the last match? By then, his objective would be complete, and he would have no reason to let me continue to do what I please. I would be an expired tool, and I know how this man deals with those he deems disposable. Evan from Dream Peak will now challenge Lyra Azure in the final match. The presenting Elder seemed exhausted as from afternoon to dusk he barely had a chance to sit down and watch the fights like before. Also, as a Dream Peak Elder, watching his peak members being decapitated before they could even blink likely wasn't helping his mental fatigue. The man Stella had seen beat the redhead from Spatial Peak to death, jumped down from the stands and landed in a small cloud of dust. Dream Chi flickered across his body as he eyed her with understandable concern. Who? No, what are you? Evan asked like a scared child. Stella could see his fingers trembling at his side, and he was biting the edge of his lip. A pitiful display, yet Stella's heart was cold. As with many of the other people she had ended today, they hadn't batted an eye as they killed members from Spatial Peak after they made errors with Spatial Step or other techniques Stella had been so lucky to be able to practice and master under Ash's loving canopy. This is why she hated humans. They were walking contradictions. Stella looked at Evan and said nothing. Really? Are you going to stay quiet? Evan gritted his teeth. What is it you want? Stella tilted her head. What do you mean? To let me surrender without killing me instantly, Evan said. Name your price. Oh. Stella playfully tapped her chin. This was the first opponent that had begged for their life in a while. Ah, I got something. Yes, Evan said with a hint of hope. Name it, you can have anything. I want your heart. What? Evan looked down at his chest in confusion. The tired elder dropped his hand. Final duel begin. Stella appeared before Evan. She wreathed her fingers in spatial chi and punched through his chest. Evan's eyes widened as he looked down at Stella's arm embedded in his body. Stella felt the buzz of the dream chi trying to invade her mind, but it was laughable compared to Ash's dream realm and the illusions that came with his voice. Say you surrender. Stella pulled him closer and whispered in his ear, I got what I wanted. Evan wheezed. Surrender. Stella smiled. Good. Pulling her hand back, Evan collapsed at her feet. His still beating heart was in her palm, glowing with dream chi. Her smile faded as she looked at it. Thank you for the once-in-a-lifetime gift, Stella said as she dropped it beside Evan's face, and Spatial stepped back to the spot where she had spent most of the day. Lyra Azure is the winner of the entire tournament, Elder Soren announced with a hint of disdain. May the presiding elder for this tournament step forward to present the rewards. Elder Vortexian stood up gracefully, and the arena fell silent. Stella turned on her heel and looked up at the Monarch Realm Elder directly for the first time. He vanished and appeared right beside her on the sand. Lyra Azure, come with me. A portal to elsewhere materialized, and Stella was envious of the power radiating from it. It was so clear she almost needed a double take to see if it was even a portal and not a clean cut through reality. Not one to say no to the request of a monarch realm, Stella followed him through the portal into a room deep underground home to a single orb placed upon a pedestal. The portal quietly closed behind them, leaving them alone. A short silence drew out between them until Elder Vortexian looked over his shoulder at Stella. How were the books? They must have been quite enthralling, considering you never returned them. So, you recognized me. Stella crossed her arms as she eyed the elder. As for the books, she snorted, they were nothing but flowery nonsense. Chapter 332. Arrogance Incarnate. Flowery nonsense. Elder Vortexian raised a brow as he stared at Arrogance Incarnate and mused over her strange answer to his question. Without a doubt, this was the girl he had encountered in Heavenly King Cepheus's eternal library because of the blob of void hiding under her hood. It was likely the pet world walker that had effortlessly devoured his arm despite being under the effects of his time-slowing domain. If not for my life-saving artifact inscribed with my famed spatial anchor technique, I would have died that day. If anyone else had said such an insult about the technique manuals to his face, he would have decapitated them on the spot, but with this girl, he had to be careful. I suppose to someone of your stature, such books would appear primitive and convoluted. Elder Vortexian brushed off the claim despite being the one to write many of those books. Of course, his technique manuals would seem lacking to a person from the highest layer of creation, as who else could waltz around pocket realms without fear and tame a world walker as a mere pet? My stature. The girl wearing Lyra's mask looked at him blankly. Ah, I apologize. You must want to stay incognito as you have assumed my daughter's identity. Should I refer to you as Lyra? Elder Vortexian had analyzed the girl during the many fights she effortlessly won and concluded she was likely a powerhouse's daughter from a higher layer of creation rather than an old monster in a young-looking vessel. His centuries of insight let him catch the slight cracks in her techniques and mannerisms to confirm she was just a very talented teenager. She wore too much emotion on her face, and while her techniques were impressive, they lacked the refinement an old monster suppressing their cultivation would be able to achieve. Her killing intent was missing the razor edge of someone hardened by war, and her actions were too dictated by the crowd's insults. Having figured out her identity to some extent, Elder Vortexian altered the trajectory of the tournament to foster this outcome. He wanted to be alone with the girl to hopefully glean some answers for her motives and, more importantly, ask if she could save Spatial Peak. She shrugged at his suggestion. Lyra works for now. Though we have met before, so there's no need for this mask. The blue mask vanished in a flash of silver, revealing a girl with flawless skin and crazed pink eyes that put him on edge. She smiled. I wanted to apologize about killing Lyra and messing with your tournament layout. She happened to have a convenient situation I could take advantage of. Elder Vortexian scoffed and waved his hand to dismiss her fears. The tournament barely had any thought put into it. These are worthless outer disciples, after all. I wouldn't have even bothered attending if not for Spatial Peak's imminent decline and the need to find some diamonds in the rough. Elder Vortexian shook his head, to think they were all nothing but disappointments. As for Lyra, she had better served him in death than her 20 years of life. He had more children carrying his blood than the clan had doorways. Other than the few that were inner disciples, he cared not for any of them. Their only purpose was in death, as he could use them as an excuse to go on a rampage against his fellow elders' disciples to defend his honor. Lyra tilted her head. Imminent decline. Did something happen? Yes. After you devoured my arm, I was pulled out of the eternal library. I relayed what had happened to the clan's council. We feared you would kill all of our inner disciples, which would have crippled Spatial Peak for generations to come. But I didn't, Lyra pointed out. I left peacefully, other than taking some books and your arm. Elder Vortexian felt his eye twitch at her casual tone. Does she have any idea how hard life has been without my arm? Since a worldwalker devoured it, I can't regenerate it, even if I switch vessels. It's gone down to the soul level. Coughing awkwardly to clear his rage, he said, right, but we didn't know you would leave amicably, so the council made the swift decision to awaken the Heavenly King Cepheus. Heavenly King Cepheus? Lyra asked, her tone turning bored. Elder Vortexian had expected some reaction at the mention of the Heavenly King's name. After all, his name was known throughout the 8th layer of creation as one of the strongest cultivators and the Lord of Spatial Peak. Even if someone was clueless about his long list of achievements, surely his awe-inspiring title would instill a sense of wonder or fear in those who heard it. Meanwhile, Lyra seemed disinterested. Heavenly King Cepheus is one of the 4 strongest people in the Azure clan and the ruler of Spatial Peak. He has been in closed-door cultivation for a long time now, trying to reach the peak of the Sovereign of Realities. If successful, it would have made him the strongest on the 8th layer. Elder Vortexian trailed off his explanation of his master's might as he heard Lyra yawn. Ahem. The point is, he's dead. Lyra perked up a little. Dead. It's been our fear for a long time, but nobody wanted to confirm its truth. It wasn't until you forced the council's hand that they went into his cultivation chamber to call upon his assistance when they found him long dead. Elder Vortexian sighed. With Heavenly King Cepheus confirmed dead, the Azure clan has lost its pillar of strength. As he was a spatial cultivator, Spatial Peak will also naturally fall in prestige along with him. Once one of the other 3 remaining Heavenly Kings learns of Cepheus's demise, there will be an all-out war. How did he die, though? Lyra asked. Elder Vortexian shrugged. Poisoned pills, assassinated while cultivating, or soul backlash. It could have been any number of things. All that matters is he is gone, and our downfall is only a matter of time. Lyra snorted. It's been a long time coming. Elder Vortexian frowned as his eyes trailed Lyra as she wandered around the room, the orb in the middle capturing her attention. What do you mean? Lyra leaned in and squinted at the orb. You lot have been relying on the protection of a dead man for far too long. Peace and security breeds weakness, while war calls for strength and sacrifice. You said this heavenly whatever was a spatial cultivator, right? Lyra tilted her head to look at him. The soft white glow from the orb illuminated the left side of her face. In his shadow, Spatial Peak allowed itself to become a disgrace. I understand spatial chi is more difficult to master than other types of chi, but that showing during the tournament reeked of incompetence and a lack of proper guidance. Seeing spatial chi being so misrepresented compelled me to take action. Are you offering to teach our most talented? Your supposed talents aren't worth an hour of my time, Lyra said, cutting him off. Hundreds of them couldn't prevent me from leaving the library. How could you possibly call them your talents? Help support creative writers by finding and reading their stories on the original site. Elder Vortexian chuckled for the first time in a century. You really don't hold back your words, do you? I dislike pointlessly drawn-out conversations. Lyra withdrew from the orb and completed her circuit of the small room. So, she narrowed her eyes. Let's get to the point. What do you want from me? Figured me out. You wouldn't be telling all this information to an outsider if you were just going to hand me a bundle of goodies and send me on my way right after, Lyra monotonously replied as if he were a fool for thinking of deceiving her. Elder Vortexian had interacted with the eldest son of one of the Heavenly Kings before, and he hadn't been this flippant and blunt. Who was this entitled princess's father, and did anyone raise her correctly? Where were the manners and understanding of social cues? Yes, he wanted to request something from her, but putting him on the spot like this lacked any decorum. Fine, I will be blunt then. Elder Vortexian strode over to the orb dominating the center of the room as the only focal piece. As someone of your stature from a higher layer of creation, our measly cultivation resources will be laughable to you so. I want them too, Lyra said. Elder Vortexian almost missed a step. Just how greedy was this girl? Pulling a silver ring free from his finger, he floated it to her with telekinesis. Just take everything in there. Such rewards aren't worth either of our time compared to what's at stake. Speak for yourself, Lyra said as she inspected the ring in her palm. The downfall of your clan and peak has nothing to do with me. As I said, it was a long time coming. Your technique manuals are nonsense, and your cultivators are poorly trained. Why do her words feel like personal attacks? Did she read the manuals and decide they were nonsense compared to the ones she is used to reading? Elder Vortexian gritted his teeth. If not for that blob of void on her head, he would remind this brat of who she was talking to. But for the good of his clan and especially Spatial Peak, which had lost his master's shadow, he would have to suck it up for now. This is the real reason I rigged the tournament to let you win and brought you down here, Elder Vortexian said, tapping the orb glowing with white light, an artifact my late master left behind. Unfortunately, long ago, there was a great battle, and during it, this orb changed hands many times, breaking in the process. You wanted me to see a broken artifact. Lyra seemed perplexed. What is it supposed to do? It's an origin stone. Or at least it was one. Elder Vortexian analyzed Lyra's face, but she still seemed confused, which surprised him a little. If there was a place where the origin stones should be well known, it would be on the upper layers. Origin stones are left behind when an origin dies. They are extremely rare, especially down here. They can usually be used to upgrade an affinity to one of a higher Dao complexity, but this one is broken because a few Daos were stripped off and used during the war. Elder Vortexian half expected Lyra to command her Worldwalker to attack him and steal the artifact for herself after his explanation, as wars were often fought over origin stones. However, to his surprise, she just stared blankly at him. Was she messing with him? Oh, were you done? Lyra asked. Yes. Great, can we get to the point now? I don't really care about artifacts, let alone a broken one. I'm hoping it won't stay broken for long. After all, I want you to fix it. Elder Vortexian tapped the orb, and power rippled across its surface. This orb allowed Heavenly King Cepheus to advance his comprehension of spatial Dao to the point of being able to wield the ether. Oh, the ether. I know someone who can use that, Lyra said casually as she tapped her chin, but to fix it. What do I get out of this, and why does it feel like I'm being given work instead of a reward? Elder Vortexian scoffed. An origin stone would never be given as a reward for anything. Such an artifact is a clan's treasure and wouldn't be handed over even if it would save the clan. Well, that seems rather stupid. You only have one life. What's the point of trading it to protect some glowy stone sitting broken in a dungeon? Because, Elder Vortexian frowned, that's what my master told me. So long as one of us remains standing, the clan can use this origin stone to rise from the ashes and dominate the world in the name of the Azure clan once more. Lyra crossed her arms. Well, your master seems to have kicked the bucket, and this artifact that's supposed to save you cannot offer the salvation you seek. Unless someone fixes it, Elder Vortexian pointed out. And I ask again, what do I get if I fix it? I will allow you to use the origin stone to try and unlock ether chi. Oh, Lyra looked him up and down. If the origin stone was truly capable of such a thing, why do you use spatial chi? Elder Vortexian refrained from strangling her, though his patience was growing thin. Ether chi, while stronger than spatial chi, is more complex to cultivate. I'm already stagnant in my understanding of spatial Dao at my current level in the Monarch realm. Stacking more Daos wouldn't improve my chances, it would only cripple me. He could have given her a fake answer like he would to others, but for some reason, he felt this girl would poke holes in his answers until she got the truth. It was a painful truth, but it was the truth. Ether chi wasn't for everyone. Lyra bit her lower lip as she looked at the orb again. Greed finally flashed through her eyes. Can't I just have it if I fix it? No, are you insane? Elder Vortexian wanted to smack this girl over the head. Even in its current state, it contains many condensed Daos. To someone of my level, it's not that helpful anymore, but to inner clan talents, it will help ascend their understanding. Despite its state, We still bring them down here to meditate with the origin stone to increase the chances of enlightenment. What made you think I could fix it? Lyra asked as she tapped the orb, making it ripple. It's an artifact from beyond this layer of creation. As someone from beyond us, you may have or know someone with the expertise to restore it to its previous capabilities. Lyra hummed and crossed her arms again. I think I might have a way, but I should bring it to my father. He would definitely be able to fix it. The origin stone cannot be removed from this room, Elder Vortexian gulped. If you could get your father to venture down here to look at it. Lyra shook her head. He isn't one for travel. Right. Elder Vortexian hadn't been expecting such a powerful figure to travel so far for an origin stone. What was an origin stone compared to a pet world walker guarding his daughter? He likely had jewelry made from origin stones that he casually gifted to his wives. I can fix it. Lyra placed her index fingers on the orb. Elder Vortexian sighed. He appreciated her enthusiasm but didn't have high hopes. She hadn't seemed to even know what an origin stone was a few moments ago. Repairing it would likely require deep comprehension of the missing Daos and some high-level artifact repairing techniques. Honestly, he didn't even know if it could be repaired. Lyra's crazed eyes seemed to lose their edge as her gaze turned tranquil, and she wholly focused on her task. Hours passed in silence as Elder Vortexian watched spatial chi, which was so pure even he was jealous, arc from Lyra's fingertips and dance along the surface of the orb. She also kept looking up as if waiting for something to appear. Despite her tranquil gaze, it was evident Lyra was growing frustrated with the lack of progress, and by prodding the orb with his spiritual sense, Elder Vortexian could tell it was much the same as before. Not wanting to waste more time entertaining a spoiled child who had likely been told she could achieve anything all her life, he awkwardly coughed. Ahem. Let's end it here, shall we? It's clear you aren't capable of repairing the artifact. No, Lyra hissed through her teeth, I can do it. Elder Vortexian shook his head, know when to give up. I will admit your talent is impressive, but it's important to learn some humility in the face of failure. Elder Vortexian's tone was not kind. This girl insulted his life's work, called his peak a disgrace, told him their downfall was a long time coming, and was generally rude. He didn't know her background, but it was clear she hadn't been raised correctly, so he decided to vent his frustrations verbally by lecturing her. Pride comes before the fall. Over the centuries, I have seen far too many cultivators consumed by pride and arrogance. It blinds them to the advice of others, convinces them they are untouchable, and they often use pride as a mask for their lacking capabilities. Elder Vortexian sighed as nostalgia clouded his mind. Didn't your family ever teach you the dangers of being consumed by pride? Elder Vortexian felt the hairs on the back of his neck raise as a sudden pressure descended on the room. My name is Stella Crestfallen. The girl looked at him as pressure cracked around her, causing Elder Vortexian to take a hesitant step back, and my bloodline is the sin of pride. If I say I can fix this artifact, then on my family's legacy, it will be done. Elder Vortexian felt every bone in his body crush under her gaze as only one thought went through his mind. Wait, she is from that family. Chapter 333. Pride Before the Fall. Stella had really not wanted to reveal her true identity to Elder Vortexian. She had tried her absolute best to fix the origin stone with her current capabilities and knowledge of spatial Dao, but it was nowhere near enough. Hours had passed, and as fatigue dug its gnarled claws into her mind, she had to accept the reality that she had made no clear progress. Yet she pressed on. Call it pride, stubbornness, or whatever else, but she was determined to try and fix it herself with her own power. She loved a challenge and became fully absorbed in her work. However, right as she began making a hint of progress by correctly identifying a missing Dao, Elder Vortexian just had to open his mouth. He told her to give up, and she adamantly refused. Even if blood poured from her ears due to the headache of her bloodline, she would complete the task she set out to do. Elder Vortexian looked down his nose at her determination, and after lecturing her about the downfall of others due to pride, he said something he shouldn't have. Didn't your family ever teach you the dangers of being consumed by pride? Stella couldn't let such a claim go unanswered. While pride may lead to the downfall for others, it was a source of power for her. Her family didn't teach her about the dangers, they actively encouraged her to be as prideful as possible against any adversary. The greater the hurdle, the more help they would offer to overcome it. So long as the legacy of the crestfallen bloodline was at stake, her ancestors would work to uplift her. In a way, her bloodline was the sin of pride. Stella removed Lyra's mask and swore on her name that she would fix this origin stone. She felt her ancient bloodline stir awake, and a rising pressure filled the small room and bore down on her shoulders. Weirdly, upon learning her name, Elder Vortexian collapsed to his knees. You're from that family of tyrants, he said in disbelief, his gaze growing distant as if horror had overtaken him. There is one name that has reappeared in the annals of history since time immemorial, and it was always mentioned before the fall of the Nine Realms. Elder Vortexian met her eyes, the crestfallen family. Stella wanted to know what he was talking about, but before she could ask, the ceiling vanished. In its place was the celestial library, built inside a hollowed-out golden tree with rows of bookshelves spiraling up into infinity. He was also there, gazing down at her with stars for eyes. Well, if it isn't our bloodline's rising star, the living cosmos thundered, making Stella almost spit blood. Have you come to beg your ancestors for a quick solution again? Stella grimaced as she defiantly remained standing despite the intense pressure on her soul. What do you mean? This library is a part of you and is always watching over you, the cosmos replied. As you put in the effort to learn new skills and develop yourself, knowledge will be slowly fed to you. It's how you learned the skills you were so eager to brag to me about last time, such as alchemy and swordsmanship, in such a short period. Stella already knew this. What was the cosmos trying to tell her? However, while forcing your ancestors' hand by putting the legacy of the crestfallen name at stake as a valid use of your bloodline as you are entitled to all the knowledge in this library, there are consequences to failure. The cosmos leaned in, and Stella felt her soul tremble. Against the Lunar Shade Guards, you bet on the crestfallen name you could defeat them with a single finger. We gave you the power you desired, yet you still failed, dragging your legacy through the mud. Stella had thought her inability to recall the technique was her punishment for failure. Was there another punishment in store? What price must I pay? Stella said through gritted teeth. The cosmos laughed. Luckily, you slaughtered everyone you challenged and lost too, so the price was simply the loss of the technique from the library forever. However, if you were to put the name of the crestfallen family on the line, lose and let a foe escape with the knowledge of your shame. The cosmos leaned in so close she felt like she could touch the stars. Let's just say you would learn why they say pride comes before the fall. Power comes at a price, little girl. You best remember that. Stella gulped. It looked like trying to manipulate her ancestors into giving her free power-ups to overcome adversities had been fine so long as she won. But the moment she swore victory on the crestfallen name and lost despite her ancestors' support, they would quickly let her know why they should be feared. Though it made sense that they would be so harsh. Due to her failure, the Supreme Nirvana finger technique had faded from the library for current and future crestfallen bloodline holders. It was now gone forever unless someone found the lost technique and added it back to the library. The cosmos pulled back and laughed again, and it looks like you are going to fail once again while betting your family name before a foe you cannot defeat. Stella's eyes flickered to Elder Vortexian. While Maple could likely devour one of his arms to make him vanish again or at least defend her. If the Elder wanted to escape with the knowledge of her true name and failure, she could not stop a Monarch Realm spatial cultivator on home ground. If such an outcome occurred, she would have violated the pride of her bloodline and would have to face the vague and terrible-sounding repercussions. Weirdly, in the face of such a seemingly dire situation, it only got Stella's blood pumping. This wasn't the first, nor would it be the last time she put everything on the line to overcome a seemingly impossible task. Cracking her knuckles and rolling her shoulders, she focused back on the orb. Now wasn't the time to feel discouraged. Let's begin, she told the cosmos. You have to be joking, the cosmos sneered. Repairing an origin stone is no simple affair. That thing was birthed from the chi of a dead origin far above you. You really messed up this time. I don't care, Stella retorted. I said I would do it, so I will. Now, give me the knowledge to do so. The cosmos stared down at her for a moment in thought. It might be possible as the crestfallen bloodline shares similarities to the origins. But reforming an origin stone after Tao's have been ripped from it would require a comprehension level far beyond what someone at your level is capable of. When have I ever adhered to the standards of cultivators at my level? Or do you think so lowly of a crestfallen that such a simple task as repairing an origin stone is beyond me? The cosmos grinned, revealing a sea of twinkling lights. Oh, you're a crestfallen, all right. Very well, I will grant you the knowledge you need. Whether you succeed will be up to your own tenacity and capabilities, as this will be a lengthy and tortuous process. I'm sure I've suffered worse, Stella said as the cosmos split into many arms and began pulling books from the shelves. The library overhead lit up as streams of information descended toward her. Knowing how much she had suffered having the Supreme Nirvana finger technique forced into her mind, she panicked. Wouldn't this overwhelm her mind and reduce her to a drooling vegetable? This story originates from a different website. Ensure the author gets the support they deserve by reading it there. Stella's spatial ring flashed, and she greedily devoured every fruit she could stuff her face with. As the cooling effect of the Mind Fortress fruit caressed her mind, it was effortlessly pulverized by an assault of knowledge. Her mind buzzed louder and louder as if there was a swarm of insects breeding inside her skull and desperately trying to find a way out. Stella screamed out in pain as she clenched the table for support. She tried shaking her head to free her mind from the terrible pain as the knowledge seeped into every nook and cranny of her brain, heating it up and making it pulse against the confines of her skull. Your mental resilience is far higher than I expected, the cosmos mused. If you manage to endure this level of input for a few more days, you might know enough to get started. Stella spat blood at his words. She had to endure this for days. After that, the repair should take a few weeks. I don't have a few weeks. If I account for the time to repair and meditate, I might be pulled out of the mystic realm before I even get a chance to use the origin stone to learn the mysteries of ether chi. Stella dropped to one knee while still clutching the table to stabilize herself. There had to be a way. Straining her neck, she glared up at the cosmos. More, she muttered through blood-stained teeth. The cosmos glanced down at her. What did you say? Give me more knowledge and faster. I don't have days to waste. Stella said resolutely. She refused to entertain the idea that she would endure all of this, only to fix the origin stone and get pulled away before acquiring a higher affinity. Diana had become much more powerful after cultivating demonic mist chi. If she left this realm without advancing a single stage, there was the terrifying possibility that others from the sect that were previously below her would now be of an equal level. That was simply unacceptable. If Tree needed something done or someone killed, she wanted to be the one he relied on. If she fell too far behind the others, her position in the sect would naturally fall. Perhaps even to the point of her becoming a burden for Tree. Compared to becoming a burden, what was a little pain? You're crazy, girl, the cosmos's grin widened, but perhaps the right type of crazy to pull this off. Stella felt another wave of knowledge burrow its way into her mind, and she instantly fell to both knees. The world was spinning, and her arms were violently trembling. Never in all her life had she felt this terrible, and she started to wonder through the pain that even if she survived this ordeal, wouldn't she come out the other end insane? Insane but stronger than ever. Stella's body gave out, and she collapsed to the floor. In her spinning, blurring vision, she reached out an arm and made a fist. Tree, I'll fix this origin stone for the both of us. Stand up, girl. The cosmos bellowed, his voice shaking the world. No matter your state of mind or body, you cannot show weakness before others. Stella felt a wave of energy pass through her body from above, and despite the immense suffering, she found herself able to stand. Jasmine wanted to go home. Spitting the vile muck out of her mouth, she tried to haul her body from the sinking mud she had fallen into that covered her from head to toe as she had fallen face first off a small ridge. She wouldn't usually have made such a blunder, but a tree root had been hidden under the flora in the darkness, and she had been checking the tree line for the floating flowers that would spew a poisonous gas if she got too close. A little, Jasmine spat again in a vain attempt to remove the disgusting taste. This mud was undoubtedly made from beast waste if the stench was anything to go by. A little help, please, she begged the towering light ant that emerged through the foliage at the top of the ridge she had tumbled down and illuminated the area like a miniature sun. Life here in this jungle filled with poisonous plant monsters was made much more bearable by this ENT's presence, and Jasmine swore she would thank Stella and Ashlock immensely for letting her use it. Saul lumbered down the slope and crouched beside the swamp's edge. Jasmine could feel the warmth from its head radiating on her face. Due to the dense canopy overhead, this place got freezing at night and was incredibly dark. There was no moonlight to help navigate the treacherous paths through the foliage lined with monsters disguised as plant life, which was more obvious during the day but difficult to differentiate in the darkness. One of Soul's many arms that looked like they were praising its floating head bent down. Jasmine grabbed hold of the offered hand and felt her arms strain as the ant effortlessly hauled her out of the waist-deep mud. Disgusting, Jasmine muttered as she was placed on the edge of the sinking mud by Saul. Grumbling curses to herself, she patted the ground to find a dry patch, and once she found a bit that wasn't too bad, she sat down and crossed her legs. It had poured with rain yesterday, and the lingering smell of dampness still hung in the air. Under Soul's reassuring light, she retrieved a fruit from her spatial ring and, after eating it, began to meditate. It had been a few days since she arrived in this floral hell, and she had long run out of usable clothes. The brutal heat and humidity during the day alone would have been enough to eat through her clothing supply in weeks, but add on the treacherous environment, and she was down to her last. The others had been torn to shreds, lost in bogs, or melted by these living miasmas that would hunt her at night. Out of desperation, she had been forced to try and rely on her cultivation to solve her issues, as Saul hadn't proven much help apart from becoming a walking drying rack the few times she had found a clear enough lake to wash her clothes. She had seen her master sometimes use her spatial chi to dry herself when she was too lazy to use a towel, so Jasmine had concluded that surely she could do the same. As it turned out, she could use her untamed chi to somewhat rescue her from this muddy situation, but it was terribly slow compared to her master, who could do it instantly at the snap of a finger. Hopefully, it will be somewhat cleaned by morning, Jasmine muttered under her breath. For the next hour, she cycled her chi and breathed in the intoxicatingly dense nature chi all around her. Progress had been rapid. She had spent every waking moment since arriving here that wasn't spent walking toward the temple in the distance cultivating, and was already knocking on the door of the 9th stage of the chi realm. A little more, and she would have to forge a soul core of a specific affinity. Naturally, it would be of the nature affinity. But she still desired to take on a second affinity if she could. Desires aside, she still had a ways to go, so to the buzzing of insects and distant cries of birds, she cultivated in a bubble of light surrounded by an encroaching chilly darkness. Unfortunately, the calm never lasted long. It was still an hour from sunrise when Jasmine's eyes snapped open. She planted a hand on the ground beside her in a hurry and intently watched the grass swaying. There are distant tremors. Jasmine looked at how the grass swayed and glanced at the ridge behind her. It's approaching us from behind. Jasmine had felt these tremors before and knew the monster they belonged to. Since she didn't know the name of anything, she had given it the name Icky Tree. We have to go, Jasmine said, getting to her feet and wincing as she tried to get blood flowing through her numb legs. The cold from the mud and wet ground, combined with sitting cross-legged while meditating, had sent them to sleep. Icky trees were slow-moving masses of rotting flora capable of smashing through trees and strangling monsters with venomous vines. If she tried to avoid them, there was no way they could catch up to her. She doubted they were even intelligent and simply attacked anything that got in their way. Shifting along the grass by practically dragging herself around the edge of the mud, she felt her blood run cold as she noticed the grass at the edge of Soul's light swaying in a different direction. There have to be two of them, and they are approaching from both angles. Jasmine heard her heart pounding in her ears. She had almost died to an icky tree earlier in the week, but she had never encountered two at once. Which way should I go? A loud crack was followed by shards of wood flying at her. Jasmine raised her fists, wreathed them with chi, and punched at one heading straight for her, shattering it into splinters. Ow ow ow. Jasmine hissed as she cradled her hand. That punch had definitely broken most of the bones, and she could feel the warmth of blood trickling down her fingers. Gritting her teeth, she looked at the direction the monster was coming from, and her eyes widened as she saw the silhouette of a titanic mass move into view. Here it comes. First came the stench of decomposing plants, then the squelching as the mass moved over the mud toward her. Withering vines appeared at the edge of Soul's light, followed by the rest of the lumbering mass of rot. Jasmine used a half-torn shirt from her spatial ring to quickly bandage her broken hand and then prepared to fight while suffering through the pain. Despite having an ent at her side, she would face this monster alone. Never once had. Saul stepped in to help her with a fight, and the ent remained perfectly stationary like a tree as usual. Only if her life was endangered would it assist. Master really didn't want to make my life easy, did she? Saul suddenly turned. One of his many arms retrieved a wisp of light from his head between its fingertips. Aiming at something behind her, Jasmine's world went white as the ent obliterated something behind her. Chapter 334, Poisonous. Jasmine's legs burned as she rushed through the thicket of the jungle. Streaks of light pierced through the foliage from Saul, illuminating her path. The ent was following behind her with large strides and using its many arms to effortlessly shatter branches in showers of splinters that got in its way. Jasmine wasn't sure in which direction she was even running anymore, as she had long lost her bearings in an effort to run away from the icky tree. This should be far enough, Jasmine said while gasping for air. Even with chi cycling through her muscles, her lungs hurt as she balanced herself against a nearby tree and tried to get her breathing under control. Thank the heavens. That stupid icky tree tried to chase me across the sinking mud and got trapped. Saul stood wordlessly beside her as always. Any chance I could get some healing? Jasmine asked as she slumped on an exposed moss-covered root and leaned against the random tree. Unlike the trees on Red Vine Peak that felt alive and would react when you got close, this one felt comparatively dead. It wasn't actually dead. Just spiritually. There was nothing there. It was simply a typical tree. No. Jasmine raised a brow as Saul looked at her. Or at least she thought the ent was. It was hard to tell when its head was nothing but a floating ball of light. Is it because I ran away from the icky tree instead of standing my ground and fighting it? You know I have no chance against those things. Jasmine had made a fatal mistake during the incident at the clearing. In her shock at being pincered by two icky trees, she had given her back to the first one. Call it panic or outright stupidity, but she had made a mistake that should have killed her. But Saul had intervened. The ent obliterated a monster that seemed like an immovable mountain to her by hurling a single wisp at it. It had been the first time Saul had displayed that level of power, having focused more on healing and protecting her while leaving the fighting to her where possible. Jasmine had seen glimpses of what her master was capable of, but never anything like this. She knew Saul was considered to have a higher cultivation level than Stella, but she struggled with the idea that such a powerful creature was a mere servant to Ashlock. I understand if you don't want to heal me. My stupidity forced you to waste chi. Jasmine curled up and burrowed her head into her knees. As the rush of battle drained and the biting chill of the night brought her back to reality, the pain in her broken hand from punching the flying wood made her tear up. This wasn't training on Red Vine Peak, where if she had a miserable day, she could go home at night and have a nice home-cooked meal and a cozy bed to sleep in. She was trapped for a whole month in this jungle, along with a heartless ent commanded by its master to do the bare minimum to keep her alive. Which was reassuring. She liked living. But it didn't take away how miserable her situation was. I'm freezing. My last clothes are caked in mud, and I have barely eaten anything except dried meats and fruits for a whole week. I spend my nights terrified of dying and have to cultivate with one eye open. During the day, I struggle to breathe due to the heat and humidity, and bugs attack me endlessly. Not to mention, the plants want to devour me. Jasmine wanted to give up. The problem was she couldn't even if she wanted to. The mystic realm didn't care about her thoughts or feelings, so she had to endure it for a whole month. Get yourself together, Jasmine hissed through clenched teeth. Master also hunted for monsters in the vast wilderness in her youth. This is a passage all cultivators must go through as it will make them tougher. Warm tears rolled down her cheeks. Who am I kidding? I can't do this. The tears flowed freely as she began sobbing. Her situation felt beyond hopeless. A sudden tender warmth spread through her body, and the terrible pain from her hand that she was clutching close to her chest numbed before fading away. Huh. Jasmine blinked away her tears and turned her head to the side to see Saul slowly standing up from a crouched position. His glowing head had notably dimmed from before tonight's events. You really healed me. Jasmine had been warned before going in that Saul had to be careful with his chi usage to last the whole month. Chi was a precious and limited resource for all cultivators that should only be expended when necessary. However, it was especially true for the ents that required their master to cultivate. Or at least that's how she had understood the explanation. Heavens, I'm pathetic, Jasmine said, taking a shaky breath. She felt a lot better after Soul's healing, so she got back up and tried to pump herself up again. I'll find somewhere safe to cultivate before sunrise and try to reach the Soul Fire realm. I bet that would make Master happy seeing such progress. Jasmine balled her fist. I also want to give Stella a worthy performance at the upcoming tournament. After finding a perfect spot beside a poisonous lake to cultivate for the day before sunrise, hours passed in the blink of an eye. Much to her annoyance, she was awoken by the falling of distant trees from her half-cultivating, half-asleep state. Due to the lake's higher altitude on a hillside, she got a clearer view of her surroundings. Icky trees again. Jasmine clicked her tongue, a bad habit she had learned from Stella. I'm so close to condensing my untamed chi into a soul core. Of course, I had to get interrupted. Come on, Saul, let's move. Jasmine gathered her things and began to move. If there was one thing this mystic realm and the icky trees had taught her, it was how to live while always being on the move. I can see why Stella uses portals to get around all the time. Walking is such a pain. At the coming of dusk, Jasmine found herself wandering through the courtyard of a gray stone building overgrown with floor that looked vaguely similar to the one she had seen from her vantage point the day she arrived. Only it was better maintained than she had initially expected. From afar, the stone peeking through the vibrant green vines made her think of a long-lost ruin. However, the courtyard was suspiciously spotless, making the place seem more like a well-taken-care-of temple. The only weird thing was this swirling fog around the temple that smelled vaguely fruity. Not coming? Jasmine asked and slowed as she noticed Saul standing rooted in place at the entrance to the courtyard. Coming to a stop, she turned and put her hands on her hips. Possibly another bad habit she had picked up from her master. Why are you just standing there? I know it might be dangerous, but didn't you hear about the chance of getting an inheritance? Jasmine gestured to the giant temple. Doesn't this place just scream, there's a long-lost inheritance inside? My increase in cultivation is great and all, but do you know how famous and respected Elder Mo became after he got spirit fire? As always, Saul was not one to participate in a conversation. Fine. I still plan to go inside, but I'll prepare a bit more. Jasmine walked over, rested against a stone pillar near Saul, and began cultivating the dense nature chi swirling all around her. I could get addicted to this chi. After leaving the mystic realm, Jasmine feared how terrible cultivating in the real world would feel. Assuming she survived until the end, that is. Unauthorized content usage. If you discover this narrative on Amazon, report the violation. If I died, I wonder how Master would react. Would she find my death inconvenient because she would need to spend effort raising a new disciple to take on her annoying tasks in the future? Jasmine smiled. I'm sure that's the attitude she would show others. Through our link, I know that's not how she would really feel, though. Stella puts on a tough act but deeply cares for those close to her. Jasmine shuddered slightly as she remembered following Stella into the cave to eradicate the rogue cultivators in the mine under Ashfallen City. However, she was utterly emotionless and cold through our link as she slaughtered those she deemed enemies to Ashlock. It was as if she were merely taking out the trash instead of killing people. Getting rid of those thoughts, Jasmine focused on herself. Hours passed as she devoured fruits and carefully compressed the untamed chi in her body. Almost there. This should count as the soul forge stage, so all I have left to do is form a soul core with a specific affinity. Jasmine constantly cycled the chi through her spirit roots and slowly watched as her spirit roots converted the untamed chi into nature chi. By night's arrival, she had let out a deep breath as she marveled at her soul. A small marble of condensed nature chi was suspended within her body. It fluctuated like a baby's heart as she drew chi from it and also absorbed the surrounding chi to replenish it. She could tell it wasn't yet fully formed, but for all intents and purposes, it was done. My very own soul core. Jasmine grinned from ear to ear as she opened her palm and pulled on her soul core to conjure a tiny flickering flame of green. It was about as intimidating as a candle flame and looked like it would snuff out at the slightest wind, but Jasmine didn't care. She could finally use chi beyond her body, meaning she could learn nature techniques and could finally call herself a real cultivator. This was a stage mortals couldn't reach naturally during their lifetime, no matter how chi dense the area they lived in. Jasmine snuffed out the flame by clenching her hand. Mother, Father, I did it. I'm an actual cultivator now and will live for hundreds of years. Her hand slowly fell to her side as she realized something. Doesn't that mean they will die way before I do, as they are both still mortals? No. I can't let that happen. I have to make sure they both work hard to cultivate as well. With more determination than ever, Jasmine set her sights on the stone temple, now shrouded in darkness. Saul, who still stood at her side, partially illuminated the courtyard. But the temple's entrance was barely visible, with only the moonlight sneaking through the foliage. It was creepy, made worse by the stifling silence. What had happened to the constant drone of bugs or the distant crashing of trees as the icky trees went about their senseless rampages? There was none of that here. Around the temple, it was deathly quiet. Jasmine bit her lip as she took hesitant steps forward. She cautiously shuffled across the courtyard while reacting to every slight movement in the corner of her eye. Her whole body was tense, and her heart softly pounded in her ears. A sudden noise made her jump back a step like a scared cat. Phew, that scared me. It was just a loose rock I kicked. That was odd. Hadn't the courtyard looked flawless before? She would have noticed some loose rocks lying around as they would have stuck out like a sore thumb. Walking forward, she was unable to find this rock anywhere. It was as if the ground had eaten it up, or she was hallucinating. Am I going crazy? Jasmine muttered. Shaking her head, she approached the entrance, and Saul reluctantly followed her. The doorway was draped with seemingly harmless green vines, so she cautiously made her way through the curtain of green. She dared not venture further until Saul made his way through and illuminated the dark hallway. Sorry to intrude, Jasmine said in a tiny voice as she glanced around. Not seeing anything except pristine stone, which looked like it had been washed recently. Why is everything so clean? Does somebody live here? Jasmine didn't like it at all. She would have much preferred a long abandoned ruin than this strange temple. Venturing down the hallway with nothing but the sound of their feet accompanying their journey into the darkness, they eventually came across a room. In the middle of the room was a table decorated with a royal red cloth embroidered with a beautiful golden floral pattern. It was such a work of art it was almost impossible to believe it was real. However, what really drew her attention was a large bowl of vibrant fruit in its center. Jasmine squinted at the fruit. She had never seen anything that looked so vibrant and delicious. Her stomach rumbled, and without noticing, she licked her lips. Jasmine had never felt so hungry for something in her life. Reaching forward, she picked up a banana from the options, which was heavier than expected. Peeling back its skin, Jasmine had some vague conflicting thoughts. First of all, why was she suddenly so hungry? Sure, she had a bad diet the last few days and desired some of her mother's home-cooked meals, but this was a bowl of fruit. She had piles of delicious fruits in her spatial ring that Ashlock had grown. Something is terribly wrong, Jasmine thought as she paused her peeling. Why is there a bowl of such ripe-looking fruit here to begin with? Nothing makes any sense. If nothing makes sense, then the only logical answer is that it can't be real, Jasmine muttered a line Elaine had told her once during training. The pristine temple, the missing rock, the fog that smelled vaguely sweet. Jasmine looked down at the heavy banana in her hand. Why didn't it smell of anything despite looking so delicious? Actually, when was the last time she noticed the smell of anything at all? The last time was the sweet fog outside the temple. Since then, I haven't noticed the smell of anything. Saul, we need to run. The room suddenly lit up as torches of flickering green flames, much like her own soul fire, ignited one by one along the walls, revealing the room to be far more extensive than she had thought and also something truly terrifying. This whole time, a monstrous mass of green vines and floral moss had been shifting in the darkness beyond Soul's light and had surrounded them. Ah! Jasmine felt the thing in her hand wiggle. Dropping it in fright, she looked at what it had been and was horrified to find the table was now nothing but a cracked slab of stone. The beautiful tablecloth was gone, as was the bowl of fruit. The banana hadn't even been real. She had been holding one of the green vines in disguise. It had all been an illusion from the start. That darn fog tricked me. Jasmine felt the blood drain from her face as she slowly backed up, but there was nowhere to go. The entrance to the room was buried under a shifting mass of vines. Saul, get us out of here! Jasmine cried out. The Ent responded in kind by retrieving a wisp of light and aiming at the entrance. Flicking the wisp, a light beam burned the vines away, making a clear exit. Even with the singed vines, I can't smell anything. The fog must still be here. Jasmine noted as she dashed forward. Come on, let's go. Something pulled her feet together, and she hit the floor hard. Her head rang, and her vision blurred as an intense pain shot up her chin. The perfect stone floors had also been a lie. They were cracked and jagged, and she had smacked her head on one such bit of rock. What happened? Jasmine tried to blink to stop the world from spinning. Whatever was coiled around her legs tightened and began dragging her along the floor. She felt the burning pain biting into her numbed limbs, and before long, the burning had spread through her body. There was a flash of light, and the burning tightness around her legs lessened. Soul's familiar healing light washed through her body a moment later, purging the burning and healing the many wounds and nausea. Finally, after getting a hold of herself, Jasmine could determine what had happened. The mass of vines had caught her legs, injected her with poison through spikes, and then tried to drag her off somewhere, likely to devour her like Ashlock did to the snacks Stella brought him. I almost became plant food, Jasmine said, her eyes wide with disbelief and her chest rapidly rising and forward as she hyperventilated. It had drawn her in with illusions, and if not for Saul, she would have been long dead even if she had a higher cultivation level. In hindsight, she couldn't believe she had fallen for such a trap. There had been so many signs along the way, but her inexperience and greed for an inheritance had almost led to her demise. The monster shifted away, back into the shadows. Saul stood defiantly next to her, a wisp of light at the ready. Jasmine took the opportunity to quickly check on her newly formed soul core. She had cycled chi during the attack to try to strengthen her body from being crushed by the vines, and she was unsure if she had drained it fully. Hold on. Jasmine sat down and closed her eyes. Within her soul space, there was some lingering poison chi that Saul had failed to purge thoroughly from her body. Her own freshly formed soul core was consuming it, and absorbing it. Is this how I can take on a second affinity? Jasmine wondered. She had been told that she should pick her second affinity before forming her soul core, as once it was fully formed, it was nearly impossible to take on more affinities. She had thought she could not take on a second affinity since she had formed her nature soul core, but maybe there was still a window of opportunity to get a second affinity. You know what? This realm, and especially this monster, has taught me that poison and illusions work very well with nature affinity. I don't see myself learning all three. But poison shouldn't be so hard to cultivate back home, with Stella already able to create poisons with alchemy and Ashlock's capabilities in growing poisonous fruits and plants. I've decided. Poison is going to be my second affinity. Jasmine told no one but herself as she stood back up and walked toward the slithering darkness. So long as Saul was at her side, she would survive long enough to thoroughly absorb enough poison chi. The agonizing pain of assimilating poison into her body that followed was par the course, but what she hadn't expected was how bringing poison chi into her soul would turn her into something monstrous. Chapter 335 Shadow Sovereign's Legacy. Ashlock could use Progeny Dominion multiple times a week as he could offset the incurred soul damage by recovering under the 9 moons, healing energies. But that didn't mean he wanted to. Soul damage was scary, and as fun as exploring the pocket realms alongside his sect members could be, it was sometimes frustrating. Morgan had left him with more questions than answers before she vanished to prove her trustworthiness to him. His concerns about being an origin aside, she had strongly suggested he venture deeper into the Shadow Veil Sanctum in search of this dark throne, which sounded like an inheritance. So, they continued onwards despite Nox and himself completing their objective of saving Evelyn from a nascent soul pocket realm that contained monsters far above her capabilities. I swear we have gone through this shadow rift before, Ashlock said as they warped through a crack in the darkness and floated down a giant corridor that looked suspiciously familiar. No, the flow of darkness is different in here, Nox reassured him. I'm now more sure than ever that the Shadow Sovereigns designed this place to only be navigatable by those with high aptitude for shadow chi and are at least in the nascent soul realm. She closed her eyes and pointed in a seemingly random direction. If we trust my instincts and follow the flow, we should eventually locate the Dark Throne. Ashlock had been very excited about what an inheritance from one of the most powerful factions fighting for dominance on the upper layers would entail. But the excitement had been slowly drained from him as he spent 2 whole days lost in an endlessly dark building going in and out of these shadow rifts, which were the only way to move between rooms in the castle as there were no doorways. Due to the time dilation, he had around a day left until it would be nighttime in the real world, and his connection to Nox would be cut. Ideally, he wanted to find and secure the inheritance alongside Nox before then, as he didn't want to incur soul damage to continue exploring this darn castle anymore. However, being stuck in one realm was making him feel anxious. He had checked Stella's realm a few times out of habit to ensure nothing seemed out of the ordinary, as she had a history of causing trouble. Tournament Realm. Description. A once empty pocket realm devoid of chi repurposed into a tournament realm. It's owned by the Jade Emperor's Consortium and rented out to sects and clans for a fee. Chi level. Star Core Realm. Environment. Peaceful. Monsters. None. Current occupants. 2. Thankfully, she seemed to have ended up in a peaceful sounding realm that wasn't owned by the Azure clan for once. So long as she kept to herself and found a quiet corner to cultivate in, everything would be fine. It's not like she has any incentive to mess with a tournament. Ashlock tried to convince himself but eventually sighed. Who am I kidding? She will find one way or another to cause me trouble. The only thing stopping Ashlock from rushing over to check on her was the incentive of the Dark Throne, his system not mentioning the Azure clan in the Pocket Realm's description, and Maple was with Stella. That little squirrel had a soft spot for Stella and would do his best to protect her, and few things could threaten a worldwalker who wanted to go all out, even with Heaven's carefully woven reality heavily restricting his powers. So here he was, stuck in this castle of darkness and trusting Nox to lead the way. They had encountered absolutely nothing since the Eclipse behemoth guarding the entrance. However, the chi here was very dense, so Nox and Evelyn were busy cultivating. While shadow chi was mostly useless to him, when his soul shard returned to his main body, he would get a share of the chi Nox had cultivated during their journey. I really hope this next shadow rift results in something, Ashlock grumbled. He was tempted to use a portal of his own to close the gap, but the shadow chi in here was so dense that it was a total waste. He could barely cover much distance at all. For a tree, you're terribly impatient, you know. Nox telepathically replied to him so Evelyn couldn't hear. These things take time and patience. Ashlock swallowed his response. He had been rather useless thus far in traversing the darkness as his spatial capabilities were hindered in here, so all he had to occupy himself over the last 2 days was complaining, worrying about Stella and the other sect members, and wondering about life. Environmental advantages were sometimes ridiculous. He wouldn't be able to traverse this place even if he was in the Monarch realm. Feeling bored as the bastion moved forward at a snail's pace, he opened his system. Idletree daily sign in system. Day 3626. Daily credit 60. Sacrifice credit 2143. Sign in. It was a decent number with plenty of options. Ashlock had considered upgrading his mutations earlier but was now debating a different option. Directly upgrading the skill, Mystic Realm, S, will consume 5,729 credits. He was unsure what the upgrade would entail, and the cost was terribly high. But the value in the Mystic Realm for his sect's development was irrefutable. I'll have to see how many credits I can amass by the end of this round in the Mystic Realm first, Ashlock mused, but if there are nascent soul pocket realms filled with monsters like this one should be, then reaching 5,000 credits is doable. He could also gotcha pull with that many credits and guarantee a new random SSS grade draw. The options were endless, which is what made it so much harder to decide how to spend them. Let's focus on amassing as many as possible first and letting it grow in the divine stock market. Spending can come later. Ashlock dismissed his system and focused back on his surroundings. The almost impossible to make out rift in the darkness was right up ahead. I think this is the one we have been looking for, Nox said. Really? Why? The shadow chi pouring out of this rift is immense. Nox spread out her hands, and Ashlock felt a tug on the bastion core as the shields took on a darker shade as they powered up. Whatever is on the other side of this shadow rift is unlikely to welcome our visit. If that's the case, let's get all the bastion's capabilities powered up to the maximum. Ashlock pulled deeply on the bastion core. The stone along the ship's edge cracked as black flowers a person high sprouted and all swiveled to aim ahead. Shadow artillery. Active. Shadow chi poured out of the ship and began to shroud the bastion, pushing back against the surrounding darkness. They were now surrounded by a storm of shadows under their absolute control. Shadow storm. Active. Okay. Ready. Push us through. Ashlock commanded. Nox nodded. The ship lurched forward and was swallowed by the darkness. Now entering the spectral tombs. His system informed him of the room with golden words hanging in his vision the moment he set his spiritual gaze on what lay beyond the rift. In the expansive room were enormous statues of obsidian carved in the shape of dignified-looking cultivators. They were so towering that Ashlock estimated Nox's bastion to be the size of one of their fingers. What the hell is this? Ashlock muttered. He had never felt so small in his life. Just who were these shadow sovereigns that dominated the upper layers? Did they mine out entire worlds to construct this place? Ashlock hated to admit it, but it made the statues in Willow's library look cute in comparison. Whoa! Evelyn yelled, shocked out of her cultivation by the entire bastion jerking to the side. The shadow shield rippled and reformed. Something powerful had struck them out of nowhere. The genuine version of this novel can be found on another site. Support the author by reading it there. Nox, what just hit us? Ashlock said as the lilac flames around Nox flared up, and he boosted his spiritual perception to its maximum to try to penetrate the darkness and find the culprit. I have no idea, Nox admitted as her avatar rushed to the left side of the bastion and pointed into the endless darkness ahead of them. The attack came from over there, and considering it punched a hole in our shield, the enemy is at least in the middle stages of the nascent soul realm. Shit, this is bad. Ashlock looked behind them, and the shadow rift they had passed through had long closed. They were trapped here with an unknown enemy far more powerful than anything he had encountered before, and worst of all, they had the environmental advantage. Thinking of what to do, he recalled the fight with the Lunarshade Grand Elder. I have an idea, Ashlock said, moving the bastion forward. What are you? Oh. Shields at full power. We are going to rush them. Ashlock funneled chi into the bastion core from his body back into the real world and felt the immense power flow through the entire bastion, and the shields pulsed with power. There was just one problem. They weren't traveling over his routes, so the bastion was terribly slow. Since he was paying attention this time, Ashlock barely saw the bolt of shadow before it impacted the shield and took out a solid chunk of it. Chaos. Guard Evelyn. The remaining Void Reapers will stand at the front and prepare for imminent combat. Ashlock instructed, and his loyal Ents moved to fulfill his commands. Chaos stood before Evelyn and wreathed her 4 claws in Void Chi. The other void ents followed suit by standing on the bastion's bow and looking ready to tear apart the first thing they saw. The bastion's shadow shield rapidly regenerated but wasn't fast enough. Another shadow bolt hit the same spot a mere moment after the first. Thankfully, one of the Void Reapers reacted quickly and swatted it out of existence with Void Chi. However, Ashlock could tell that it had taken almost all of that ENT's Chi as it could barely stand afterward. Retreat and I will recharge you with Chi, Ashlock told the Void Reaper while preparing a black root. If there was one thing he had an excess of right now, it was Chi. The Ent complied, and after staggering across the bastion, he hooked it up with the black root and began refilling its star core with Chi. I have eyes on the enemy. Nox informed him. Oh, what is it? A person, I think. Nox hesitated. There's something wrong with them. Ashlock found out what she was talking about a moment later when a colossal statue that towered over the rest came partially into view. In its upturned open palm, a humanoid wreathed in a cloak of shadows stood there with their finger pointed at them. Shadow Chi coiled around the humanoid's wrist and seemed to be regathering to form another attack. What the hell is that? Ashlock said to himself as he tried to understand what he was seeing. That is a Shadow Lich. They are undead monsters artificially created by the Shadow Sovereigns out of the bodies of their disciples to guard their tombs. Their disciples? Ashlock asked, horrified. Had this abomination of bone once been the disciple of whoever this statue was depicting? In the upper realms, it's usual practice for masters to require disciples to agree to death contracts should the master die. It's a way to prevent betrayals from the disciples and ensure the highest level of loyalty. That's diabolical. Ashlock paused, but also a really good idea. Wait, that's beside the point. Now was not the time to appreciate the practices of the Shadow Sovereigns. Before him was a nascent soul realm monster created from the bones of this statue's disciple. Let's blast it to death. Nox agreed. All of the plants on the ship simultaneously aimed toward the Lich. Spikes of Shadow Chi grew on their petals, and then, on Ashlock's command, they fired out all at once. The Shadow Lich weirdly moved like a human as it crouched down and opened both its palms to summon a consuming abyss of shadows that devoured the incoming attacks and seemingly added to its own reserves. Shadow attacks are wasted on a foe like this, Nox said, stating the obvious. She turned to her tree, which was aflame with lilac soul fire. Defeating it is up to you. Leave it to me. The lilac soul flames flared as he smashed the Lich with the full weight of his presence. Yet, even with the addition of his inner world, the Shadow Lich seemed capable of resisting it. What the Lich didn't manage to resist was spatial lock, as with the addition of the inner world, Ashlock could lock down anyone not in the Monarch realm by abusing his soul's more significant capabilities. With his foe unable to run, he just had to find a way to defeat it. Deciding to hit it all at once, he first activated Abyssal Devourer A, his newly upgraded attack skill. It was perfect for defeating more powerful foes, assuming he could get close enough, as after the upgrade, his thorn-covered vines had a corrosive aura that devoured the chi of anyone nearby and fed it back to him to replenish his chi reserves. Also, targets impaled by Ashlock's void tendrils would experience a draining effect, where their life force and chi were slowly consumed, healing him and restoring his chi reserves. Now, he wasn't sure if this undead even had any life force to take, but if it did, he would make sure to drain the life out of it until it stayed dead. The void lake spread out from Nox alongside innumerable tendrils of void and thorn-covered vines. Moving the bastion closer, Ashlock began an assault of spatial attacks to keep the Lich busy. Reality split as if a demon from another realm had slashed with his claw as Ashlock unleashed his arsenal of spatial techniques. The attack was imbued with Wind Dao from his inner world to make it faster and more chaotic in an effort to reduce the chance of the Lich reacting in time. Portals also opened, and he directed his soul flame-wreathed swords through them with telekinesis to skewer the Lich and shatter its bones. The Lich answered the slashes in reality by simply waving his hand and effortlessly blocking them with a wall of Shadow Chi. Meanwhile, the swords made an impact but bounced off the constantly shifting cloak of shadows that protected the Lich's body. Despite how small the Lich seemed compared to the Bastion, it was far from weak. In fact, it was stronger than Ashlock and Nox, but the immense pressure coming from the Lich was reduced by the shadow storm surrounding the Bastion. Luckily, those were just distractions. Ashlock had never expected his spatial attacks to have an effect on enemies in this Shadow Pocket realm, even with his inner world empowering them with other Daos. The Void Lake, alongside the tendrils and vines, rushed over the Bastion's side onto the statue's open palm that could hold a town. The Lich answered the incoming tide by walking backward, spreading his arms, and twisting the surrounding shadows into an army of darkness. Fiends and other monstrosities manifested and charged fearlessly at the incoming surge of void tendrils and vines. Ashlock didn't hold back on expending sacrificial credits as the void tendrils annihilated the twisted darkness. Any fiends they missed had vines coiling around them. The corrosive aura made the shadow constructs melt in real time as the chi was drained from their bodies and fed directly to Ashlock's Bastion core. Go! 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 Nox cheered him on as she watched the attack unfold off the side of the bastion. It's nowhere near one yet. Ashlock assisted his tendrils and vines by tearing through the constantly forming army with more spatial blades. Reality kept tearing open and cutting the forming shadows in half before the Lich could finish summoning them. Hold on. The Lich is preparing something big, Nox suddenly warned him. Her excitement had faded, and she seemed genuinely concerned by her tone. These summoned shadows are distractions. An unbelievable amount of shadow chi is gathering toward the Lich's soul. Ashlock had been so focused on wiping out the army that he hadn't noticed the change in flow. Sure enough, the Lich was like a vortex and shadow chi poured into it but didn't seem to be going toward the army. It was being gathered for something else. What should we do? Run. But we can't. Nox grimaced. The bastion is too slow to avoid whatever is coming, and the amount of chi that Lich has gathered eclipses the realm of attack my shield can defend against. We either need to kill it now or escape this pocket realm. Ashlock refused to leave now when they were so darn close. Before him was a nascent soul realm monster that he could devour for credits or turn into an end to fight Vincent and the upcoming beast tied with. That alone would make this whole trip worth it, but there was apparently even more to discover. No, we won't run. Ashlock said. Void Reapers and Chaos, go kill the Lich. All 4 operational Void Ents gave him a slight bow before they Void stepped toward their target. The Void affinity was powerful, but there was an entire realm gap between the Ents and the Lich. He had hoped to defeat the Lich without risking them, but the Lich was forcing his hand. He had to go all out. The Ents emerged from the Void nearby and rushed the Shadow Lich. The Lich noticed the Void Reaper's arrival and immediately stopped focusing on creating an army of darkness. The 3 Void Ents made from the Voidmind Elders with heads took the lead and dug their void-wreathed claws into the Lich. What is the Void affinity doing here? The Lich spoke in a grating voice that was hard to listen to as its 2 eye sockets ignited with soul flames. It can speak. Ashlock was taken aback. Despite being impaled by void claws, the Lich seemed unfazed as he put both hands on the shoulder of one of the Ents and forcefully channeled an unbelievable amount of shadow chi through his skeletal fingers. The Ent tried to resist the assault with its void chi but had its entire supply of void chi annihilated in mere seconds. The Ent looked up at the sky as spikes of shadow erupted from inside. Ashlock felt his connection cut as the Ent's head rolled to the side. Shit! Ashlock shouted as the dead Ent withered to dust between the Lich's fingers. He had known there would be a gap, but that was far too one-sided. However, before the Lich could disintegrate his next target, Chaos rushed forward and thrust all 4 claws into the Lich's face. The Lich's shadow armor prevented him from dying, but he did lose his balance and fall backward. Before the Lich knew what had happened, Chaos stood on top of him, relentlessly tearing into his shadow armor alongside the other Void Ents. A moment later, Ashlock's Abyssal Devourer finished getting through the Lich's hastily conjured army and joined the Ents in devouring the Lich's shadow armor that was barely keeping up with the onslaught. How much chi does this skelly have? What the hell? Ashlock wondered as he felt the immense amount of chi flowing through his roots back to the bastion. Master, the Lich uttered, his body barely visible under the withering mass of void tendrils and vines. I have guarded you for eons and have failed you. I leave the protection of your legacy and the Dark Throne to you. The Lich is doing something again. Nox cried out and ran back from the edge of the bastion. Wah! Ashlock didn't have time to react as an explosion of shadow chi left the Lich's body. However, to his surprise, the blast wasn't aimed at him. It went down into the statue's hand. The shadow Lich's chi signature is gone. Ashlock confirmed the system's message by moving his tendrils and vines aside. The Lich's shadow armor was gone, as were the soul flames in its eye sockets. It was dead. For real this time. He pulled his vines and tendrils away and used telekinesis to bring the body to the bastion, as he wasn't sure if he wanted to turn the Lich into credits or an Ent just yet. I wonder why it gave up like that. The statue's hand began to tremble. Huh, what's happening? I thought the Lich was dead. Ashlock asked in confusion and looked around. Had the Lich's attack intended to destroy the statue so they couldn't defile it? While looking around, Ashlock saw Nox standing there wordlessly, staring up at something. Ashlock followed her gaze and felt his soul freeze. The colossal statue was looking down at them with eyes of blazing soul fire so black that it felt like he was staring into the abyss. That thing can move. Ashlock didn't hesitate. He cast his SS-grade skill, Necroflora Sovereign, to turn the Shadow Lich into an ent. If he needed to defeat the Master, he wanted their disciple on his side. Chapter 336. Gaze of the Colossus. Evelyn, you need to leave. Now, Ashlock said as he opened a portal that led back to Red Vine Peak. Don't worry. You can re-enter the Mystic Realm fog and pick another hopefully more suitable pocket realm. But, if you stay for a moment longer, you will die, Ashlock said bluntly. Now was not the time to mess around. The seed of Death Chi was about to be deposited within the Shadow Lich, beginning its transformation into an ent that would obey his every command. Evelyn glanced between the statue looming over them and Nox. Ashlock knew that she didn't intend to fight, as this battle was way beyond her. However, it was natural for cultivators to want to witness higher-level cultivator battles, as they could glean insight and even enlightenment. It was just like how, back on Earth, students would watch and learn a lot from watching masters at their craft. This was especially true for Evelyn right now, considering this was between shadow cultivators, which was her affinity. Unfortunately, Ashlock had no way to guarantee her safety in the face of the creation of his first ever nascent soul ent. Evelyn gave a short bow toward the tree. Thank you for rescuing me earlier. She then looked at Nox's avatar with softer eyes than usual. Despite forgiving Nox for her past actions, Evelyn usually had a slight wariness when looking at her sister. Good luck, sister. Nox waved and smiled. See you soon, and cultivate hard. Evelyn nodded, and thankfully, Shadow stepped to the portal and jumped through it. She barely had time to turn and wave goodbye to Nox through the rift before Death Chi radiated out from the Shadow Lich in a surge. The Death Chi and Spatial Chi of his portal violently reacted, and the rift promptly collapsed. The Death Chi continued its destructive chaos as it swirled around Nox's tree and hissed violently as it interacted with the shadow shield enshrouding the bastion. Ashlock had expected the Death Chi to be potent but was somewhat surprised to see Nox's black leaves wither to dust and some of the weaker branches take on a gray shade as they decayed due to the Death Chi. Nox, are you all right? Ashlock asked with concern as he protected the main trunk by wrapping it in as much spatial chi as he could force through his soul fragment. Just about. Nox replied telepathically. Where is your avatar? Ashlock said as he noticed it missing. Had the Death Chi killed the other half of her soul? Over here. Nox's shadow avatar waved from beyond the bastion's shield. Phew. I thought something bad happened. Ashlock sighed with relief. Funnily enough, it was safer out there than inside this death bubble. If Evelyn had stayed a moment longer, she would have died without a doubt. The Death Chi subsided a moment later, and Ashlock focused on the Shadow Lich. With the Death Chi preparing the corpse for its transformation, he now had a brief chance to mentally alter his creation. Do I want to change anything, or should I let the system decide for me? Ashlock mused. If he did decide to make changes, it would cost a ridiculous amount of chi and possibly drain all of his inner world's chi reserves. Trying to alter the genetic code of a mid-stage nascent soul realm cultivator that had been turned into an undying monstrosity of bone from a long-distant past sounded like a great way to nullify any progress he had made toward the second stage of the nascent soul realm. Keeping his mind blank, he let the system take the reins. The unmoving white skeleton that had once been the Shadow Lich now looked rather harmless without its cloak of darkness and burning eyes filled with hatred. Its eternal rest was cut short as cracks began to form before it disintegrated and was pulled into the seed. Even without altering the body genetics, it will result in something fitting for your first nascent soul ent. Thank you, Ashlock replied to his system. He didn't want to give it any suggestions regarding its appearance or capabilities as that may trigger a draining of his chi. But maybe hurry the process up a little. We are about to get squashed. Ashlock said that as kindly as he could without sounding panicked. But the fact of the matter was the statue had taken notice of them, and in the darkness, and by its posture, he could tell it was reeling back its titanic fist. Which was not good as they were currently a sitting duck in its palm. The creation of his first nascent soul realm ent should have been a glorious affair. He dreamed of it for a while, but sadly, the situation didn't allow him to take a second to enjoy the moment. Death was knocking. Don't worry, smiley face, the Shadow Lich will rise once more, this time in service to a new master. A shoot of white bamboo reminiscent of bone shot up from the seed to around 3 meters tall. It was slightly curved as if blown over by the wind. Tiny branches then sprouted down its length. They rapidly grew outward and twisted into the vague shape of a ribcage. The main bamboo shoot then split down the middle into legs and arms. The system had created a vaguely hunchbacked undead out of bone-looking bamboo. However, it was not yet done. Strange runes were carved on the surface of the bamboo as the ent raised its hands to the sky as if welcoming the coming of a god. The runes glowed with a sinister darkness followed by a majestic cape of shifting shadows running down the ent's back and black flames flaring to life in its once empty eye sockets. Ashlock tried to look inside the ent's ribcage from the front, but now all he saw was an endless darkness, like an abyss. It was as if the darkness had been trapped within the ent like a prison. Snakes of shadow coiled up the ent's arms, and for the first time in forever, Ashlock felt intimidated by his own creation as the ent turned to look at him. The last time had been the ent he made for Senior Lee to house the Voidman librarian who tried to kill him. Creation of the 5th stage nascent soul realm Shadow Lich ent is complete. Just in time. Ashlock looked up and saw the statue's fist descending on them like a meteor through the darkness. Shadow Lich, stop your old master's attack. Shadow Lich honors your command. A level of power far beyond Ashlock erupted from the Lich's hands as an enormous claw of solidified shadow shot upwards like a roaring dragon and met with the incoming fist. Ashlock had been anticipating a few outcomes, but he hadn't foreseen the shadow claw from his new end not only stopping the attack dead in its tracks like a brick wall but also the claw fingers curling around and digging into the statue's fist, shattering it. This story has been unlawfully obtained without the author's consent. Report any appearances on Amazon. Pieces of obsidian rained down around the shadow claw and fell upon the bastion's shield like iceberg-sized chunks of hail, causing the shield to ripple with every impact. Is the statue not as strong as I feared? Ashlock wondered. He spread out his spiritual senses to analyze the statue more closely. It definitely had the presence of a nascent soul realm, but the pressure from its gaze had decreased considerably in such a short time. Ah, I see what's going on, Ashlock said, seeing the flames in its eyes dim slightly. Like my ents, this statue is running on borrowed chi. That explains why I didn't notice it before the Shadow Lich sacrificed itself to shove all its chi into the statue. I would guess the only chi it has to work with was gifted by its disciple. Which made sense. If the statue still had chi to defend its legacy, it wouldn't have needed one of its disciples to stand as an eternal guard. So that was a last-ditch suicidal effort by the Shadow Lich, Ashlock mused, almost like a final show of loyalty to his long-dead master. The colossal statue didn't give up despite its fading lease on existence. Its palm trembled and cracked as its fingers, rising like towers, came into view and curled around the bastion. Ashlock imbued his spatial blades with earth Tao from his inner world to give them more punch and struck the obsidian fingers. The statue didn't even have enough chi to coat itself in shadow armor, so the tears in reality sliced into the fingers, sending showers of obsidian as the fingers fractured. The palm rumbled as the fingers slowly cracked off before Ashlock used telekinesis to push them off into the abyss of darkness below. Shadow Lich, defend the bastion against any further incoming attacks, Ashlock instructed, and the ent honored his orders by rising up on a pillar of shadow beyond the bastion's shield. The runes carved into his bamboo bones glowed with power as his ent pulled the surrounding chi into himself. Holy shit, nascent soul realm ents can do that, Ashlock said. He had wondered how the Shadow Lich was fighting when it had been almost devoid of chi when he turned into an ent. That aside, Ashlock had a moment to decide what to do. The statue clearly had a remnant of a soul somewhere inside, meaning he could also turn it into an ent. The other option was devouring it for credits. However, since the statue relied on borrowing chi to fight, Ashlock was unlikely to get that many credits from devouring it compared to its seemingly high cultivation level. Not to mention how darn big the thing is, it would take all day to finish eating it. If I turn it into an ent, that would give me 2 nascent soul realm ents. One was already a massive boost to my combat power, but with 2. That would put the Ashfallen sect's combat capabilities at 5 nascent soul realms if we include Larry, making us the undisputed powerhouse in the region. Ashlock made his decision. The statue would join its disciple in service to him. It was just too good of an opportunity to secure. Combat power, which he desperately needed to fight off the surrounding demonic sects, the Beast Tide, and the Celestial Order that had their sights on dragging Stella back to their empire. He was surrounded by enemies in the realm he had barely dipped the tip of his roots into thus far, and his advantage of having formed an inner world so early would only help him so much. Doom and gloom about his situation outside the mystic realm aside, he had to first kill the statue to turn it into an ent. He was left with one solution since he couldn't send his void ents to destroy it, as he had no idea where the statue's core was. Time to make use of Abyssal Devourer's new capabilities once again. His void tendrils and corrosive vines burrowed into the statue's hand and began forcefully draining it of its chi and life force. Surprisingly, there were still hints of life force residing in the statue that his vines managed to absorb and feed into Nox. The grayed branches restored their black shade, and the leafless branches began to sprout new life. With 3 nascent soul cultivators fighting off the dying remnants of a long-dead Shadow Sovereign, the battle was one-sided. The Shadow Lich casually blocked any incoming attacks with walls or claws of shadow. Ashlock went on the offensive with Abyssal Devourer and Spatial Blades, while Nox used the Bastion's artillery to gun down an army of shadow fiends the statue tried to summon to rush the Bastion. After an hour, the black flames of rage in the statue's eyes snuffed out as the statue ran out of its borrowed power. It ceased all movement and once again became a dormant monolith of obsidian resembling a once powerful cultivator. I will definitely ascend to at least the 2nd stage of the nascent soul realm when my soul fragment remerges with my inner world. Ashlock couldn't believe how much he had absorbed between the Shadow Lich and the statue. It was like an all-you-can-eat buffet of chi that was even better than the world tree as it wasn't untamed chi carefully taken off the surface of her roots. Ashlock directed the Bastion to fly up to the statue's open mouth. Landing on its row of carved-out teeth, he marveled at the careful detail in the craftsmanship. Whoever had made this colossal statue was skilled, as the teeth seemed realistic in how they weren't perfectly straight, and he could even see indents in the roof of the mouth. This Shadow Sovereign must have had an overbite, as such indents would have been made by someone resting their lower teeth behind their upper row, Ashlock noted as he activated Necroflora Sovereign. It took a while for the single black root to emerge from Nox, slither past the void ents that he had called back onto the Bastion after the Shadow Lich was killed, and slowly descend into the abyss of the statue's throat like a climbing rope. I wonder what type of ent can be made from such a thing. Will it be closer to the size of the original guy, or will it transform the entire statue? Ashlock's mind raced with possibilities. There was also the chance that his skill would fail to find anything usable at all, considering it had only been able to fight with borrowed power, suggesting damage or perhaps death of the soul. I'm bored, Nox said after an hour. Her avatar was sitting on the bow of the Bastion, looking down into the darkness with her legs swinging casually while her chin resting in the palm of her hand. What happened to having the patience of a tree? Ashlock chuckled. Nox pointed to herself. This half of me is bored. She then pointed to her tree, which was greedily cultivating the surrounding chi while they waited. Meanwhile, she is perfectly happy. There's 2 of you? Ashlock asked, his amusement fading. Well, yeah, in a way. Nox yawned and stretched her back. I split my soul right down the middle. Together, we are 1. Apart, we are technically 2. Usually, our consciousnesses are linked, but I was curious to see what would happen to the statue after such a display of turning the Shadow Lich into a new monstrosity. So I left my tree body to sleep and cultivate while I waited here for something interesting to happen. If one half of us were to die, the other would survive. We would just have lost memories and a drastic personality change. I see. Huh. I guess that's similar to myself and the system. Though we are more split. Ashlock muttered to himself. The mummified remains of the Shadow Sovereign have been located deep inside its body. The runic formation around the body prevented the soul from entering the reincarnation cycle, though over time, the formation has degraded, and the soul slowly seeped and decayed into the surrounding statue. Finally, Ashlock mirrored Nox's impatience. He was on the clock here as sundown in the real world was fast approaching, and he had yet to locate the Dark Throne. Is it possible to make an ent from it? Yes, but it will be far weaker than the Shadow Sovereign was during their life. How strong were they? Impossible for you to currently comprehend. Even the faint whispers of their soul are far beyond the Sovereign of Reality's realm, but they will be an upper stage nascent soul at best as an ent. Ashlock felt rather silly that he was so disappointed that he hadn't struck gold and found a usable corpse of someone beyond this layer of creation. But to think the pocket realms could contain such unimaginable powers. Even the faint whispers of a dead man's soul were enough for him to dominate the lower layer of creation with another nascent soul ent. That's good enough. Deploy the seed. Very well. I advise you to move back. Ashlock heeded his system's warning and floated the Bastion as far away as he could in the short time he was given. Barely clearing the distance of the statue's outstretched palm that was missing its fingers, Ashlock could feel the death coming. It erupted from the statue's mouth like a volcano and blasted the Bastion like a tsunami. Ashlock felt an immense pull on the Bastion core as the shadow shield resisted the onslaught. Then, as quickly as it started, it stopped. The death chi dissipated into the shadows and Ashlock was left watching and waiting. What would his new and likely strongest ent of all time look like? As it turned out, The answer was that it was fucking massive. Chapter 337. Pantheon. Large cracks appeared along the surface of the colossal obsidian statue, which was so towering that Ashlock couldn't see the top of its feet in the abyssal darkness below. As if there was a black hole in its stomach, the cracks in the statue deepened until it couldn't resist anymore and collapsed on itself, much like the Shadow Lich. It seemed that once the death chi from the seed killed whatever ego lingered, it would be absolutely loyal to him. The skill would then devour anything it could use to create a new being, including chi and materials. Once all the obsidian had been crushed down into nothingness, Ashlock got a brief look at a body encased in a translucent crystal. Its resemblance to the statue was almost uncanny all the way down to the facial features, the sunken eyes, and the way his head was slightly left leaning due to bad posture. The crystal seemed to have perfectly preserved the body from the day the cultivator died. There was still the bloody wound in their chest where they had likely been stabbed with a sword that had ended them. However, their eyes had a hollow gaze. The soul that had once inhabited this vessel had moved on. "I'm sorry to disturb your peace," Ashlock offered a silent prayer, feeling a little bad at reviving a long-dead man who had been put to eternal rest to fight for him as a mindless weapon. Okay. He didn't really feel bad at all, but he could recognize that a level of respect for the dead was being overstepped here. I bet the Blightbane family would give me an earful if they ever learned about this. Thankfully, the crystal was soon obscured by hundreds of black roots that suddenly grew out of it. Ashlock wasn't sure where the system was going with this development until he saw the roots begin to take on the vague form of a humanoid nervous system. Due to the titanic size of the thing, it just took him a moment to see past the eldritch squid vibes. However, the system wasn't done. Strange runic carvings, similar to those on the Shadow Lich's bamboo bones, appeared along the length of all the roots, followed by a pulse of shadow that expanded like a fog of darkness and took on a similar form to what the statue had before. It swirled around the ent, pulling in the surrounding darkness like a black hurricane. Due to the weakened state of the Shadow Sovereign's soul, it will struggle to retain Shadow Chi. What do you mean by that? Because the soul has dissipated to such an extent. Like a bucket with holes, anything you put into it will flow right out. With this in mind, I made the leaking of Shadow Chi part of the ent's design. Don't worry, as a nascent soul realm ent, it can draw in Shadow Chi on its own to maintain the form you see before you now. This reminds me of the Lunarshade Grand Elder's avatar he made with his second soul, Ashlock mused as he looked the ent up and down. How strong is it in this form? Around the 7th stage of the nascent soul realm. What about when there is no Shadow Chi available? The Titan of Darkness before him faded away, revealing the crystal and the many black roots sprouting from it and glowing with power due to the runes. It almost looked naked like this. In this form, the ent is closer to a peak star core realm ent in power but will run out of chi after only a few attacks, even if you charge it up to full. I see, Ashlock sighed. So during the night or any time I can provide it a constant source of Shadow Chi. This is by far my strongest ent. But its creation was flawed due to what little you had to work with. Correct. The statue had no chi of its own, it was all borrowed from the Shadow Lich. Usually, in such a case, we would convert something this devoid of chi into one of your affinities, so spatial as you haven't unlocked any of the other moons. But the original soul was so far beyond you that forcing a change of its affinity wouldn't have been feasible no matter how weakened it may be. A shame, but I can't really complain. If that Shadow Lich hadn't reawakened the statue, I wouldn't have noticed the person trapped inside. Speaking of, Ashlock looked at the other smaller statues in this grand room enshrouded in darkness. Can I turn these statues into ents, too? If you forcefully shove all the chi you have stored in your soul fragment into them, you may reawaken them if there's a body inside. That's a terrible suggestion. If I did that, I wouldn't ascend to the next stage of the nascent soul realm when my soul fragment returns to my body tonight. Any other ideas? You could devour the statues with Abyssal Devourer until you reach the crystals containing the corpses, assuming they are even there and at all usable. That will take forever with no guaranteed results. If anything, I will waste hundreds of sacrificial credits on maintaining my void tendrils. Ashlock pondered. The more he thought about it, the less worth going after the other statues seemed. There was no guarantee they would be usable, and he had yet to set his eyes upon this dark throne, which was a problem as night was fast approaching. Damn it, I'll come back for these one day. Ashlock decided. If they had stood here undisturbed long enough for their runic formations to degrade, they would still be here the next time he wanted to visit. You should name both ents. That seemed like a somewhat random and unprompted message from the system. Why? Does it do something? While Ents are incapable of advancing their cultivation, they still have souls. Though they are wiped almost clean by the death chi to make them loyal to you. Those personally named by you are likely to be more responsive, and if you pick a name with a deeper meaning, it can affect their personality and bleed into their capabilities. Basically, it makes them feel important smiley face. Really? Yes. Remember, you are a demi-divine existence recognized by the heavens and worshipped like a god throughout the realm. Imagine how a human would feel if they were personally named by a deity. The Ents are no different. Support creative writers by reading their stories on Royal Road, not stolen versions. Oh yeah, sometimes I forget I'm not just a vulnerable tree on a mountain peak. But to think my words hold such weight now, it's almost scary. Ashlock had been giving his Ents names to make it easier for him to order them around during a battle. But to think giving the seemingly mindless monsters names would have a tangible effect. What happens if I give an Ent a name that I previously used for an Ent now dead? Is that considered lazy? Ashlock felt the pressure of responsibility on his branches to give his followers suitable names, but he didn't have an endless pool of good names to pull from and had already reused a few names, such as Chaos and Jeb. Since those names carry more significance for both you and the world, an Ent would be honored to have the name of a fallen comrade and continue the legacy of that name. Interesting. Ashlock sighed with relief. Since the Ents couldn't progress in cultivation, it was natural that they would fall in battle as Ashfallen faced stronger foes. Titus had once been a pillar of his strength, but the Ent was now weaker than many of his sect members, with no way to catch up. A sad truth, but there was something special about realizing that while their time under his leadership may be short, their name would carry on the memory of their efforts. Eventually, a name like Chaos will be feared by all, and while it may not always be the same Ent, its legacy as a Void Reaper of Ashfallen will remain. Speaking of names, do you want a name too? Opening square bracket ... I already have a name. You do. What is it? I'll tell you on the day heaven falls. Oh. Okay. Why did he feel oddly rejected? He was getting flashbacks to his school life, never mind. Those were memories best sealed away. That might take a while. You are progressing swiftly. So long as you rapidly rise as a deity before the heavens can turn everyone against you, whether it be man or beast. Everyone. Ashlock felt exhausted just thinking about it. He hadn't even angered the heavens yet and already felt surrounded by foes. The tallest trees catch the most wind but get the most sun. It's impossible to grow so quickly without attracting attention. All you can do is prepare in advance for war against reality itself. Ashlock contemplated the system's words as he looked at the swirling titan of darkness before him. Didn't the system and his new body make him suspiciously well suited for realm-spanning wars? Other cultivators refrained from fighting because it wasted their precious chi and set back their cultivation. Meanwhile, he only grew in power through devouring and enslaving souls, twisting them into abominations. System, you know I've been thinking, are we the bad guys? Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. The system refrained from answering his musings, which was probably for the best. If he was indeed an origin, he was on a head-on collision course with heaven, and only one would emerge victorious. And I've always been a sore loser, Ashlock chuckled. There was no way in hell he was going to die and leave Stella and the others behind to some dumb golden eyes in the sky that glared at him every once in a while. Alright, the first step to dethroning the heavens is to become a god, and what does a god need? A pantheon of warriors to fight for me. The system says I need to give names that hold meaning, and thankfully, I have already been doing that. According to Greek mythology, Chaos was the Greek goddess of chaos and the first entity to exist. Meanwhile, Zeus was the god of the sky. He was also considered the father to all gods, which is the position Ashlock had now assumed as he created and named these Ents, so it was as if they were his children. Jeb was the god of the earth, farming, and fertility and was considered one of the god kings in the Egyptian mythos. To the Romans, Sol was the personification of the sun and was also a god in his own right. Until now, Ashlock had already given his Ents suitable names with deep meaning in his past world. So, to continue that trend, he now needed to give names to his two newest and most powerful Ents. Due to the place he found them resembling an underworld of sorts with all the darkness, Ashlock had some ideas. You will be named Hades after the Greek god of the underworld and the dead. A powerful name for my strongest Ent, Ashlock said to the titan of shifting darkness looming before him. He then switched to the Shadow Lich, who was patiently waiting back on the bastion. Far smaller but almost equally as powerful. You will be named Anubis, after the Egyptian deity of funerary rites and the protection of graves. A suitable name for an undead that faithfully guarded his master's grave. To his surprise, Anubis gave a gracious bow, and it seemed that Hades' shifting shadows had become even more sinister and intimidating after he assumed the name Hades. Names really are powerful things, huh? With that done, it was time to get moving, as time was of the essence. Nox, do you know where we should go now? Ashlock asked his navigator. No. Nox scratched the back of her head as she stood on the bow of the bastion and glanced around. But if we keep moving, I'm sure it will be hard to miss. Fine, let's go. Ashlock picked a random direction. But then he felt something buzzing in the back of his mind. Turning in the direction he felt the buzzing coming from, he saw Hades' colossal arm moving through the darkness with surprising speed. The Titan then pointed to the ground. Hey, Nox, is that where we need to go? Behind Hades. Hades. Oh, is that the name you gave the Shadow Titan? Nox caught on quickly and squinted at the shadow rift that had been hidden behind Hades. I didn't notice it before because Hades is pulling all the surrounding darkness toward himself, but that looks correct. Float closer, and I can be sure. Ashlock did just that as the bastion tipped downward and descended. Passing through the gap in Hades' legs that felt like a chasm into the abyss, Nox got more excited the closer they got. Yes, this has to be it. Nox clapped her hands. All of the shadow chi in this room and likely the rest of the castle is pouring out of this rift. I bet even someone unattuned to shadow chi would notice it. That's probably why they placed Hades' statue there to obscure it and Anubis as a guard to ward people off. Ashlock replied, just what is this dark throne? That they went to all this effort to hide its existence. Well, whatever it is, I bet it's not left undefended. Nox spread out her arms, and there was an immense pull on the bastion's core as the shadow shield glowed with power. Shields up, it's time to fight. You're getting quick on the uptake. But let me send in Hades first. If there's anything on the other side that can harm or kill him, then there's no chance we will survive if we go through. Nox nodded. Good thinking. Ashlock slowed the bastion down until it was right before the shadow rift that was dozens of times bigger than any of the ones they had seen until now. Hades, go through, Ashlock said through their mental link. The Titan of Darkness complied and shrunk his body to fit through the shadow rift. As his body vanished into the abyss of the rift, Ashlock waited. A while passed, and he didn't feel his connection to the end get cut. Looks like it's at least somewhat safe. Hades has survived in there for a while. Ashlock floated the bastion forward. As the shadow rift swallowed the bastion, the shadow storm surrounding them was torn from his control by the immense current of shadow chi pouring out of the rift. The shadow shield also faltered and began flickering due to the immense pressure. Now entering the Shadow Veil Sanctum's throne room, Ashlock was welcomed by his system, which informed him of his destination, but he was more distracted by the chaos he was seeing before him. The room was just as seemingly endless as the last, as if it had been built for titans rather than people. In the center was a jagged pillar of obsidian jutting out from a whirlpool of darkness in the vague shape of a throne. However, what drew his attention was not the dark throne he had been seeking, but Hades, who was riding the whirlpool's current while ripping apart monsters resembling giant squids. Those are shadow leviathans. Ashlock didn't care what they were called. All he saw was a sacrificial credit buffet. Chapter 338. Laws. Stop. Don't lower the bastion any further, Nox shouted with concern while leaning over the bastion's bow and looking down at the swirling darkness below. Ashlock stopped the bastion's descent. Why? What's wrong? There's something wrong about this whirlpool of shadow chi. Nox pointed at Hades, who was caught up in it along with the shadow leviathans. Hades is unable to escape its pull. Really? Hades, come back to me, Ashlock ordered. The Titan of Darkness glanced up toward the bastion. He twisted the Leviathan in his hands in opposite directions as if trying to wring out a towel. The Leviathan desperately tried to resist as a deep tear in its flesh widened. Hades pulled the monster apart, and it exploded with black blood. The whirlpool of darkness sucked out a string of organs and black blood from the two halves before Hades unceremoniously dropped the corpse into the abyss. Honoring his command to return, Hades tried to float away from the whirlpool, but his body of shadow began to elongate. It's like watching something try to escape the event horizon of a black hole, Ashlock muttered as Hades continued to stretch despite not getting any closer. Okay, stop, Ashlock said as Hades seemed to reach his breaking point. Any more and the pull from the whirlpool would tear him apart. Nox, what is going on? Ashlock asked. It didn't make any sense. Hades was at the 7th stage of the nascent soul realm. How could some swirling shadow chi have such a strong pull that he couldn't escape? I don't know, Nox replied. Her eyes were closed, and Ashlock could feel her prodding the whirlpool with borrowed power from the bastion core. It's definitely shadow chi, but Hades seems incapable of absorbing it. It's as if something has absolute control over it, which shouldn't be possible except in a monarch's domain. I see, Ashlock replied and turned to his system. Hey, system, what is a monarch domain? Ashlock didn't mind admitting ignorance to shadow chi related topics in front of Nox as he wasn't a shadow cultivator. Nevertheless, he couldn't admit to lacking general knowledge if he wanted to preserve whatever image Nox had of him. Monarch realm cultivators can often overlap their inner worlds onto reality. This is known as a monarch domain, as the monarch realm cultivator will have absolute control over their affinity while in this domain. Wait, can I do that? No, you are at the nascent soul realm. Once you reach the monarch realm, you will be capable of expanding your domain. What about my dimensional overlap skill? Isn't that the same thing? Similar concept but different. You can overlap a pocket realm into reality but have no control over the chi. For example, if you used dimensional overlap to manifest a spatial chi realm while fighting a spatial cultivator, they could use the pocket realm's spatial chi to fight you. However, if it were a monarch realm's domain, despite being surrounded by spatial chi, it might as well be water chi for the spatial cultivator, as they would be unable to use it. That's terrifying. Ashlock couldn't imagine being surrounded by chi but unable to use any of it. Just like dying from dehydration while floating adrift on the ocean, surrounded by undrinkable water. Wait, what affinity is my inner world? As of now, if you were capable, your domain would have law over the spatial affinity and lesser control over the daos of water, wind, earth, fire, metal, and soul. What do you mean by law, and why do I have dao over soul? If Stella spent more time studying, she could have taught you these things. Hold on a darn second, Ashlock spiritually squinted at the words floating in his vision. I was wondering where you were pulling all this information. Stella said the celestial library of her bloodline was inside a giant golden tree. Are you also using the crestfallen bloodline's library? Whoever said it was theirs? That's not what I asked, and you know it, Ashlock huffed in frustration. Just give me a straight answer for once. No smiley face. Ashlock hated being kept in the dark by his supposed sidekick, who was supposed to be helping him topple the heavens. How was he supposed to trust something that has so many secrets? Fine, can you tell me about the law and soul Dao thing at least? You have soul Dao, as it's impossible to create a secondary soul and an entire world within your soul without some deep understanding of soul Dao. You wouldn't know that because I'm the one who manages anything that could lead to soul damage. It's the main reason cultivators die during realm ascensions, and I have the knowledge to perform soul techniques perfectly every time, so for both of our survival, I handle it. Ashlock remembered Nox telling him how dangerous her shadow soul technique was because soul damage was nearly impossible to reverse and had a high chance of killing the cultivator if done wrong. There are few second chances when using soul techniques, so few cultivators dare to leap to the next realm of power, even if they have enough chi. System, you annoy me sometimes, but I do have to thank you for handling the soul stuff. Ashlock had done a lot of messing around with his soul. Whether merging his soul with his tree body, fracturing his soul to manifest his powers through his offspring, or forming an inner world. Any one of these could have led to his soul's permanent death if left up to him. You're welcome. As for the law over spatial chi, what are laws to a ruler? Ashlock paused. That was a good question. Let me think. Laws allow those in power to instill order and control over the populace. Right. Correct. And laws concerning affinities work much the same way. If you comprehend an affinity's daos, you have a deep understanding of how it works in relation to reality. The heavens reward this understanding by letting you borrow their control over that dao, for example, Stella with lightning. But Stella doesn't have more control over lightning than someone whose affinity is lightning, does she? No. So daos are sort of below affinities. At least in terms of control over that type of chi. Exactly. Every cultivator has an affinity, such as you with spatial or Nox with shadow. However, what separates you both from monarch realm cultivators is your control over your affinities is not absolute. A stronger cultivator with the same affinity can come along and seize control from you as their understanding of the underlying daos is far greater. After the earlier talk about domains, Ashlock saw where the system was going. If monarch realms had absolute control over a chi type within these domains, it likely had something to do with these laws. This book's true home is on another platform. Check it out there for the real experience. As you have guessed, monarch realm cultivators know the laws of their affinities, giving them absolute control within their domains. What do I need to do in order to comprehend the laws of spatial affinity and form a domain? From what Ashlock had learned, it seemed the only thing separating him from a true monarch realm was the capability of manifesting his inner world as a domain. If he could figure out how to make that leap, he might be able to reach the monarch realm in record time. There are 3 ways. The first is cultivating and listening to heaven's whispers until you obtain absolute understanding. This method takes forever. Most die or turn mad before reaching true enlightenment. Yeah, that sounds terrible. Ashlock agreed. Even as a slothful spirit tree whose existence seemed perfect for cultivation, he disliked connecting with the heavens and spending days trying to understand their nonsense. What are the other ways? The second way is if you got your roots on an origin stone or devoured the origin of Spatial's body, I could extract the law of Spatial and teach it to you. The origins, huh? Ashlock sighed. Why couldn't Morgan be the origin of Spatial? Wait, what was he thinking? He had unleashed his full pressure on her, and she had been utterly unfazed. The likelihood of him managing to kill Morgan, the origin of the void, was even less likely than reaching enlightenment from meditating. Wait, origin stone. What's that? When origins die for whatever reason, their souls are stripped of all their accumulated chi before being reincarnated in a new vessel. This chi is condensed down into a stone left at the location of their death. If nobody finds the stone, origins often revisit their place of death to see if they can quickly regain their cultivation by reabsorbing their past chi. If I found this stone first, I could learn the laws of spatial from it. Yes, and you would likely go up a few stages in the nascent soul realm. Ashlock wondered for a moment why the heavens would make these stones out of the origins when they died instead of letting the chi re-enter the atmosphere when the sinister realization struck him. Cultivators hunt origins, don't they? If they drop such amazing loot like the boss of a video game, there's no way they won't get hunted constantly. In turn, keeping them weak. The heavens will do anything to keep the origins weak. Meditating will take too long, and finding these origins, whether it be their reincarnated vessel or a dropped stone, seems unlikely. They might as well be unicorns. What was the third reason? Inherit the knowledge of the laws from a higher power. Ashlock looked down at the obsidian throne surrounded by the whirlpool of darkness. The words Morgan had told him before she left echoed in his mind. The one who controls the dark throne will lord over the darkness. Nox, don't worry about the whirlpool. We need to get closer to that giant obsidian throne. What? Nox whipped her head around and looked at the tree as if he were crazy. If you are wrong and get caught in that whirlpool, it will drain every last drop of shadow chi from my soul until my soul collapses and I die. The whirlpool is a manifestation of shadow chi law. Hades will never be able to escape unless we take control of this place and free him. Ashlock felt it was worth the risk to save his most powerful ent, whose presence back home would make the Ashfallen sect the region's ruler. Shadow chi law. Nox's eyes widened. I've heard of that before, but I thought it was a myth. Chi law is real. Very real. Monarch realm cultivators are not only rulers of inner worlds, but they also lord over their affinity. Ashlock replied confidently despite only learning about it from his system moments ago. Nox gulped and looked back at the abyss below. Balling up her fists, she seemed to resolve herself as the bastion's bow tilted downward, and they descended toward the obsidian throne within the eye of the abyssal storm of darkness. Even Ashlock felt unnerved as he watched the swirling walls of shadow encircling them spinning around at terrifying speeds. They clung as closely as possible to the titan-sized throne as Nox carefully directed them with her arms spread out, the bastion tilting along with her movements. Finally touching down on the throne seat, the bastion barely fit. Phew, we made it. Nox let out a breath. I wouldn't be so sure that we are safe. Ashlock said as streams of shadow were forcefully drawn off the bastion's shield by the surrounding whirlpool, causing an immense pull on the bastion's core. They couldn't survive down here long. Okay. System, what now? Ashlock asked with slight panic in his tone. Merge the artifact, Dark Throne, created by the Shadow Sovereigns to the Bastion, Nox. How much will it cost? Materials for expansion are already available within the Dark Throne. So the only cost is the standard expansion cost of around 30 sacrificial credits per square meter. Ashlock looked up at the looming throne of obsidian. He wasn't a mathematician, but even he knew this wouldn't be cheap. He had once entertained the idea of turning the whole of Red Vine Peak into one massive bastion but quickly realized the cost of expanding the size of a bastion was no joke. So it will cost 9,000 sacrificial credits to fully integrate with the Dark Throne. You're joking, Ashlock snorted. That was almost as expensive as his ascension to Nascent Soul Realm. What a joke. As cultivators ascend the realms, resources that advance their cultivation become more expensive and even rarer. You are no different, even with my assistance. The other option is to have Nox meditate on the throne until she comprehends the laws of Shadow Chi, but the chance of success is nearly zero before the mystic realm ends and she is forcefully brought out. Ashlock was so frustrated reading the system's logical arguments that he overlooked a shadow leviathan emerging from the swirling darkness and wrapping its tentacles around the bastion's shield. What in the nine realms? Nox's confused shout and firing of Shadow Chi drew Ashlock's attention to the foe. Oh shit! On instinct, Ashlock directed the withering mass of void tendrils and corrosive vines from his abyssal devourer skill up through the shield. He wrapped them around and pierced the leviathan before it even knew what was happening. The monster let out an ear-piercing screech as the tendrils dug into its flesh like harpoons and drained it of life force and chi. Due to the sheer number of tendrils and vines devouring the monster alive, it barely lasted a minute despite its size. Plus 768 SC. Ashlock saw the notification of sacrificial credits along with a rush of chi. That thing was in the nascent soul realm. Ashlock said in disbelief. It was definitely in the lower stages because it had been easier to kill than Anubis or Hades. Ashlock, we should lower the shield. Nox suggested as another leviathan bigger than the last emerged from the darkness like an eldritch spaceship, it's attracting the monsters. No, this is what we want. Ashlock shot down that idea as he used the same method as before to devour the unsuspecting shadow leviathan attracted by the bastion like a moth to a flame. Plus 870 SC. System, how many credits do I have now? Idolatry daily sign in system. Day. 3626. Daily credit. 60. Sacrifice credit. 3760. Sign in. Almost 4000. I could do a lot with these credits. Can you outline what I would gain from merging Nox's bastion with the Dark Throne for 9000 credits? Surely, it has to be worth that obscene price. Nox, and in turn, the bastion, would gain absolute control over Shadow Chi after absorbing the latent Shadow Chi law stored within the Dark Throne. Nox would also experience a large boost in cultivation as her comprehension of Shadow Chi transcends. This would put her on a direct path to reaching the Monarch realm. Finally, Nox would become one with this pocket realm, making it hers. Wait, the pocket realm will become hers. Does that mean she won't get forcefully removed after the mystic realm ends? That is correct. Ashlock looked around at the shadow pocket realm. Anything Nox gained control of, he also got as she was his bastion. If she had authority over this pocket realm, so did he. With my groves, I can produce good conditions for cultivation, but nothing would compare to a place like this. Ashlock's mind spun with possibilities. It was one thing to be allowed to visit random pocket realms each month for a short time, but it was a whole other thing to own a pocket realm, especially one of this level. Since his ethereal roots were connected to Nox, he wouldn't even need to spend chi to open portals to send people here. They could simply step through an ethereal route. If I could find mortals attuned to shadow affinity and had them cultivate here, their cultivation would increase rapidly. I think I just decided on the main affinity for the cult of the all-seeing eyes higher ups, Ashlock mused as two more shadow leviathans floated out of the darkness. The cost of the merger was ridiculous, but so were the rewards. But it might just be possible. Because the system is giving me credits based on being at the first stage of the nascent soul realm, as my soul fragment has yet to remerge with my soul, this is a rare opportunity to farm a lot of credits against weaker nascent soul realm monsters. Not to mention, the divine stock market can double or even triple any credits I get in here. Plus 665 SC. Plus 743 SC. Things were starting to get ridiculous, and he was all for it. Chapter 339. Sin of Gluttony. Misery loves company, and so does death, apparently, Ashlock mused as he watched another shadow leviathan's corpse melt into a gloop against the bastion's shield as it was devoured by his void tendrils and vines. These monsters weren't weak by any stretch of the imagination, but the swirling abyss of shadow law around them was a double-edged sword. It trapped them here. Ashlock and Nox couldn't gaze into the abyss to see the enemies coming. However, the same was true for the shadow leviathans. All these monsters knew was that there was a glowing blob of shadow chi waiting to be absorbed, so they moved toward it, unaware of what awaited them, a swift and brutal death to the void. Plus 287. Idolatry daily sign in system. Day. 3626. Daily credit. 60. Sacrifice credit. 6450. Sign in. The number of them appearing has greatly slowed down, and the latest seems to be in the Star Core realm, Ashlock muttered as he looked at his sign-in menu. Did I really already kill all of the nascent Soul Realm ones? I still need over 2,500 credits to reach the 90,000 I need for the Bastion to merge with the Dark Throne. At this rate, Ashlock paused as he suddenly felt an immense pull on his soul as golden words flashed into existence in his vision, interrupting his seafood feast. Time until sundown 0:00. No, wait, but his plea fell on deaf ears. His time had run out. The sun had set, and it was time for his soul to return. His soul fragment detached from Nox and was pulled back to Red Vine Peak through his ethereal roots. As his soul fragment slotted in and fused with the rest of his soul, he had to go through the uncomfortable experience of once again feeling whole. Despite being apart, he still shared memories with his soul fragment. Otherwise, when using the Progeny Dominion S skill, a very different and confused version of him would fuse with his offspring. However, the experiences through his soul fragment felt very detached, almost like watching a movie. It wasn't until the soul fragment merged with his soul that those memories became real to him. If Nox had died with his soul shard inside the realm, he would have lost those memories he had inside, and they would seem like a fading dream at best, almost like the visions he had of the past world tree. The moment his soul fragment fully returned and clicked into place, once again making him whole, golden words appeared over the divine flesh tree. Brace for soul expansion. Attempting to convert and absorb % units of shadow chi from soul fragment. What? A mere few seconds ago, he had been engaged in a battle to the death against a wave of leviathans in the eye of a shadow chi law storm while trying to seize control over a pocket dimension from a group called the Shadow Sovereigns. Now, he was back in his soul, gazing down at his inner world. It seemed so peaceful here compared to the insanity of the Shadow Pocket realm. There were no monsters here, just endless meadows of grass that swayed in the soft wind of his wind Dao. For a moment, Ashlock took in the serenity of the place and let his consciousness relax. He didn't realize how stressful that last few hours in the pocket realm had been. However, the peace didn't last long. The system hadn't been joking when it told him to brace for a soul expansion, as his entire soul began to tremble as if it were experiencing a dimensional earthquake. System, what the hell is happening? Ashlock yelled as he saw thin cracks appearing along the surface of his inner world, and a flood of shadow chi poured out the gaps as if there were burst water pipes. Inner world absorption rate deemed too low to safely absorb all % units of chi at once without risk of triggering a supernova. Searching for solutions. Could you hurry up the search for solutions a little? Ashlock pleaded as his inner world continued to quake and fracture under the immense amount of chi pouring out of the soul fragment from everything he devoured in the mystic realm. He had gone up multiple stages before, and the system had never had a problem. Just how much chi had he absorbed while in that shadow realm? He squinted at the message in search of answers, but the units of measurement the system was using didn't seem to make sense to him, as they appeared to be jumbled symbols. Ashlock had once believed the system to be all-powerful, but over time, he had learned it was far from that. The sacrificial credits he gained from devouring things were like tokens he could exchange with the system for rewards. The system would then use the energy from the souls he devoured to perform the miracles he saw as gotcha pulls. Now that they had a more transactional relationship, he understood the system's limits. It couldn't outright break the rules of heaven. There was a reason cultivation was usually a slow process. Like training a muscle, expanding one's soul to reach the next stage took a long time and consistent effort. But he often skipped stages by relying on his system to expand his soul safely and rapidly. System. Ashlock asked but got no response. He could see the system was hard at work, trying to keep his inner world together and wielding divine energy to block the shadow chi from the giant forest of flesh trees that encircled the divine flesh tree and represented all of the SC he had worked so hard to get in the shadow realm. Okay, Ashlock, think. If you were the system, what would you do? Ashlock recalled sci-fi shows where an engineer would have to reroute power through a ship to power shields or something during a battle. It was weird to think of himself as a spaceship, but weirdly, his biology wasn't that far off. If the immense amount of shadow chi is too much to convert and process all at once, I need to find somewhere to store it so I can spread out the process over a longer period. Ashlock looked at his inner world, which looked on the verge of fracturing as the shadow chi tried to escape the confines and spread into the rest of his soul. What could possibly store this much chi? Maybe my offspring. Ashlock did have many vast forests of offspring spread across the land that he often pulled on in times of need to supplement his chi reserves, but passing chi back to them was a whole different story. Forcing nascent soul realm level shadow chi onto his children sounded like a great way to overwhelm their souls and kill them. Especially the ones that already had star cores of different affinities. My offspring can't handle this. What about the mountain? No, that doesn't even make any sense. If it was an entire mountain of empty spirit stones, I could use it as a sort of battery, but that isn't the case. The mountain is mostly rock held together with earth chi, divine energy, and my roots. Ashlock paused. If I could find a way to convert it all into spatial chi, I could temporarily store it in my roots. But that won't work if it stays as shadow chi, as my roots can only handle spatial chi. What a joke. There's no way I can convert all of this chi before my inner world explodes. Shit, what can I do? A dome of divine energy began to surround the divine flesh tree as what could only be described as a tsunami of shadow slammed into it, washing up the dome and almost cresting the top. Ashlock, help me. Give me a second. I'm thinking. Ashlock hadn't ever expected the day would come when the system that seemed like a godly existence would rely on him. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. He had always believed that rewards and power would come as long as he devoured all who stood in his way. If Stella was the sin of pride, had he become the sin of gluttony? This was the first time he had encountered the repercussions of being a glutton, and it was hard for him to think straight, with his soul breaking apart before his eyes. Fucking hell. Surely there is something I can do. Ashlock tried to bring up his status menu, but with his system fighting to keep his nascent soul alive, nothing appeared. Weirdly, he felt he could still use all of his system granted skills, mutations, and more despite being unable to see them as a list. Nice to know those skills and whatnot are considered mine rather than being borrowed power. Wait, that's not important right now. There's gotta be some cultivator bullshit I can do. Worst case, he could dispel the chi into the surroundings or even hand it off to the world tree, but then he wouldn't benefit from the leap in cultivation. There had to be something he could do. Glancing around his soul, he searched for somewhere to offload the chi when he had a sudden idea. Hold on, when I ascended to nascent soul realm, didn't my soul type change from amethyst to the 9 moons? Hey, system, you never really said what the benefit of that was besides the fact I could unlock other affinities in the future with divine fragments. Ashlock knew he was grasping at straws at this point, but he was desperate. Is there anything we can do with the moons? Stolen content warning. This content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. The divine flesh tree suddenly lit up like a beacon of raw power, drawing in the rampaging shadow chi flooding the surface of his inner world toward itself. The divine shield barely held off the surge. Just what was his system doing? That could work. His system said before it switched to its more formal way of speaking, activating soul type 9 moons and distributing excess chi to the 9 moons. The dreamscape appeared as if a curtain had been lifted to reveal a distorted cosmic show, and the 9 moons took center stage from the horizon until his soul's zenith. The 8 blank moons began to glow with pale light that kept intensifying as if someone was turning up the brightness until it got so intense that they shot down concentrated beams of light as if they were circular mirrors redirecting the sun to incinerate ants. Rampaging shadow chi was sucked from the surface of his inner world by these light beams in streams, and within minutes, the quaking stopped, and he felt relief. The 8 moons now had storms of darkness rampaging across their surface and the usual soft healing glow he was used to was gone. Phew, that was close. Good job, system. Ashlock praised his partner in crime for coming in clutch and saving him from a self-inflicted supernova with his vague idea. Looking down at his inner world, it was still a mess and in serious need of repair. The fissures along the surface ran deep, and the careful balance of dows that kept the inner world functioning was out of balance. Fire tornadoes clashed with torrential hail from immense storms that swept the once serene meadows that now resembled hell. The divine energy dome faded, revealing the divine flesh tree that was thankfully unharmed and able to shrug off the dows fighting for dominance. Is this how the heavens felt when it needed to get the origins under control? Ashlock mused as he saw the system flex its might to dispel the chaos around it. The damage to the inner world and your soul is immense. Furthermore, your recovery will be slow while storing chi on the 8 moons lacking in affinity. Just how much chi did I devour to cause this disaster? Enough to cause a supernova that would wipe out everything from here to Sleemir faster than someone could blink. And that's enough chi to almost kill me. Call him arrogant, but if there was one thing his body had been great at until now, it was wielding an ungodly amount of chi. Whether it be how large his soul was compared to humans or his ability to pull in chi from his offspring. He found it hard to believe his main advantage had almost been his downfall. The amount of chi was a problem, but there were other factors that caused me to lose control. Such is your inner world lacking any shadow chi Dao, so it reacted violently. I also couldn't forcefully convert it all into spatial chi at once as your soul is at a lower stage than the chi you absorbed. Ashlock had believed absorbing higher level chi with his weaker soul fragment to be an exploit, and the system would reward him more once his soul fragment remerged with his soul. Such logic would have worked if his system was a godly entity far above him, but that was not the case. My greed caused this. Ashlock sighed. Sorry, system. Is there a way we can fix this? I can fix everything if you enter hibernation with Nocturnal Genesis active for 5 days and nights. While you are asleep, I will convert the chi from the moons to spatial and then absorb the chi, freeing them from the darkness blocking their soul healing light. By the time you wake, you will be healed and more powerful than ever. Wait, hold on, Ashlock said, 5 whole days and nights. That will take me to the end of the mystic realm. What about Nox? I left her alone in that realm surrounded by leviathans. I also wanted to check on the others. Is there no way we can delay this until after the mystic realm is done? He also still needed 2,500 credits for Nox to learn Shadow Chi Law. The Shadow Realm had shown a decline in credit earnings, so he debated venturing into other realms to get the needed credits. The timing would be too tight if he was locked out until the last day. With your soul in such a sorry state, performing progeny dominion is too dangerous, let alone multiple times in a week. Ashlock sighed. The system was, unfortunately, right. Even he could see from a glance that trying to find an area of his soul that wasn't too damaged to extract a soul fragment for the skill would be impossible. Okay. Put me to sleep, he said with great reluctance. Good night. Idolatry Daily Sign in System. Day 3631. Daily Credit 65. Sacrifice Credit 6450. Sign in. Ashlock groggily awoke on the last full day of the mystic realm. He had experienced the strangest dreams as memories merged together in the wrongest ways, likely because of how fractured his soul had been. He looked beyond his trunk at the sunrise and enjoyed the feeling of sunlight cresting over the distant mountains, landing on his canopy and warming him this winter morning. Once he felt a little more awake to face reality, he retreated into his soul to check on the situation. Whoa, when the hell did this happen? His inner world had expanded and was easily twice as big as before. The divine flesh tree that had seemed to dominate half the world now seemed more reasonably sized in comparison. Just how many stages did I go up? Demonic demi-divine tree, age 9. Nascent soul realm, 4th stage. Soul type 9 moons, spatial. Oh, here we are. Wait, really? Ashlock had expected to go up a stage or two at least, but 3 whole stages in one go. It almost seemed worth the whole ordeal the system went through to convert it all. Looking up at the 9 moons, there were no shadows on their perfect surfaces, and he could feel their soul-healing energies. The inner world was also devoid of fissures leaking chi. There appeared to be some surface-level damage to the floating islands he had built for the cult, and one seemed to have crashed during the debacle. Nothing Douglas can't fix, Ashlock mumbled as he wrapped the ruins in spatial chi and floated them back into the sky. He also checked on Stella's home and was surprised to find it intact. Don't worry. I protected it from the storms and made sure the land it sat on was unaffected by the inner world's expansion. Thank you, and good morning. System, Ashlock said, barely holding back a yawn. That had been the most intense sleep he had ever experienced. I still have a day left for the mystic realm, right? That is correct, and your soul is healed enough to perform progeny dominion again. Ashlock hummed in acknowledgement and opened his menus to once again select Nox. It was time to revisit the Shadow Veil Sanctum. Of course, he took a brief second to check Stella's pocket dimension in the menu and was pleased to see she was still alive. Okay, let's go. Progeny selected. Initiating soul transfer. Thank the heavens you are back. Nox cried tears of darkness as she hugged the tree with her avatar. I thought I was going to die. Not very stoic for a tree, Ashlock chuckled as he looked around, but he could hardly blame her. There was a literal pile of dead shadow leviathans so high it left the bastion's shield, and by their vicious wounds, it was clear each one had been fought to the death in a great battle over a long time. How can a tree be stoic when it can't run away from death? Nox retorted as she released her grip and placed her hands on her hips. I've never felt more helpless in my life. Being a tree is horrifying. Without these ents and endless chi, I would have surely died. Ashlock saw that all 3 void ents were running on fumes despite being plugged into the bastion via black roots. Anubis wasn't much better as he couldn't absorb the shadow chi law swirling around them, so he was also running on empty. Looks like I arrived just in time, Ashlock said as the void lake expanded, and he began devouring the pile of corpses. Nox nodded vigorously. Yes, you certainly did. Connection complete. Time till sundown 107. Well, this is concerning, Ashlock mused while intently watching the swirling abyss. It was quiet. Too quiet. After devouring the pile of corpses and killing a few more, he had gained a little under 2,000 credits. Idletree daily sign in system. Day. 3,631. Daily credit. 65. Sacrifice credit. 8,340. Sign in. An amount he would have been happy with in the past, but with the end of the mystic realm approaching, he was at a loss. Since he was now in the 4th stage of the nascent soul realm, Star Core realm monsters barely gave him anything. I still need around 700 more credits, but there are no more leviathans. Did I really already eat them all? Ashlock began to grow frustrated. He couldn't move Nox to another pocket realm in search of monsters, and he couldn't recast Progeny Dominion, as his soul was already fragmented. There were still the statues in the other room, but they would take too long to devour, and he didn't think they would be worth many credits to him. So, how the hell was he supposed to get the last credits he needed? I could try and go after the Celestial Warden. He is in the mid stages of the nascent soul realm, so he should give enough credits. Vincent Nitros is also another option. Ashlock realized that other than himself, he could count the people worth eating on one hand, well, if he had a hand. All of those people are well guarded, and all of my people are still in the mystic realm. I am still quite limited in what I can do from range, especially without a bastion to exert my power through. Darn it. Ashlock pondered for a while longer as he watched the timer ticking down in the corner of his vision. Would he really have to say goodbye to having Nox inherit the Dark Throne? Man, it's hard to be mad considering all the things I gained from this mystic realm, but damn it. Ents, chi, and credits can come anytime. These inheritances are way more important than any of those. Ashlock grumbled as he absent-mindedly looked at his inner world. The divine flesh tree suddenly flared up with divine energy, catching him off guard. System. What's going on? I don't know. There's a massive influx of divine energy from your worshippers. Did you do something? Divine energy flowed down the tree in a flood and was absorbed by the sacrificial credit forest. Ashlock watched in awe as the fleshy trees multiplied in real time. The growth was far more than what he had seen after the service he put on for the mortals and showed off. The forest, which consisted of over 8,000 trees, greedily absorbed the divine energy and began to double in size. It was a divine miracle. Forget the Dark Throne. He could afford skill and mutation upgrades as well. Warning. Voidstorm Aegis triggered and failed to kill the intruder. Requesting intervention. Ashlock's joy evaporated. That was an S-grade defensive skill that used Void Lightning. Anything that could survive that was bad news. His vision shifted, and he spread his spiritual senses to encompass Red Vine Peak. Who could it be? Had Vincent finally made his appearance? Instead of Vincent Nitros or an army of cultivators awaiting him, he saw a single figure standing on his mountain peak, unfazed by the void lightning striking them. Who the hell? The weirdest part was the clothes they wore. A black cloak embroidered with a red eye, the uniform of his cult, the all-seeing eye. Was this person the cause of the sudden influx of divine energy? Just what did they do? Chapter 340. Tartarus. Ashlock noticed the void lightning was not simply being shrugged off by the mysterious figure wearing his cult's garments. It was coiling around their body, meaning one thing: they had seized control of his void lightning. A feat only possible by someone who knew void chi law and had a higher cultivation level than him. Considering nobody on this layer of creation with void affinity should be able to ascend to nascent soul realm, let alone monarch realm where most learned how to wield their affinity's laws, that left only one person it could be. Is that your attention I feel prickling down the back of my neck? The figure said as they pulled back their hood to reveal silky black hair, eyes blacker than an abyss, and flawless skin. She was a woman who was as beautiful as she was dangerous. A person who had been there since the start and seen it all, the origin of the void. Morrigan, what are you doing here? Ashlock said as he stopped his Voidstorm Aegis S from targeting her. It didn't cost 10% of his chi per lightning strike like in the past when he had been in the Star Core realm, but it was still a costly technique. Each strike taking around 1% of his chi reserves. Am I not allowed to be here? Morrigan asked, tilting her head. Was the barrage of void lightning not clear enough? Ashlock retorted. Oh, this. Morrigan opened her palm and made the void lightning harmlessly gather in a stack of silently crackling rings. I thought you were giving me a welcome gift. Did you really? Ashlock said as sarcastically as possible. His clear distaste for her presence dripped from every word. He did not want her here at all. Morgan snorted and absorbed the void chi. No. But since we are friends, I decided to delude myself. We are not friends, Ashlock corrected the origin. Morgan ignored him. After all, you wouldn't strike me down for simply coming to say hi, right? Especially after I just did you a tremendous favor. Ashlock remembered the sudden influx of divine energy arriving moments before Morgan appeared. Just what had she done while wearing his cult's clothes? What was the favor? Morgan went to sit on the bench. Well, you see. Don't sit there. That's Stella's bench, Ashlock said. Morgan paused mid-motion as she was about to take a seat. Frowning, she straightened up and crossed her arms while glaring up Ashlock, who loomed over her. I left you in the Shadow Realm to go and assist your sect members, as I know they are important to you. I plan to save a few of them from certain death to prove we can work together. And how did that go? Terrible. Morgan threw up her hands. Finding your sect members in the endless sea of pocket realms was a nightmare. I did find a few of those monsters you have living in your mountain. I believe they were called mudcloaks. Anyway, I don't know what demonic god created those terrors, but I have never seen such one-sided conquest over pocket realms before. Those poor turtles didn't stand a chance. Ashlock had questions. Many questions. He mostly let the mudcloaks do their own thing. Outfitting Jeb as a walking military base with weapons was one thing, but outright conquering pocket realms in a planned manner that even scared the origin of the void that had seen all history has to offer. Now, that was suspicious. Maybe I should make the mudcloaks wear cult uniforms. At least that way, I will receive divine energy while they commit war crimes. Ashlock muttered to himself. His brand as a deity was already questionable at best, so he was willing to lend his name to various ventures if it resulted in divine energy. Morgan let out a long sigh. I tried and failed to find any of your sect members that needed my help. I was about to give up and admit I couldn't find a way to earn your trust when I returned home and encountered a problem that gave me a great idea. Ashlock wasn't sure if Morgan should be quite this open about her failed schemes. Though, to be fair, it did make her feel a little more trustworthy but incompetent at the same time. Or was that all part of her plan? This is why he hated hard to read people like Morgan the most. What was your great idea? Ashlock asked. He was terribly curious about the devious scheme and origin devised that resulted in this immense influx of divine energy. Morgan slowly walked around the bench, trailing her finger along its backrest worn down by the elements. You tasked me with defending Sleimir, keeping the death of the Voidman Grand Elder and Elders a secret from those that are left of my family, and to fend off the Skyrend family. Ashlock didn't like where this was going. Just what problem did she encounter that gave her an idea? When I returned, I discovered those Skyrend dogs had sneakily brought in reinforcements from other families, wiped out most of my remaining family, and were heading towards Sleimir. So, I finally figured out how to be helpful. I would restore balance to the battlefield. Alarm bells started going off in Ashlock's head. If he had learned anything from the Worldwalkers, it was that old monsters, especially those attuned to the void, only had one answer to problems. Violence. Morgan's finger paused, and she looked up with a slight smirk hanging on her lips. A simple task, but someone had to do it. Otherwise, Sleimir would have fallen while you were distracted. To level the battlefield and give the dregs of my family a chance to hold off a little longer, all I had to do was kill their Grand Elder Demetrios Skyrend and most of their elders. Plus, I always found that heaven-loving bastard an eyesore, so it was like killing two birds with one stone. Ashlock felt his world freeze as the implications of what she just said set in. The Blood Lotus sect was in a careful state of balance, which Ashlock had been trying to maintain for as long as possible. Killing Demetrios Skyrend, head of one of the most influential and powerful families in the sect, would be a perfect way to throw everything into chaos. Tell me you are joking. Killing the elders is one thing, but Grand Elder Demetrios Skyrend. Did you really kill him? Morgan stuck her nose in the air as if she were enjoying his disbelief. Yes, that heaven-loving bastard is dead. I void stepped to the battlefield, killed Demetrios Skyrend and a dozen of his elders, and then left. All within a minute. It was chi-intensive, but now the battle should continue for a little longer. Helpful, right? Ashlock was confused. Nothing about that was helpful. On the contrary, it was outright detrimental to his plans. In fact, the only positive to take from this was the divine energy he had gained, but she hadn't mentioned anything about it during her reasoning. Hold on. Morgan doesn't know anything about my plans or the runnings of the sector cult. Ashlock realized. It wasn't her fault that she had a skewed view of what was helpful. He had kept her in the dark to try and avoid problems, but holding back information seemed to have been a bad idea when involving an origin that would naturally have a very different view from him on how to solve issues. Now that he thought about it more, why she was wearing his cult's clothes was even more confusing, as he never remembered her showing interest in joining. Where did you get that cloak? Not quite the reaction I expected, considering who I killed. Morgan frowned as she looked down at the cloak and pulled at its fabric. This thing. Just some cloak I got for free from a very enthusiastic woman in Ashfallen City while I was wandering around. She said it was free so long as I spread the name of their clothing brand, the All-Seeing Eye or something. I wasn't really listening. Ashlock couldn't believe what he was hearing. She hadn't intended to join his cult at all. Did that mean the surge in divine energy was simply dumb luck from a misunderstanding involving a powerhouse? So you accepted the cloak and decided to wear it while killing Demetrios Skyrend. Why? I wanted to hide my identity when I interfered with the war and killed the Skyrend Grand Elder. Which is a problem, mind you, because my wardrobe is quite iconic, dare I say. Morgan snapped her fingers, and her outfit changed in a flash of silver light to a rather daring midnight black dress that flowed down to her heels. She also wore knee-high tights, and Ashlock could now see why she said her outfit was iconic. It would definitely draw some eyes. If you encounter this narrative on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. Morgan grinned as she gave a twirl. See. Iconic. So, I was hunting for new clothes and saw many people wearing the All-Seeing Eye brand, which I had never seen in Sleemere before, meaning it's a Darklight City region exclusive, so tracking me down to Sleemere would be hard if I wore a cloak from them. Did you mention the clothing brand's name during the killing? Of course I did. I got it for free, and I promised the sweet girl who gave me the cloak that I would spread the name of her business. Morgan said, almost offended, as if he had questioned her nature as a person. Ashlock would facepalm if he could. Morgan, the All-Seeing Eye isn't a clothing brand, Ashlock sighed, it's a cult. Really? Morgan snorted in disbelief. Never heard of them, and I guess I never will again after pretending to be one of their members while killing. Whoops. Ashlock wondered if there was nothing but a void between her ears. If the All-Seeing Eye had been a clothing brand, her directing the Skyrend family's anger toward them to cover her tracks would have resulted in problems for the sweet girl who gave her the free cloak. Not to mention, void wasn't exactly a common affinity. It wouldn't be hard to guess who was the culprit. Morgan frowned, unaware of Ashlock's judgment. But to think they managed to convince such a sweet girl to handle recruitment. What a devilish marketing strategy. Let me tell you, I've run into a fair number of cults over the years and have never seen one recruit off the street like that in all my life. I mean, I even saw mortals wearing their clothes. Morgan shook her head as if it were the most ridiculous thing she had ever seen. They are a cult. Really? Cults usually sacrifice children in blood rituals to their gods, in exchange for power, not give out free things in the street to passers-by. Yes, I'm sure of it. Ashlock felt tired, so tired. He let out an irritated sigh. I'm so sure because the All-Seeing Eye is my cult. They worship me. Quote. There was a long, drawn-out, awkward silence. You have a cult. Morgan eventually broke the silence as she stared up at his canopy. The corner of her lip twitched as if she held something back with all her might. Yes. He was unsure how to answer such a question. You. A cult. What's so hard to believe about me having a cult? Morgan couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. That has to be the cutest thing I've ever heard. Oh heavens, my sides hurt. She was fully buckled over, using the bench's backrest for support. Cults are for idiots. Those fools believe that godly deities care about them at all. I could never have imagined there would be an even bigger group of fools willing to pray to a weak spirit tree posing as a deity. Lilac flames and divine energy roared to life in a grand pillar that touched the clouds and wreathed Ashlock as he smacked Morgan on the head with the entire weight of his presence, which had increased dramatically with his recent leap in cultivation. She lost her balance and kneeled over, eating the dirt, which silenced her laughter and made her grunt as she tried and failed to stand. Who said I was posing as a deity? I may be weak now in comparison, but soon I will be above them. Ashlock flexed his power a little more, lighting the entire peak with a divine glow. In the void, you may be an origin, one of, if not the strongest existence. But in heaven's carefully woven reality, you are nothing before a deity, even a demi-one like me. Morgan gasped out as she spat blood on the purple grass. Ashlock relaxed his presence all at once. The mountain peak stopped glowing as intensely, and the grand pillar of soul flames reduced to a causal flicker across his bark. As becoming enemies does neither of us any good, especially if we are both origins and therefore share a common goal, Ashlock said as Morgan staggered to her feet and wiped her mouth. You are godly in the void. You made that much clear when you toyed with my soul fragment. But I am a deity, and immune to the void. You can't kill me, but I can kill you. Morgan clicked her tongue. You sure about that? There's other ways to kill a deity, you know. Ashlock's trunk slowly split open to reveal his demonic eye, and he glared at Morgan. As expected, she appeared as nothing but a blob of void in his demonic sight. In fact, he wasn't even sure if Morgan counted as having a body. She seemed closer to a vessel made entirely of void chi. If that were the case, he had nothing to fear. Morgan was bluffing. Try me, Ashlock said defiantly. Even when a Voidmend Elder had gone supernova inside his soul, it had only made him stronger. The problem was that he didn't want to kill Morgan. As an origin, she would be reborn on death as she likely had been many thousands of times before. If he were to kill her right now, she would become an immortal cockroach villain who could kill his sect members at any time while rocking a new identity, as even. After rebirth, she would remember how she died. Of course, she would have to cultivate from scratch again unless she managed to retrieve her origin stone, but that wasn't the point. For the safety of his sect members, Void was too dangerous of an affinity to make an enemy out of. Shown by how effortlessly she had apparently killed the Skyren family's top dogs. Morgan stared into his eye for a long time before eventually grinning. You're an interesting one, you know that, right? People have told me that before, yes. Morgan nodded as if confirming something she had decided on her own. She held out her hand in an open palm. Friends. The ground split apart, and a black root, a person-thick ending in a spike, emerged like a snake. Ashlock rested the rip of the spike in Morgan's palm. Allies for now, possible friends in the future. Morgan shook his root. Cautious as always. He had to be. He already had trust issues without a heavenly contract, but this was an immortal being who was likely older than even Senior Lee. How much did a promise of friendship really mean to someone who had seen as much as Morgan? It was hard to imagine where her values and priorities lay as she had simply lived such a long and unique life. Morgan withdrew her hand and scratched the back of her head awkwardly. Sorry about drawing attention to you with the whole telling them about the cult thing. Don't worry. This time, it turned out quite helpful. I got quite a lot of divine energy from your antics. It seems you scared the hell out of them while under my cult's name, Ashlock said, deliberately not explaining how his system worked. It was common knowledge that deities got stronger the more they were worshipped, but he had no plan to disclose how much more it benefited him compared to a typical deity. Morgan exhaled an exaggerated sigh of relief. That's good to hear, darling. I feared I'd made a blunder. She began to walk away from the bench with a slight spring in her step. Now that we have come to an agreement, I will return to Sleemir. That fight took a lot out of this body of mine, so I must spend time recovering. Snapping her fingers, Morgan vanished into the void. She is finally gone, Ashlock muttered as he looked to the distant mountains and saw the bottom of the sun kissing the mountain peaks. Dusk was upon him as night drew near. Time until sundown 052. Ashlock's vision blurred as he returned to the Shadow Vale sanctum. He didn't have time to check on his inner world to see if the flesh trees had finished multiplying, so he brought up his system menu. Idle tree daily sign in system. Day 3631. Daily credit 65. Sacrifice credit 16,680. Sign in. It was a ridiculous number of credits. As always, the temptation to say fuck it and do a gotcha draw festered at the back of his mind, but Ashlock resisted. He had a dark throne to claim, a shadow chi law to inherit, and a shadow realm to own. Merge the artifact, Dark Throne, created by the Shadow Sovereigns to the Bastion, Nox, for 9,000 credits. Yes, Ashlock said and watched the number drop in an instant from 16,680 to a comparatively small 7,680. Tendrils of shadow spread out like fingers, and the bastion began to melt into the titanic obsidian throne that dominated the eye of the abyssal storm. Assimilation of shadow chi law commencing. Nox's avatar collapsed to her knees, clutching her head, and her tree body erupted with shadow soul fire. Seizing control of the pocket realm, Shadow Vale Sanctum, created by the Elder Thalian of the Shadow Sovereigns. A while passed, and Ashlock nervously watched the timer tick down to the last minute before sundown. Dark Throne assimilated. Please choose a new name for the pocket realm. Finally. Wait. Name. Ashlock had expected to seize a level of control over the pocket realm, but outright stealing it to the point he got to rename it. This was beyond his wildest expectations. Now that he knew names held power, the question was, what should he name it? I choose Tartarus. It was the name given to the abyss used to imprison the gods. Ashlock decreed, that will be this place's name. Acknowledged. You are now in possession of Tartarus. Tartarus. Description. A forbidden enclave once used by the Shadow Sovereigns as their hidden training ground and fortress. Now under the control of the demonic demi-divine tree Ashlock. Chi level. Nascent soul first stage. Environment. Hostile. Monsters. True. Current occupants. 2. Edit Tartarus. Not now. Ashlock dismissed the notifications and spread out his spiritual sight through the bastion that was now fused with the throne. Compared to the disabling darkness from before, he was now able to see everything. Reaching into the abyss, he pulled Hades out. The Ent was in a sorry state. With its chi drained, it had been reduced to its crystal state, and it seemed the bastion hadn't been the only target of the shadow leviathans, as Hades was missing many of his tentacles. Nothing Ashlock couldn't fix by plugging the Ent in with a black root, but it would take a while for his most powerful Ent to fully recover. Would have been chi intensive too. If not for all this, Ashlock mentally grinned at the surrounding shadow chi law that had been a horrifying prison and was now a source of power under his control. Ashlock wanted to explore his new powers some more, but life had other plans. Time until sundown 000. His soul fragment was once again forcefully pulled and remerged with his inner world. Thankfully, there was no life-threatening amount of chi this time, so he could relax. Ashlock watched the tip of the sun vanish below the horizon, and despite it being the end of the day, he was far too excited to sleep. He had over 7,000 credits to spend, and in the morning, the mystic realm would end, and his sect members would return. I can't wait to see how everyone has grown. Ashlock stared at the celestial fog on the mountain peak. A mere week had passed, yet so much had happened. Whether he liked it or not, things were about to get a whole lot more interesting. But first, time to upgrade some skills. Chapter 341. Evil Eye. Ashlock's leaves rustled in the chilly winter breeze as the sun set and the sky became a seemingly endless sea of stars. It was breathtakingly beautiful, and Ashlock knew that somewhere out there in the vast cosmos under the heavens, his sect members were doing their best in pocket realms to achieve their own goals and dreams. In the stifling silence left in their absence, he awaited their return by distracting himself by mulling over a problem unique to him: how to spend his credits on his increasingly growing list of skills and mutations. For once, he had a rather large budget of 7,680 sacrificial credits due to his antics in the Shadow Realm getting multiplied by Morrigan's slaughter, and he also had far more options than ever regarding what to do with them. Upgrading skills and mutations was twice as expensive as an equivalent grade gacha pull, but it guaranteed that he would gain something useful for his current situation. Meanwhile, if he signed in with all the credits he had right now, he would get an SSS grade draw that could change the whole game. There was also now a third option. Do nothing and let the credits multiplied you to the divine stock market. But that was boring, and there weren't massive results due to diminishing returns the more credits he had, unless he got someone to do something as ridiculous as slaughtering the Skyrend family while wearing his cult clothes to generate an obscene amount of divine energy. Ashlock may have gotten a huge boost in power from the mystic realm, but he still wasn't strong enough to let credits sit around idly. His Ents had high cultivation levels, but Ents were comparatively weaker than cultivators at the same cultivation stage due to their lack of techniques and being even more simple-minded than monsters. On the topic of his personal power, Ashlock's jump in cultivation had been considerable, but he was still below many powerhouses. Apart from his unique biology, what gave him a tremendous advantage over the other powerhouses was his system, which gave him skills, summons, mutations, and items at the price of having to spend his sacrificial credits. He had also gained control over a pocket realm, but it was unclear how that would affect his combat power as he hadn't gotten a chance to explore its capabilities yet. This was easier when I only had the binary choice of to sign in or not, Ashlock hummed as he glanced over the floating list of skills and mutations in his mind for the 10th time since the sunset. He had already narrowed down a few options he liked and was now debating between them. System, can you highlight this one and this one? Oh, and this one. Demonic demi-divine tree, age, 9. Nascent soul realm, 4th stage. Soul type, 9 moons, spatial. Mutations. Demonic eye, B. Blood sap, C. Summons. Herald of the Divine Ash. Larry S. Midnight Ink Lindworm. Kata, B. Skills. Skyborn Bastion, SSS. Necroflora Sovereign, SS. Mystic Realm, S. Progeny Dominion, S. Dimensional Overlap, S. Nocturnal Genesis, S. Ethereal Roots, S. Voidstorm Aegis, S. Eye of the Tree God, A. Abyssal Whispers, A. Magic Mushroom Production, A. Chi Fruit Production, A. Transpiration of Heaven's Divinity, A. Abyssal Devourer, A. Blooming Root Flower Production, B. Language of the World, B. Fire Chi Protection, B. Mental Protection, B. Superior Poison Resistance, C. Ashlock didn't bother looking at his SS and SSS grade skills as they were out of his budget. He, only, had 7,680 credits to spend, and they were 8,000 plus and 10,000 plus credits to upgrade, respectively. So, he focused more on his mutations and a select few skills. He had highlighted his mutations simply because upgrading them would only cost around 2,000 credits, and he felt they were integral to him. Despite their lower grades, his demonic eye had given him an edge in many situations, and his C-grade blood sap had resulted in vast forests across the land and the death of many powerful cultivators after ingesting his sap in various ways. When comparing his mutations to his skills, they had vastly superior results, considering their lower grade. If he were to upgrade both mutations, he would be left with over 5,000 sacrificial credits, which was enough to upgrade any A-grade skill to S. He had spent the last few minutes debating which one to go with. Of the three he selected, the two he was less sure about were Mystic Realm S and Abyssal Devourer A. The Mystic Realm is about to end, so upgrading it right now feels like a waste. Either way, I'll likely be locked out from using it for a month, so it might be better to consider upgrading it in the future. But how will I raise the needed credits without more visits to high-level pocket realms? Ashlock retreated into his inner world and looked at the divine flesh tree. I suppose the divine stock market might be my only option unless I can turn Tartarus into a monster spawner. Is this why deities focus so much on increasing their influence? I never realized growing in power once you neared the peak was so difficult. No wonder Senior Lee said he was entering closed-door cultivation for an eon. Ashlock's reliance on the mystic realm had now increased considerably as his cultivation outgrew what the ninth layer of creation could offer him. Besides the powerhouses and the final waves of the beast tide, there were few opportunities besides the mystic realm to get his roots on a corpse that would be considered more than a mere snack. This made upgrading it very tempting. But it's such a useless upgrade for now, yet super necessary for the future, Ashlock grumbled. This would be a far easier decision if he knew what situations he would encounter in the near future. With the war between the Skyrens and Voidmins taking a drastic turn due to Morrigan's interference and involving his cult, he wouldn't be surprised if a full-on civil war in the Blood Lotus sect broke out any minute now. He fully expected to get dragged into it as the deity of the cult seemingly behind the Skyren family's slaughter. If such a civil war were to break out, I doubt Vincent Nitros could stay quiet much longer. The problem is, I have no idea what precautions I need to take against him. Nobody seemed to know for sure what level of cultivation the Blood Lotus sect's patriarch possessed. All Ashlock knew was that he had a 100,000 Yinxi coin bounty. He was able to defend the sect from everyone despite being its sole nascent soul realm, and he could absorb bloodlines, which would likely make him far more formidable compared to another cultivator of his level. This tale has been unlawfully obtained from Royal Road. If you discover it on Amazon, kindly report it. Ashlock glanced to the west, where his roots were still spreading through the vast lands of the Blood Lotus sect. He had reached Nitro City, the capital city of the Blood Lotus sect and the home of the Patriarch. He hadn't dared to have his roots actually enter the city yet and instead looked at it through Eye of the Tree God, from afar. His ethereal roots had infiltrated the Eternal Pursuit Pavilion without notice, but this was different. Nitro City's ruler had an unknown number of bloodlines, and there was no knowing if one of them would cause him to notice Ashlock's advance. Do I have a reason to be scared of him to this extent, though? Ashlock mused as he looked at the immense city before him, surrounded by heavily enchanted walls of black stone that rose to the heavens, making the people guarding them from atop look like specks. A giant semi-translucent blood-red dome enveloped the city like a barrier. Holes would occasionally open in the barrier near heavily guarded sections of the wall to allow passage of immense airships dozens of times bigger than even the airship the Silverspires had used when they first visited. Nitro City, even from afar, was such a metropolis it made Darklight City look like a backwater town in comparison. I may not be able to kill Vincent Nitros from afar through my roots or offspring, but I'm sure that so long as he hasn't stepped into the Monarch realm, he won't be able to kill me either. Assuming Vincent Nitros somehow made it past Hades, Anubis, Larry, and Maple, he had his Voidstorm Aegis surrounding him and the assistance of Quill and Kata once they recovered their ink chi. If Vincent somehow shrugged off over 100 lightning bolts of void in the barrage of techniques from Quill and Kata, he would have to destroy the whole of Red Vine Peak, so Ashlock had no way to regrow. A little expansion shouldn't hurt now that I think about it. Ashlock pushed some chi into his roots, and they began to advance toward the walls in the distance. Who knows, maybe I can get my roots all the way into Vincent Nitrose's cave undetected and kill him while he's cultivating. What a pathetic death that would be, assassinated by a tree. It would take a few days for his roots to pass the walls and sprawl below Nitrose City, so he retreated his view back to Red Vine Peak. He still had decisions to make. Now that he had taken a moment away from the list, looking back at it, he was even more sure of his choice to not consider the following skills for an upgrade. Eye of the Tree God A. Abyssal Whispers A. Magic Mushroom Production A. Transpiration of Heaven's Divinity A. These skills already served their intended purpose and didn't have large enough drawbacks, making him want to upgrade them as soon as possible over other skills. This left him with 2 A-grade skills to choose from since he had decided that the Mystic Realm was likely best left for later. Chi Fruit Production A. Abyssal Devourer A. Personal Fighting Power, are boosting my allies. Ashlock mused. Upgrading my main attack skill again is definitely tempting, but if I upgrade Chi Fruit Production, I will be able to finally make fruit from my S-grade skills. Mystic Realm, Progeny Dominion, Dimensional Overlap, Nocturnal Genesis, Ethereal Roots, and Voidstorm Aegis. Ashlock had learned in recent wars that no matter his personal strength, he also needed to rely on his allies. He expected many of them would see boosts in cultivation just like he did from this Mystic Realm visit, so being able to grow many new and powerful fruits to empower them further seemed like a great idea. He was also very curious about what some of these fruits would do. System. Finally decided. Ashlock was taken aback by this system remark. Yes. Why did you ask like that? It's almost morning. You have been thinking it over for so long I was starting to worry you had suffered damage to your consciousness during the chi overflow incident. Huh. Ashlock looked at the sky beyond his trunk. Sure enough, he could see the sky starting to lighten, accompanied by the distant chirps of birds. Look, system, I had a lot to contemplate, okay. Also, the cold and dark make me sluggish and sleepy. If you say so. Bastard. Ahem. I want to upgrade my Chi Fruit Production A skill. Directly upgrading the skill Chi Fruit Production A will consume 5,201 credits. Are you sure? Yes, do it, Ashlock said, returning to his inner world, where he witnessed over 5,000 flesh trees wither to dust. A number on a status screen was one thing, but seeing the consumption of credits in reality hit home just how costly this upgrade really was. 5,201 credits consumed. Upgraded Chi Fruit Production A to Dao Fruit Production S. Information flooded his mind, and Ashlock knew he had made the right choice. He hurriedly opened his Dao Fruit Production menu, and sure enough, he could now add the Daos he had comprehended for his inner world to his fruit and seeds. He had previously grown poisonous fruits containing seeds that birds would eat and then perish to the poison far away from his trunk. Their bodies would provide the needed chi to nurture his offspring. Despite being his offspring, he had little control over the affinity they would take on unless he heavily altered their environment by spawning in flowers. But now he could inject the knowledge of certain Daos straight into the seed, guaranteeing which affinity it would take on and greatly speeding up their cultivation. He could also do the same with fruits that people could eat. System. By having Nox merge with the Dark Throne, did I gain anything regarding Shadow Chi? The absorption of knowledge isn't yet complete, but soon you will have Dao knowledge of Shadow Chi. Not Shadow Chi law. You cannot possibly comprehend a law without having the affinity, so no. Only Nox will be able to wield Shadow Chi law. I see, Ashlock said. If he gained Shadow Dao, that meant he now had 8 possible Daos he could imbue his fruit with. Fire, water, earth, wind, metal, soul, spatial, and shadow. With these new capabilities, he could speed up the growth of the cultivators in his sect and cult to a tremendous degree by giving them Dao fruits directly and making larger groves of the various affinities, trees. Now that he had seen the new feature of his upgraded skill, he was deathly curious about what his new S-grade fruits were capable of. System, could you list my new fruits and what they do? Sure. Generating list. Altering skills not suitable for cultivators, upgrading old skills. Done. Mystic Realm S greater than Mystic Realm Warp. Upon eating the fruit, the person will leave any pocket realm and return to their last position or soul anchor point. Progeny dominion S greater than soul dominion. For a duration after eating the fruit, the user has complete dominion over their soul. They can fracture it and even temporarily put their soul into items without risk of permanent soul damage. Dimensional overlap S greater than dimensional overlap. For a duration after eating the fruit, the user can create a large area around their body from their chi reminiscent of a monarch's domain. Nocturnal Genesis S2 soul meditation. Induce a level of meditation so deep it heals the soul. Ethereal roots S2 ethereal spirit roots. For a short time after eating this fruit, the user's spirit roots turn ethereal, allowing for effortless movement of chi through the body. Voidstorm Aegis S greater than void protection. Upon consuming the fruit, a large amount of the user's chi will be consumed to produce a thin barrier of void able to block any single attack for a short duration. Dao fruit production S greater than florist's infusion. After eating the fruit, the user can nurture a fruit with their chi. Transpiration of heaven's divinity A to divine enlightenment. Upon eating this fruit, become capable of understanding heaven's whispers. Abyssal devourer A to corrosive aura. After eating this fruit, the user can devour other chi types to replenish their own chi reserves. Mental protection B to soul protection. Eating this fruit protects the user's soul from external attacks. Ashlock's mind was swimming with possibilities while looking at this list. Despite how short the description was for the Mystic Realm fruit, Mystic Realmwarp would greatly reduce the dangers that came with the Mystic Realm. If Evelyn had been able to eat a Mystic Realmwarp fruit when she found herself in such a dangerous place, he wouldn't have had to rush in there to save her. She could have simply eaten the fruit and re-entered the celestial fog to pick a new one. The other upgrades seemed to focus on soul-related things, which was perfect. Since many of his sect members were approaching their nascent soul realm ascensions, anything that helped prevent soul damage would be useful when it came time for them to go supernova and split their soul in two. However, out of all the new fruits, he liked void protection the most. Maybe because he was an overprotective parent, but he would be more relieved knowing Stella had a way to survive long enough if she got caught in a bad situation against a superiorly powerful foe for him to intervene. Stella has a habit of taunting powerful people, which is made all the worse by her bloodline, turning her into the sin of pride. Ashlock mused as he opened his production menu and began growing fruit containing these new skills. He also created batches of fruits that held the various Daos from his inner world and put seeds in some of them. He planned to create even bigger and better groves. Ashlock took a moment to enjoy the lightening sky, signifying the coming of morning, before returning his focus to his status menu. It was time to upgrade his mutations. Let's do my demonic eye first. Directly upgrading the mutation, demonic eye B, will consume 1589 credits. Are you sure? Yes, hit it. 1589 credits consumed. Upgraded demonic eye B to evil eye A. Ashlock felt an intense pain as his demonic eye was altered. Unlike a skill that was deployed on command at the cost of chi or sacrificial credits, his mutations were permanent changes to his very being. Chapter 342. Ether Chi. Evil Eye. Your eye can now unleash the combined anguish of every soul you have devoured, your bloodlust and presence to break the mind of those who dare to meet your gaze. Once their mind is broken, you can create realistic illusions inside their consciousness. These illusions can be tailored to exploit the target's fears or desires, making them more effective. Ashlock glanced around the mountain peak with his new mutation, Evil Eye A, while the system's description hung in his vision. I can unleash the combined anguish of everything I've eaten. How many is that now? Ashlock started counting every meal he remembered and soon gave up. There were far too many, and there were undoubtedly many souls that hadn't been very willing to die. I bet I harvested a lot of anguish from the Voidmind librarian as I slowly tortured him inside my soul. Oh, and that evergreen brat that damaged my soul during my star core ascension. Ashlock looked around some more and realized he could see the flow of chi far more clearly than before. System. What other changes has my eye undergone? Your gaze now has true sight. You can see through any kind of barrier or illusion made by chi. Your ability to perceive the flow of chi in your surroundings and people has also increased significantly. Ashlock realized he could see through the illusion barrier surrounding Red Vine Peak as if it weren't even there. It had never inhibited his sight as it was made from his chi, but it would still distort the air a little. Truly an upgrade befitting the all-seeing eye. Now barriers or illusions can't block my sight. Ashlock paused, but the evil eye part is a little concerning. This is a perfectly good attack skill, but it doesn't do my evil god image any good. It's been fine until now due to Stella's clever marketing idea with the welcome boxes, but if my public image turns too evil, it will be hard to recruit new members. Ashlock sighed. Such was the life of an up-and-coming deity. He had never anticipated that his ability to gather allies would depend on good public relations and marketing in a cultivator world, but life was full of surprises. It can't be that bad, surely, Ashlock thought as he switched to his spiritual senses and looked at himself. What greeted him was a vast, towering tree at least 100 meters high, supporting a canopy of blood-red leaves and intertwining branches like gnarled fingers reaching for the heavens. The subtly divine glow did little to take away from the ominous and dangerous aura surrounding him and the single building-sized eye peering at him through a 30-meter-high slit in his trunk. Yeah, I'm doomed, Ashlock gave up. Path of an evil god it is. Besides its immense size, the eye was indescribable. Ashlock looked deeply into it, trying to find the words. It's like the suffering of a million souls was condensed into a blood-red orb of pure hatred and anguish. Ashlock felt deeply unsettled as the titanic eye pulsed faintly like a beating heart as he moved it around. If his eye from before had carried an otherworldly fascination that stunned cultivators who looked at it, this upgraded evil eye carried bloodlust so dense that it made Ashlock scared of himself. I'm afraid to upgrade my blood sap now, Ashlock half joked. Directly upgrading the mutation, blood sap, C, will consume 470 credits. Are you sure? Do it. 470 credits consumed. Upgraded, blood sap, C, to cursed sap, B. Ashlock felt something was terribly wrong. The malicious aura around him intensified tenfold, competing for dominance with the divine glow. A burning sensation, just like last time, began to spread, starting from his inner world. Rivers of liquefied darkness, blacker than tar, flowed from the divine flesh tree. The fog of blood shrouding the flesh tree forest followed suit, turning into a sinister miasma. As the rivers flowed, the burning sensation spread through his vast body, which spanned the land. Knowing what was coming, Ashlock activated mental protection B. He didn't want to be dragged off to experience another fleeting dream about a past life of the world tree. Ah! Ashlock howled in his mind as the burning pain soon became intolerable. It felt like he was being forced to stand on lit coals with no way to jump off. Red Vine Peak cracked, and showers of rock were thrown up as he trashed around in desperation. System. Ashlock gasped as he tried to distract himself with something. What does my new cursed sap do? Cursed sap. Those that dare to drink your sap are cursed to turn into a tree and become your offspring. With this upgrade, the potency of the curse has increased, and you can track the location of anyone cursed by your sap. Furthermore, the effect of any curse will be significantly boosted against the target. None shall escape your reach. The golden words were nothing but a blur as he barely managed to hold on to his fading consciousness. He adamantly refused to live out an eon of suffering in a dream as the world tree. Whether he had been the world tree in a past life or had been shown these dreams to demonstrate an alternate path, he did not care. He was a demonic tree that achieved growth by devouring the flesh of others. There was no way he would willingly experience being taken advantage of again. Through the pain as his sap evolved, Ashlock became fixated on the distant mountain, where he could see the earliest signs of the sun cresting the mountain peaks. The morning was almost here, signifying the end of the mystic realm and the return of the Ashfallen sect to the world stage. I can't believe it. The cosmos's laughter boomed from overhead. You really are a crestfallen and, dare I say, deserving of the ancient bloodline. The cosmos's praise went in one ear and out of the other as Stella held the fixed origin stone in her trembling hands. Stella would have grinned or spouted some prideful nonsense such as, "Of course I am," to such words in the past. But right now, her ego had been broken down and crushed. Repairing the origin stone had humbled her greatly in the face of her ancestors. She'd experienced a spiritual reawakening similar to when she first took in Heaven's Whispers as a child, expanding her worldview and understanding of reality. To repair an origin stone of a higher tier affinity to her own, a task deemed impossible, the cosmos rammed an immense amount of information into her skull. As her body and mind broke down, so did her spirit and arrogance. Her ancestors inspired her to rise again from the remnants of her ego as a new person, a crestfallen capable of the impossible. The crestfallen name hadn't held a high place in her heart before. If anything, she had held a hint of disdain for the name as she felt abandoned by her parents and looked down on by the cosmos the first time they met. Yet now, she could only kneel in respect to her ancestors' past achievements. She now wanted nothing more than to continue the legacy and pride of the name, and the first step was to complete what she had set out to do with their name on the line. Repair the origin stone. It's done, Stella muttered through blood-stained teeth as she stared into the glowing white stone, letting off a subtle steam of ether chi into the surroundings. That, you did, Elder Vortexian stuttered from the side with his back pressed against the far wall, as expected of a crestfallen. Reading on Amazon or a pirate site. This novel is from Royal Road. Support the author by reading it there. Stella grinned. Something about being called a crestfallen brought her joy and a sense of belonging. It was like a badge of honor that felt earned after the last week of mind-breaking suffering. Even the cosmos, who oversaw the records of her ancestors' exploits, recognized her now. Her body was a bloodied mess, but she was able to stand there calmly due to the strange energy the cosmos had infused into her so she wouldn't show such a weak display in front of Elder Vortexian and sully her name. After all, a crestfallen should show unwavering competence in all situations, not lying on the floor, coughing up blood, and passing out. Elder Vortexian gulped. As agreed, set the origin stone down on the podium, and I will allow you to meditate here as long as you wish to achieve comprehension of ether chi. Stella slowly placed the stone in a metal holder, like a bird's claw, with an audible click. Runic lines down the side of the podium began to glow a pale white, and the chi in the room started to noticeably change. Well done, Stella. The pact with the ancestors is complete, and you have honored their legacy by doing the impossible. The cosmos said in a far kinder tone than before, and his voice no longer violently shook her soul to its core. Remember, we will assist from the shadows in anything you put your mind and full effort into. We are always here, watching over you and your progress. Stella looked up and smiled as she quietly mouthed, "Thank you. Your mother will be proud of you in her own unique way." The cosmos grinned, with every tooth being its own blindingly bright star. Stella's eyes widened as the grand celestial library carved inside a golden tree faded out of existence with its guardians' mysterious parting words. "Will be. So, that confirms my mother is still alive, which lends more to the theory that she is the world tree." Stella wanted answers. Her head slowly lowered from looking at the now bare stone ceiling, which felt incredibly heavy, and she locked eyes with Elder Vortexian. "Before I start cultivating, I have a question for you." Stella smiled, seeing how uncomfortable a superior cultivator seemed under her gaze. "You said my family were tyrants. What did you mean by that? Mistress Crestfallen, forgive my slip of words. Just answer the question." Stella titled her head, truthfully. "It's all rumors, mistress. Nonsense sprouted between some dregs far below your status to be concerned with. You listen to these rumors, so it makes you one of these worthless dregs, does it not?" Stella crossed her arms. "If you know your place, then answer my question. What did you mean by calling my family tyrants? What do you know of the Crestfallen family?" Maple stirred from his slumber on Stella's head and eyed Elder Vortexian with one eye open. Being glared at by Worldwalker seemed to be enough to convince Elder Vortexian to give up what he knew. With his remaining arm, he crossed his chest and spoke to the floor while bowing. "The rumors are that whenever the world tree is about to crest the peak and bridge the gap between the heavens and earth, it falls at the hands of someone bearing the crestfallen name." Elder Vortexian straightened up with a solemn expression. "When the world tree falls and the upper layers of creation become impossible to reach once more, those bearing the crestfallen name seemingly vanish, only to reappear again an eon later to destroy the tree again. It's almost like an eternal cycle of rebirth and destruction." Stella bit her lip as she tried to process what this rumor was implying. She knew next to nothing about her family's origins, but if this was true, she was sure there was a good reason for it. Elder Vortexian coughed into his hand. "Anyway, it's usually good practice to kill crestfallens on sight just to be safe." "Why?" Stella wanted to know the exact reason someone would have to kill her on sight. Because if she wanted to access the ultimate form of her bloodline, where she summoned the help of her ancestors, she had to reveal her identity as a crestfallen. "Because you are the enemy of all cultivators," Elder Vortexian bluntly replied. "We all want to increase our cultivation, but as you reach the pinnacle a layer of creation can support, advancing becomes nigh impossible for anyone except those with tremendous talent and resources. My cultivation has stagnated in the monarch realm, but if the world tree was here, I could ascend to the 7th layer of creation and bask in their superior chi. My ascension would be assured then." Stella tapped her chin. "But because of my tyrannical ancestors, you are stuck down here." Elder Vortexian nodded. "Yes. These rumors, how do you know of them? Are they common knowledge?" Elder Vortexian thought for a moment. Common knowledge. No. Especially on a lower layer, it would be nothing but a fairy tale known by a few scholars. But I've heard the higher you go, the stronger the hatred for your bloodline grows." "I see." Stella hummed in thought for a moment. "That makes sense, as there will be more long-lived people on the higher layers to remember my family's past exploits." Stella's head was swimming with ideas, and she wanted to ask for more but refrained. All this man knew were rumors, and rumors were dangerous things. What if an enemy family trying to keep hers down had spun this web of lies so anyone who showed up with her bloodline was killed on the spot? Elder Vortexian's eyes flickered to Maple. It seems your father is aware of this, and that is why he has a worldwalker guarding you. Stella glanced up at the fluffy blob lazing on her head and then back at Elder Vortexian, who had an empty cloak sleeve. Sometimes, I forget that Maple managed to eat the arm of a Monarch Realm cultivator before I could even react and is more than a lazy glutton. As if reading her thoughts, Maple smacked her on the forehead with his paw. Ow. Stella rubbed the sore spot on her forehead and smeared blood. Oh yeah, I forgot my body was in such a sorry state. This had been a nice chat, but the end of the mystic realm was fast approaching, and she had yet to comprehend Ether Chi and devise a plan to steal the origin stone for Ashlock. Sitting down cross-legged next to the podium, she winced as every action felt like tearing a muscle or moving a broken bone. She needed Soul's healing as soon as possible but had unfortunately sent the Ent to look after her disciple. I will be cultivating now. Stella closed her eyes. Don't try anything funny, Elder Vortexian. Elder Vortexian also sat down and chuckled nervously. Don't worry, mistress, I wouldn't dare. Stella did a rough estimate of how long she had and didn't like the answer. If I'm correct, I should only have 3 days to comprehend Ether Chi. Though it's nearly impossible to count the days and nights down here when I was so distracted by trying not to pass out, and there's no view of a sun and moon cycle in this enclosed room. Elder Vortexian hadn't actually bothered meditating. Instead, he intently watched Stella and the Worldwalker through his spiritual sight. The repaired origin stone sat between them. Even in a damaged state, it was a clan treasure, and now that it was restored, it was his duty to protect it with his life. After 3 short days, Elder Vortexian was surprised to see Stella awaken from her meditation. She opened her palm and casually summoned a flickering white flame in her palm. How did she manage to attune her spirit roots to Ether Chi in just 3 short days? How profound is her insight into the heavens, whispers, and how pure are her spirit roots to pull off such a quick transformation? Elder Vortexian's eyes flickered to the origin stone. What a stupid thought. She managed to repair an ether origin stone. Of course, she would pick it up quickly. Stella clenched her palm, dismissing the flame. Her attention briefly landed on him before switching to the origin stone. I knew it. Stella would not leave such a valuable thing in my hands. It goes against the crestfallen's nature of selfish destruction. Elder Vortexian's inner world stirred as he prepared to unleash his domain. Stella wouldn't be ready to use Ether Chi techniques, so he would use his law over spatial Chi to seal her escape and strike her down here and now. Yet Stella didn't make a move. Hours passed, and she simply sat there, staring at the origin stone as if waiting for something to happen. The question was, what? The answer came in a strange presence that appeared on the dawn of the 4th day. It encompassed the room, and a peculiar celestial fog appeared on the walls like morning dew. Whatever its purpose, it seemed to be the signal Stella had been waiting on as she stood up and brushed off her clothes. She tried to hide her intentions with pointless movements, but it was clear as day to Elder Vortexian. Her target was the origin stone. As the strange fog expanded into the rest of the room, Stella suddenly reached out to grab the origin stone from the grasp of the metal claw on the podium. Elder Vortexian moved faster. His spatial domain expanded, freezing space like time had reached a standstill. He had absolute control over space in this purple hue world, which was a manifestation of his inner world. Unlike last time, his goal wasn't to kill Stella. In an attempt to avoid angering the Worldwalker on her head, he went for the origin stone instead. While Stella was frozen in space, he swiftly moved forward and swiped the origin stone before she could. Satisfied, he was about to teleport away and leave her down here with no interest in trying to kill her when he felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. Death was coming. He twisted his body just in time to face the threat and saw a mass of void tendrils moving unimpeded through his domain at immense speed. Worldwalker, why do you aid a crestfallen? Elder Vortexian cried out as he raised his hand, holding the origin stone in the hope it would deter the Worldwalker long enough for him to escape. It did not. No. Elder Vortexian shouted in absolute horror as his arm, along with the origin stone and spatial rings, were devoured by the Worldwalker. Once again, his spatial anchor technique activated, bringing him back to the same room. Just this time, he was now missing both arms. Shuffling across the room, he used his forehead to activate a glowing ball. Councilman. Elder Vortexian said before the ghost that appeared even had a chance to speak. It's the same girl from before with the pet world walker. She appeared in the training realm we rented and slaughtered many of our up-and-coming talents before feeding the ether origin stone to her pet. What? The councilman's ghost rippled with anger. The origin stone is our clan's treasure. How could you allow this to happen? I tried to stop her. Elder Vortexian gestured with his chin to his lack of arms. But I failed. The councilman was understandably livid at the news. Did you get any more information about her, at least? Elder Vortexian nodded. I did. He paused as the councilman showed surprise. Her name is Stella Crestfallen. The ghost fell silent for a long while before turning to speak to someone behind them. After a lengthy discussion, they turned back to address him. Don't worry, we will deal with this. Matters concerning those tyrants have to be handled with care. Elder Vortexian nodded, and the ghost faded, leaving him alone in the dark room. Stella Crestfallen. Elder Vortexian wobbled as he stood. His life in the Azure clan was now over. His reputation was dead. There was only the killing of one girl that could save him now. Chapter 343. Return of the Ashfallen sect. The pain from upgrading cursed sap faded into the background as the sunlight bathed Ashlock's leaves in its pleasant warmth. The pain was still there, but he could tune out most sensations occurring throughout his vast body other than those happening in his inner world or to his trunk. If he didn't have a constant mental barrier, he would be overwhelmed by the demands of his offspring, and his soul would quake from the continuous suffering of the world tree. It's finally time to welcome everyone home, Ashlock thought as he looked at the sunlight inching across the mountain peak before touching the edge of the mystic realm fog. Though it's a shame, I had planned to visit other pocket realms via my bastions, but Tartarus and the recovery from absorbing so much chi took up most of my time. Ashlock had a lot to process and go over from this mystic realm. The power of his new cultivation level, upgraded skills, and mutations aside, he also wanted to check out Tartarus and explore the possibilities that were open to him by owning a pocket realm. But first, he wanted to welcome everyone back home. This had been the largest excursion into the mystic realm yet, with the entire Redclaw family, the Silverspires, and an army of Mudcloaks in attendance alongside the usual crowd. It had been easier to track everyone's changes when it had just been his core group, the Grand Elders of the Ashfallen sect and the Redclaw Elders. But now, he would just be happy to see everyone return safely and hopefully satisfied with their own progress. Though a few inheritances, bundles of treasure, and corpses would be appreciated too. I wonder who will be first to return. Ashlock mused as the sunlight hit the celestial fog of the mystic realm. The fog degraded into nothingness in the sunlight, and a very distraught Stella stumbled out from the empty space. Her eyes were wide in shock as she stared at her empty hands. Ashlock was glad to see her alive, but her distress worried him. What's wrong? He said but was held back as Stella collapsed to her knees in utter despair. It's gone. Stella clenched her fist and pounded it into the rock. The origin stone is gone. Maple hopped off her head and transformed into his humanoid form in midair. I'm sorry, Stella, Maple said sheepishly as he peeked from behind the giant white fluffy tail that curled around his body. I tried my best to save it, but I had to prioritize our safety. He had it sealed inside his hand, and the moment I tried to devour his hand to retrieve it, a technique activated, and he got away. Ah. Stella jumped up and swept Maple off his feet in a tight hug. Don't blame yourself. I'm more mad at myself than you, Maple. If I had been tracking the timing of the mystic realm a little better or gone with a better plan and fooled him to let me get close enough to store the origin stone in my spatial ring, we might have been able to steal it. She trailed off and held Maple at arm's length. Did you get heavier? Maple licked his lips. The origin stone did have a lot of chi inside it. It's not a complete waste. Then, Stella sighed and put Maple down. He looked up at her with big golden eyes, and she couldn't help but smile and rub his head. Thank you for watching over and defending me the whole mystic realm. You deserved that snack. Origin stone. What's going on? Ashlock asked in confusion. He could piece together a vague idea of what had happened, and through his evil eye, he could see that a profound change had occurred within Stella's star core and to her overall cultivation. Her soul was now a blinding ball of white that seemed strangely ethereal. Stella glanced over her shoulder and met Ashlock's gaze. She blinked a few times and tilted her head. Tree, you look different. Did you get a new eye? Oh shit. Ashlock realized he had forgotten about his terrifying new gaze and hadn't offered Stella his new and improved fruits to protect her mind. Was she going to find his gaze unsettling now? He wouldn't blame her, as even he had found it disturbing staring into the combined anguish of 1,000 souls. Stella strode forward, pulling Maple along by the hand. Arriving before the bench, she put her hands on her hips and stared at his evil eye looming over her. Do you find it unsettling? Ashlock asked apprehensively, scared of her answer. Stella tilted her head in confusion. Unsettling. Why would I? Because. Stella grinned. I think it makes you look even more remarkable, Tree. Scary but cool. Ashlock swallowed his words and sighed. What had he been thinking? This was Stella they were talking about. She made friends with the divine flesh tree and had never been too bothered by watching him devour corpses. For rare moments like these, he was glad she was a little insane. Well, thank you, I'm glad you don't find my gaze repulsive. Ashlock said. Anyway, about this origin stone, how did you even find one? Stella's mood instantly turned sour. It's a long story. I ran into those Azure clan people again. How? I thought your realm was owned by the Jade Emperor's consortium and rented out to sects and clans for a fee, not the Azure clan. Stella shrugged. Dunno. I know nothing about a Jade Emperor, but I can say with certainty that people from the Azure clan were there. Her spatial ring flashed with a silver light, and a small heap of blue-robed cultivator corpses appeared at her feet. All of them had suffered horrendous wounds, with some missing limbs or even heads. However, a few had pointed ears, which Ashlock knew were one of the Azure clan's more defining features. I'm sorry. I know I promised you snacks, but this was all I managed to get you, some lousy cultivator corpses. Stella lightly kicked the pile. Her expression twisted as she began to rant. Heavens, looking at them pisses me off. Really? Why? Ashlock knew that they would likely forever be at odds with the Azure clan after invading their library. But he didn't outright despise them like Stella seemed to. Ugh. You have no idea, Stella groaned. That pocket realm was an absolute nightmare. These people were so obnoxiously loud, treated life and death battles as mere entertainment, and mocked spatial affinity as if they were any better. Oh, and the hypocrisy of these people. When I finally made my move against them, I was apparently sick in the head, but the moment they discovered I was an outsider, they were more than willing to go supernova to kill me and each other in the process. Ashlock bet that wasn't exactly how things went down, but the Azure clan people's reactions seemed about right. During his time in this world, he realized cultivators were simply more intelligent monsters wearing human skin capable of working together toward a common goal under leadership. They were not humans, like the mortals who toiled the farms. If anything, cultivators feared each other more than they feared the monsters they were supposedly chasing the strength to defeat. It was a cruel world out there, and the only thing Ashlock found was safe to rely on was his own strength. Rules only worked when they were enforceable, and in a world where people could fly and punch mountains, the rules were made and enforced by the one with the biggest fist, and their motivations were usually selfish. Even Ashlock wasn't innocent of this, as he basically enslaved the Redclaw family by forcing them to take on a heavenly oath of loyalty. Of course, he treated them well and believed they were grateful for what he did in hindsight, but he could have just as easily made them hunt monsters and gather corpses for him without any rewards like slaves. So you killed some people. Ashlock looked down at the corpses, and through his true sight, he could see they were in the Star Core realm at best. What then? I assumed the identity of the daughter of Elder Vortexian, who was the guy that tried to execute me in the Azure clan's library last time. Stella patted Maple on the head again, likely as a show of appreciation for him saving her that time as well. After beating his son in a duel, I slaughtered my way to first place in their tournament. Elder Vortexian then took me away to give me rewards. Stolen novel. Please report. Stella threw a ring into the air, and Ashlock caught it in place with telekinesis. After giving me that ring, he showed me a broken ether origin stone. He told me if I could fix it, I would be able to cultivate near it for as long as I wanted to comprehend the ether affinity. Did you manage to fix it? Yes, due to the help of my ancestors, Stella said, placing a hand on her chest. She looked to the sky with a look of profound respect, an expression he had seldom seen from Stella. After a seemingly silent prayer, she relaxed and opened her palm. A small white candle flame manifested. I tried to bring it back here as a present for you, Tree. But Maple ended up having to eat it to save me. I see. Ashlock was admittedly a little disappointed that Stella didn't manage to return with the origin stone. He would have loved to see what his system could do with it. Stella clenched her palm, extinguishing the white soul flame. Don't worry, Tree. I managed to repair one, so I'm sure I can eventually make an ether origin stone now that I have a deep understanding of ether chi. Ashlock doubted that was true, considering they were made from the remnants of a literal origin when they died, but Stella seemed determined, and he had no reason to tell her his doubts. She had recently seemed a little directionless and lost in her cultivation journey, shifting between different professions and interests like alchemy and swordsmanship as she mastered them and got bored. This task was likely unachievable, but she would learn a lot along the way, and who knew, maybe she would discover something interesting in the process. If you could, that would be amazing, Ashlock said, glad to see his daughter's passion for learning again. But don't work too hard, I don't mind waiting. Stella laughed. If you tell me to not work too hard, I'll end up lazy again. I think you deserve a rest. I can't imagine what you went through in that pocket realm. Ashlock looked into her soul a little closer and marveled at the changes. To win a tournament, repair an origin stone, replace your affinity, and reach the 7th stage of the Star Core realm. All in a single month. Stella shook her head. It's still not enough to earn the right to proudly use my family name. I still have a lot to learn, so there's no time for rest. Despite her words, Stella proceeded to sit on the bench, and it seemed exhaustion finally set in as she slumped and her head fell back over the backrest. Okay. Maybe a little rest first, she muttered as she stared at his canopy and yawned. You look tired. Ashlock looked toward the voice and saw Diana collapsing her giant raven wings into her back. Somehow, the aura around her seemed to have changed since he last saw her. Diana's claws were sharper, her hair flowing down her back more lustrous, and she seemed to have grown a little taller, with her features becoming more pronounced. She was looking more and more like a demoness. Barely sparing a glance at the pile of ruined Azure clan corpses at her feet, Diana stopped before Stella and cast a shadow by blocking out the sun. Stella groaned as she tilted her head to look at Diana. I'm exhausted. She waved her hand. Move so I can get some sunlight to wake up. Diana grinned. Did you have much luck in the mystic realm, Stella? I got pretty fortunate and managed to slip into the 7th stage near the end. I'm suddenly feeling full of energy. Stella straightened up quickly as if shocked awake by lightning and narrowed her eyes at Diana. You were in the 4th stage before we went in. How did you go up to the 7th stage while I only went up a single stage? This isn't fair. Diana smirked. Who knows? We should have another duel to see which of us is stronger now. I would. Stella trailed off. Why the hesitation? Diana smirked. Are you scared? Stella shook her head and summoned white soul flames to flicker across her shoulders. I only just learned ether affinity, rendering most of my spatial techniques useless until I relearn how they work with ether chi. Diana's face fell. You learned a new affinity. Yeah. Diana flicked Stella on the forehead, rocking her head backward. Honestly, how can you act jealous? I was so excited to return and show off my progress, but you just had to show me up again. Ow. Stella groaned. What in the 9 realms are you talking about? You made more progress than I did. You can't be serious. Diana shook her head. You are hopeless. How can you compare an upgraded affinity to a few stages of cultivation? Ashlock couldn't believe Diana's words either. Such a drastic leap in cultivation was very impressive. Curious if she was telling the truth, he used true sight to analyze her soul. In the past, he hadn't been able to tell with certainty what stage of cultivation someone was at, even when looking at them through his demonic eye. All he could do was make an accurate estimate. But now, due to true sight, he could see that Stella and Diana's star cores were roughly the same size, meaning they were at the same stage. If he looked even closer, he could see vague layers within the soul where the expansions had happened and counted 7 of such layers in both of them. I can now see the exact cultivation level of someone from a glacé. Ashlock realized this was quite the advantage in a fight. If he could get a good look at Vincent Nitros before they fought, he would be able to estimate the needed fighting force. Ashlock left Stella and Diana to their squabbling as he felt the presence of more people popping out of the mystic realm fog. He was careful not to stare at anyone for too long, even though he understood that Diana and Stella were special cases. Not everyone would be so unfazed when having their souls stared at by an eye the size of a 10-story building. Many red claws poured out in groups. Some looked disheveled and exhausted, while others seemed well rested and pleased with themselves. The mystic realm was like a lottery. Some would get a peaceful realm with perfect conditions for cultivation, and others would get a monster-infested nightmare where they had to fight to survive. While combat practice was undoubtedly important, they could do that here in reality if they wanted. Ashlock glanced over their souls briefly. Many were inching closer to the Star Core realm, but he could see heart demons beginning to fester in their souls, especially those that looked worse off. Perhaps fighting monsters for so long had caused doubt in themselves to develop, or the knowledge that they had fallen behind their peers due to pulling an unlucky pocket realm was causing resentment to build. The Red Claw elders emerged soon after, one after the other. Ashlock took a more intensive look at each of them. The Redclaw Grand Elder had made impressive progress and reached the 9th stage of the Star Core realm and was now on the cusp of becoming the next nascent Soul Realm member of the sect. Meanwhile, Elder Brent had finally reached Star Core realm. Elder Margaret was off to the side, counting the attendance of the Redclaws. She had also made considerable progress, ascending to the 4th stage of the Star Core realm alongside Elder Mo. Amber, the most talented member of the Redclaw's younger generation, had also made good progress and was now in the 3rd stage of the Star Core realm. Douglas, Elaine, and Mr. Choi were next to follow. They spotted each other and grinned. It seemed they had all finally reached the Star Core realm, with Douglas and Elaine also reaching the 2nd stage. The trio then made their separate ways toward the bench where Stella, Diana, and Maple were still arguing. Red Vine Peak was already getting chaotic because many people were excitedly discussing what they had seen or done in the mystic realm. However, it was made far worse when thousands of mudcloaks suddenly spawned in, and like a tidal wave, they rushed through everyone toward Douglas King. They cheered as they carried chests overflowing with treasures, random lumps of shiny rocks, corpses, and more over their heads like a stream of worker ants. Whoa, what is all this? Douglas raised his hands in genuine concern and kept taking steps back as the wave of mudcloaks advanced. Throwing Redclaw cultivators aside as if they were minor inconveniences. Tributes for the king. The mudcloak leading the charge cried, presents for the queen. Was that the reason for their conquest? Ashlock wondered with amusement as Douglas found himself swamped with mudcloaks trying to show him whatever they had looted. From a glance, he could also tell that the mudcloaks had seen a significant advance in cultivation, with some nearing the Star Core realm. Flying mudcloaks, now that is a terrifying thought. Ashlock then noticed 2 silver-haired people making their way through the crowd. It would seem the Silverspires had survived their ordeal, and Riker had even advanced to the Silver Core, their equivalent of the Star Core realm. Just how young was he again? 7 or something. Ashlock couldn't believe it. He was definitely a genuine talent when it came to cultivation. However, if Sebastian's lack of growth was anything to go by, the butler had focused on assisting his young master's development during the mystic realm. On the topic of young talents, Ashlock was beginning to grow concerned about Jasmine. The mystic realm was half gone as the sun illuminated Red Vine Peak, and she was yet to be seen. Stella, where is Jasmine? Ashlock asked. Huh. Stella closed her eyes for a second. After a moment, she opened them and waved him off. Don't worry, she's fine. Ashlock glanced back at the mystic realm fog and waited. He couldn't help but worry, but Jasmine's master seemed unbothered, so he trusted the process. People from Nightshade City, such as those from the Duskwalker, Mistshroud, Blightbane, and Frostvale families, appeared. Evelyn Duskwalker had made the most progress of the lot, having reached the 6th stage of the Star Core realm, likely due to the chi she had absorbed from Tartarus, a nascent soul pocket realm. Elysia had also reached the 6th stage as well, putting them a stage below Diana and Stella. As the sunlight hit the last bit, Jasmine, shadowed by Saul, finally materialized. But there was something off about her. Stella seemed to notice this as well, and she stood up despite having been in the middle of bickering. With a simple jump, she leapt over everyone and arrived beside Jasmine a moment later with an effortless landing. Grabbing the confused Jasmine in her arms, she threw her disciple over her shoulder and dashed toward the hut. There was a wave of confusion as everyone fell silent and looked toward the hut. Saul seemed to receive a command from Stella as the Ent trudged to the hut, and the Redclaw and Mudcloaks shifted to give way. Just what happened to Jasmine? Ashlock wondered. Chapter 344. Body Constitutions. Stella rushed inside and gently placed Jasmine onto the hut's small bed. The morning sunlight illuminated half her face through the doorway, and Stella could see the confusion in Jasmine's eyes. Master, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Stella crouched down beside her and frowned. Does she not know about her changes and condition? Jasmine tilted her head. Master. What happened to you? Stella ran her hand through Jasmine's hair. It looked and felt like lush grass she could find in Ash's inner world. Tiny white jasmine flowers bloomed throughout her hair, which was quite pretty, but why had Jasmine's hair changed? Stella also noticed that Jasmine's skin had a slight green tint, which she found strange. What happened to me? Jasmine asked with a hint of fear. Master, I don't understand what you are asking. Stella placed 2 fingers on Jasmine's wrist and closed her eyes. Lightly inserting some chi, she checked to see what was happening in Jasmine's spirit roots. Let's see. I feel some nature chi and also poison. Is that what is turning her skin slightly green? Stella's eyes widened. and she called for Saul. This is bad. The poison has gotten so deep that it's in Jasmine's spirit roots. If I had some time, I could identify which poison it is and brew an antidote. Shit. At this rate, her organs will fail before I can do anything. Did I do something wrong? Jasmine stammered as Stella's expression darkened and Saul lumbered into view in the doorway. Of course not. Don't worry. Everything is going to be just fine, Stella reassured Jasmine as she hurriedly gestured for Saul to heal her disciple. A blindingly bright wisp was planted on her forehead, making Jasmine even more confused. Master, you know I can feel your emotions, Jasmine said as she inspected her arms and chest, enveloped in a healing glow. Am I injured? No, but your spirit roots are rife with poison, Stella said seriously. I need to keep you alive while I brew an antidote. Saul, keep healing her. I'll be back in an hour. Stella turned to leave the hut. Master, wait. Jasmine reached out and grabbed Stella's arm with surprising strength. Don't worry about the poison. I put it there. You put it there. Stella looked at her disciple strangely. Jasmine nodded. Yes, so don't worry. The poison doesn't hurt me. That doesn't make any sense. It wasn't poison it was straight up poison infesting her spirit roots. Stella furrowed her brows. She should be dying, yet she seems fine. What happened? Elaine asked, poking her head around the door, casting a shadow. Is Jasmine all right? I have no idea. Stella stood up and moved deeper into the hut to make room. Could you take a look? If anyone is likely to know what is up with Jasmine, it would be Elaine. She was a lecturer in Chi theory at Darklight City's academy for a while and spent many years studying this stuff. Certainly, Elaine cautiously stepped into the hut and sat beside Jasmine on the bed. Let me get a look at you first, Elaine said, tilting Jasmine forward to inspect her flower-filled hair. She ran a finger along her neck's green-tinted veins and tilted Jasmine's head to check her eyes. Jasmine didn't seem uncomfortable and almost went limp in Elaine's embrace, letting the woman inspect what she needed to. Elaine held her wrist and did a similar deep inspection of her spirit roots as Stella had done. A potent poison exists in her spirit roots and bloodstream. But it doesn't seem to be reacting to her body as if they are coexisting peacefully. How strange. Jasmine, do you mind telling us how this happened? Jasmine seemed to be fading in and out of sleep in Elaine's embrace. She must be exhausted like me. Stella thought and confirmed through their mental link. Both of them were tired to the bone. Rubbing her eyes and shaking her head, Jasmine began to explain. After forging my nature chi soul core, I explored what I thought was a ruin, but it was actually all a carefully laid trap by a poisonous plant monster lurking within. It used illusions to bait me in. Jasmine yawned. If not for Saul and your teachings, Grand Elder Elaine, I would have definitely been eaten. Stella glanced at Saul, who was waiting in the doorway. She needed such a strong ant to survive in a soul fire pocket realm. Maybe I let her enter too early and should have spent more time teaching her the basics and how to fight monsters. I can see that you formed a nature soul core and even reached the second stage, Elaine said while she had her palm on Jasmine's chest, but that doesn't explain how you are surviving this poison. You don't have poison affinity. Otherwise, there would be poison chi, not straight up poison in your spirit roots. Elaine pulled her hand away and pushed up her glasses. Even if you understand poison Tao, this would be too lethal. The poison is from the plant monster in the ruin. I noticed my soul was absorbing the poison, so long as it was a little bit at a time. Jasmine paused, looked down, and began fidgeting with her hands. So I had the monster poison me over and over again while Saul healed me. Her voice dropped to a whisper as if she knew what she had done was a bad idea. Eventually, my body seemed used to the poison, and it didn't hurt anymore. My soul even started producing it. What a genius way to build up poison immunity. Stella thought, proud of her disciple. Elaine lightly flicked Jasmine on the forehead. How could you do something so dangerous? Your lucky soul's light chi is so potent and cleansing. Otherwise, no amount of healing would have saved you. Sorry, Jasmine said but smiled slightly when she saw Stella grinning and giving her a thumbs up from behind Elaine. Stella also conveyed how proud she was through their master-disciple link. Elaine gave Stella a side eye. Stop that. As her master, you shouldn't encourage her to do such dangerous things. As cultivators, we can live for a long time, but those that chase power and fight in such a manner have shorter lifespans than mortals. Hey, I never taught her to do something like this. She thought that up on her own. Stella retorted. Besides, it worked out, though. Right. Yes. Somehow. Elaine turned back to Jasmine. If I could take her to my study, Run some tests, and compare this condition to some records. I might be able to discern the cause of her strange poison immunity. No need. Ash's voice echoed in their minds. Have her eat this, and then I'll take a look. A bright blue fruit Stella had never seen before floated over their heads into the hut and dropped in Jasmine's lap. What's this? Stella asked. She'd spent many hours hanging out in Ashlock's canopy and munching on random fruits as they tasted delicious, so she knew every fruit and its effect by heart. While you were gone, I developed some new and improved fruits. This is a superior version to the Mind Fortress fruit. Ash explained. This bright blue fruit is the soul protection fruit. I need Jasmine to eat this so my gaze doesn't turn her insane. Your gaze didn't turn me insane. Stella muttered under her breath. In fact, she found the unfiltered outpouring of bloodlust and anguish oddly comforting. This story originates from Royal Road. Ensure the author gets the support they deserve by reading it there. How can I say this nicely? You and Diana are special cases. I understand why neither of you feels repulsed by my gaze, but Jasmine undoubtedly will. Stella glanced out of the hut and smirked at Diana. They were special. Diana just shook her head in frustration. Jasmine scarfed down the fruit, and the juices dyed her lips and tongue blue. Good, now have her brought to the doorway, and let me get a good look. Stella shepherded Jasmine toward the hut's doorway and supported her back as they both looked at Ash's eye, which was like a blood-red miniature sun suspended inside his trunk. Only the middle third of the giant eye was visible through the slit as it swiveled to look at them. Almost visible waves of bloodlust and anguish radiated off the eye, which Stella shrugged off. Meanwhile, Jasmine had gone pale, and despite the soul protection fruit, she was shivering against Stella. Her hands trembled loosely at her sides, and she stared down at the ground, not daring to look up. Sorry, Jasmine. This will only take a moment. Stella gently played with Jasmine's hair and tried to reassure her through the mental link that there was nothing to fear. No matter how scary the eye was, it was Ash's. He wouldn't do anything to hurt them. Now, this is interesting, Ash said after a while. Are there such things as body constitutions? Stella glanced at Elaine as she had never heard of body constitutions. There are, Elaine nodded, though the chance of being born with one is perhaps even rarer than a bloodline. Elaine paused and tapped her chin. Now that I think about it, cults have been known to perform rituals to alter their body constitutions, but most consider them a waste, as once they reach nascent soul realm, such changes to their vessel won't pass over. What do you mean by body constitutions? Stella asked, not entirely understanding what they were talking about. Most cultivators like you and I focus on soul cultivation, but a few use various methods to alter their bodies to become more resistant to certain things. Elaine opened her palm, and an illusion appeared in the white soul flame she summoned. It depicted the face of a man with a beard turned to ice. His skin was bright red from the cold, and he seemed to be standing bare-chested on a mountain surrounded by a frozen wasteland. This random man I thought up could have been a water cultivator, but he wanted more resistance to ice, so he tortured himself in a freezing environment to force his body to adapt. Stella furrowed her brows in confusion, but why would he do that? Wouldn't sitting down on that mountain and focusing on comprehending ice Tao result in the same thing without the self-torture? Yup. Elaine dismissed the illusion, and Tao comprehension follows you between vessels. This is why nobody really talks much about body constitutions except cults that need people's bodies to be resistant to demonic chi to survive a ritual or something. However, Jasmine here seems to be a special case. I'm still not quite sure what is going on with her. Elaine looked toward Ash's eye as if seeking the last piece of the puzzle. Not sure how to say this, but Jasmine's soul seems to have absorbed and merged with a small part of the poisonous plant's soul. I guess the addition of the poisonous plant to Jasmine's soul caused her body to alter, resulting in her hair changing and the appearance of the plant's poison being produced in Jasmine's body. Stella relayed what Ash said to Jasmine, but her disciple didn't seem surprised. Jasmine, you said you encountered this plant monster right after forging your soul core, right? Elaine asked. The little girl nodded. It's starting to make sense. Cultivators, souls are always unstable after a breakthrough and need time to adjust. Elaine mused, maybe the plant tried to take advantage of that by poisoning your soul, but between souls healing, your slight affinity to poison chi, and perhaps being born with a poisonous body constitution, you have managed to do something unique. You are basically part poisonous plant now. Jasmine looked at her hands in confusion. I'm a plant now. You are still very much human, Elaine reassured her. But eating vegetables now may be considered cannibalism. Jasmine giggled at Elaine's joke. My mother isn't going to like that excuse for me avoiding my greens. Jokes aside, Doesn't that mean she has poison affinity? Stella asked, slightly worried. Raising Jasmine's cultivation stage to a level where she could compete with Amber and help her win the bet with Tree was already looking hard enough while needing to gather the chi for a single affinity. If poison chi was also thrown into the mix, it would complicate things. No, she only has nature affinity. Ash answered, but being resistant and able to produce poisons within her body and becoming part plant is bound to greatly boost her capabilities with nature chi. She will likely be able to infuse her attacks with poison, similar to what I do with my cursed sap. I see. Stella nodded in understanding and felt relief wash over her. When she first saw her dear disciple emerge from the mystic realm looking so strange, she jumped over in worry and panicked when she noticed the poison invading her body. Finding out it was instead a massive advantage for her disciple made her head spin with ideas to assist her training while also making her slightly jealous. I want to be a plant, too. I'd rather be a plant than a human. My mother is likely a tree, and so is my stepfather. I hardly feel much connection to humans except those closest to me, like Diana. Well, it's a relief to know I overreacted, my dear disciple. Stella dismissed her thoughts, stretched her back, and barely held back a yawn. We should head down to my alchemy cave to see what we can make out of your poison. Not so fast, Diana said as she strode from the bench with Douglas in tow. Aren't you supposed to be hiding away from Vincent Nitros in Ashlock's inner world? Forget about the alchemy cave. You shouldn't even be up here. Ah, Stella had been so caught up in losing the ether origin stone, talking with Diana and now her disciple, that it had totally slipped her mind. I totally forgot about that. Ash, what should we do? A portal that seemed to lead to the living room of her house in the inner world appeared. Everyone, head in here for a moment. Let me think and dismiss everyone else still on Red Vine Peak. Stella, Diana, Elaine, Douglas, and Jasmine all made their way through the portal into a rather messy living room. Random pieces of training equipment were strewn across the floor, a pile of Jasmine's unfolded laundry dominated one of the chairs, and a few books Stella had been reading were left open on the table. Pardon the mess, Stella said, using telekinesis to raise everything into the air. What in the 9 realms? Why does everything feel so easy to move? Is this the difference between ether and spatial chi? Stella wondered as she waved her hand. Then, with a flash of silver light, everything vanished into one of her spatial rings. Picking her favorite couch, she lay across it and put her feet up on the backrest while letting her head roll off the side. It hadn't really set in until now, but her body and mind felt thoroughly broken. Everyone else took seats in the morning lit room while she stared at the wooden ceiling and contemplated these changes. It wasn't until a while later that Stella felt Ash's presence loom over the room, followed by his voice in her mind. All right, everyone has left the peak. Sorry for taking so long, Elder Margaret reported casualties from the mystic realm. Around a dozen are unaccounted for. There are 1 or 2 cases where she believes infighting over treasures or inheritances caused the deaths, and those who killed their fellow family members will be punished accordingly. I just thought I would fill you all in on that. Now to business. I was dealing with something unforeseen this morning, so I didn't have time to pull Stella out of the mystic realm, leading to this oversight. Stella bit her lip. They had gone through a lot of effort to fake her death, and she had been quarantined in Ash's inner world for this very reason. This certainly isn't ideal, but it's not the end of the world. It was only a week ago that Valandor left, so there's a possibility he hasn't even given Vincent Nitros the report of Stella's death during the war yet, considering he should still be in closed-door cultivation. And even if he had given the report, Morgan has recently stepped in and wiped out the Skyren family's upper echelon, so ultimately, our schemes may have been for nothing. Vincent will need to intervene one way or another with so many of his top cultivators dying. Stella physically recoiled at that news. Just what had Morgan been thinking? Killing the whole Skyren family would draw far too much attention than if she had left it alone to stall out for months. Anyway, the plan to fake Stella's death was made a while ago when Vincent was still a significant threat to Ashfallen. He's not anymore. Diana raised a brow. I have since stepped into the 4th stage of the nascent soul realm and upped my defenses. I can almost guarantee I have the techniques and forces to deal with him if a battle was fought here on Red Vine Peak. So no, he is no longer a significant threat to me. Stella fell off the couch in shock and banged her head on the floor. 4th stage. Did he capture and eat a god or something? As she groaned on the floor and tried to sit up, the rest of the room seemed to have an equally shocked reaction. Everyone knew it got harder to ascend with every stage, so to jump to the 4th stage of the nascent soul realm was simply unthinkable. A portal opened, and Stella could see the tip of it over the backrest of the couch she was lying on the floor in front of. The spatial chi rippled as something stepped through, and an oppressive darkness crept into the room. This is Anubis, one of my newest ents, Ashlock explained as a tall skeleton made of white bamboo wreathed in a cape of darkness looked around the room. With eyes of flickering black soul flames. He is also at the 5th stage of the nascent soul realm, and I have another called Hades at the 7th stage. Both ents are technically stronger than me, so we also have a strike force potentially equal to Vincent Nitro's. We can speak more about this later. For now, I have a few suggestions. First, we hold the upcoming tournament inside my inner world, and second, we work on creating an artifact that can block Stella's bloodline from leaking. There is also a third option. Stella smirked as she followed Tree's line of thinking. If there was a pest, it was best to kill it. We could go on the offensive and kill Vincent Nitro's. Chapter 345. Redclaw Tribunal. Swa has come to this, huh? Diana leaned forward, interlacing her fingers below her chin with a serious expression. An all-out war between regional titans. The land isn't big enough for 2 rulers, a fact Vincent Nitro's has known all too well. Hence, he made efforts to curb any possibilities of resistance. I actually don't mind if other powers are nearby, Ashlock corrected her. As his roots expanded in all directions, there was a possible future where his roots covered the entire realm. If he couldn't stand sharing his land with others, would he turn into the next Vincent Nitro's and slaughter anyone who got too close to his cultivation stage? That seemed tiresome. This is personal. Vincent Nitro's wants Stella dead, so he has to die. It's as simple as that. Not to mention the credits and control he would get for killing such a foe. Vincent was now less of a threat and more of an opportunity to further his personal growth and political influence in the region. All the while removing a threat to Stella and the weaker ones in the sect. Still, it is amazing to think that the tyrant who has ruled the Blood Lotus sect with an iron fist since before my father's time could actually die. To a tree, no less, Diana leaned back in her chair and smirked, all because he happened to pick on Stella. I wonder if he will curse his luck in the afterlife. Afterlife. Such scum doesn't deserve to venture to such a place. Ashlock would devour his soul and turn him into thousands of sacrificial credits. Nothing would be left to even reincarnate as a mere blade of grass in his next life, let alone curse him in death. Vincent Nitro's would be reduced to nothing but a memory in the minds of those who knew and feared him. Such was the fate of a cultivator who believed he was invincible and above everyone else. Stella jumped up, suddenly full of energy. I'm all for this plan. Let's kill him right now. He has been a shadow looming over me and this sect for too long, like a reaper. We can't move forward with confidence until he is gone and Ashfallen takes over the Blood Lotus sect. Well said, Ashlock agreed. Any objections? Do we know Vincent's cultivation stage for sure? Elaine asked the room. My father was always vague regarding Vincent. Maybe your family knew more than we did. You think we would have known more than the Voidman family? Nobody knows Vincent's true cultivation as far as I know. It's a well-guarded secret. Diana said. Estimates range from the middle of the nascent soul realm to the first step into the monarch realm. Has nobody seen him fight? Stella asked. Diana shrugged. The disciplinary committee disposed of anyone who stepped into the nascent soul realm, such as my father. Also, the well-designed laws of the sect prevented any one family from gaining enough influence by having any winnings from wars shared with the Nitro's family. Since no family rose above the rest, the Nitro's family could use other families to deal with infighting. Yeah, it's as Diana said, Elaine nodded. He has so many layers of people below him that he rarely has to intervene directly. The few times he's had to fight, his enemies have been crushed one-sidedly. Or so the stories go. Those stories have some legitimacy behind them, with Vincent Nitro's having the highest bounty in the Eternal Pursuit Pavilion at 100,000 and his ability to single-handedly defend the Blood Lotus sect all this time from other demonic sects, Ashlock pointed out. Phew, this is a lot to take in, Douglas jokingly pulled at the collar of his beige suit. Forget the Nitro's family. When I was a rogue struggling in Darklight City, you noble families seemed like untouchable gods. Now, you tell me the collective strength of all these noble families put together couldn't stand up to this one guy. And we are going to be the ones to put an end to his rule. Don't worry. I won't take action until I have verified Vincent Nitro's strength by analyzing his soul with my eye in a few days, Ashlock reassured Douglas. He understood that many lives depended on him and his leadership to survive. If he decided to poke the hornet's nest, it wouldn't just be him who had to deal with it. Everyone under the Ashfallen banner would suffer if he tried and failed to punch above his weight. It would be like the fight with the Lunarshade Grand Elder but on a far larger scale, Ashlock mused. He knew he had a chance of victory, especially if he could bait Vincent Nitros to fight near Red Vine Peak. The problem is that it brought the fight toward vulnerable cities like Darklight and Ashfallen City. That's a relief. Douglas let out a sigh. I only just reached the Star Core realm at the end of the Mystic realm and haven't had time to get used to my new strength. So heading straight into a war wouldn't have been ideal. That's a good point, and I should congratulate you and Elaine on your successful ascensions. Now, all of Ashfallen's Grand Elders are in the Star Core realm, which is much more fitting. When Ashlock first discovered the Redclaw family, only the Grand Elder was in the Star Core realm. Elder Brent, Margaret, and Mo were stuck in the Soulfire realm due to heart demons creating bottlenecks. So it hadn't been weird to have Douglas and Elaine as elders despite being in the Soulfire realm, but now that the Ashfallen sect rivaled the top-tier families like the Silverspires who had Star Core realm butlers for their scions, it had been a little embarrassing. Elaine and Douglas gave a bow of appreciation at his words. Now, Douglas. Douglas straightened up, and a worrisome expression bloomed on his face. Yes, boss. While we wait to see if Vincent Nitros is defeatable, don't you agree we hold the tournament here in my inner world so as not to repeat the alchemy tournament incident? Right. Douglas nodded slowly. His worsening expression clearly indicated that the conversation was heading in an unfavorable direction. Unfortunately, we lack a suitable venue for such an event here, Ashlock said. Could you build a floating arena surrounded by a town to host our events for the foreseeable future? My inner world has expanded in size, so there should be plenty of room. It would be my pleasure, Douglas said with a strained smile. How long do I have? Would a week be long enough? Ashlock suggested. The tournament had been scheduled to occur straight after the Mystic Realm, but sometimes plans had to be changed. Douglas's eye twitched. A week. Yeah, the tournament aimed to welcome cultivators into the White Stone Palace and elevate the prestige of the Ashfallen sect. News of it had already spread throughout Darklight City and all the mortals who had gained the ability to cultivate due to the welcome packages provided for joining. The cult of the all-seeing eye. If they were to delay the tournament for long, it would reflect poorly on them and give the Ashfallen sect a bad name. It can't be helped, Douglas sighed as he stood up. An arena in a week. It should be possible, and I needed the practice anyway. Douglas. Stella mumbled. Could you build me a new alchemy lab and study, too? This house is nice, but it doesn't have enough room, and I have to stay here until Vincent dies. How could I say no to an earnest request from the princess? Douglas said as sarcastically as possible, I'll go get the mudcloaks. This tale has been unlawfully lifted without the author's consent. Report any appearances on Amazon. Magnus Redclaw stood in the White Stone Palace's courtyard flanked by his family's elders. His arms rested behind his back as he stared down at three members of the younger generation. He usually looked upon these youths with fondness, as they were the future of the family, but today, there was only coldness in his gaze. A total of 60 members from the younger generation, aged between 12 and 40, had entered the Mystic Realm, yet only 48 returned safely home. The Pocket Realms were dangerous, so Magnus had steeled his heart with the knowledge that someone may not return alive, but this was far too many casualties. All three of the singled-out youths were in a line before him, kneeling with one leg raised and their gazes fixated on the floor. Before entering the Mystic Realm, everyone had been assigned groups. These three had emerged and could not provide a coherent reason for the deaths of the others in their pocket realms. Hence, they were lined up to face judgment. It was midday, yet the sky was overcast, and a cold winter breeze accompanied the solemn occasion. In all his years as family head, he had never had to punish his own family. Every cultivator was to be cherished in a family as small and tight as the Redclaws, especially with how abundant cultivation resources were now. All I can hope is Elder Margaret found no wrongdoings during the last few hours of interrogation. Either way, I need to give an example so we do not repeat this tragedy again. Magnus thought as he took a calming breath before addressing the crowd of Redclaws that had gathered around the edges of the White Stone Palace. Everyone, look around. Who stands beside you? Who stands before you? That's right, it's a fellow Redclaw, your family. We have survived and stood together through thick and thin under one proud name. In the past, we were war heroes, and in the present, we thrive under the canopy of a god as his flaming swords. Magnus paused as his gaze swept the crowd. Ashfallen rewarded our loyalty by granting us access to the Mystic Realm, a passageway into pocket realms from past and present Monarch Realm cultivators. An opportunity I'm sure you can all understand is an unprecedented privilege that even the Nitros family couldn't grant us. However, With opportunity comes danger. While some pocket realms contain inheritances or treasures beyond what can be found on our layer of creation, others are filled with unthinkable monsters and threats. In the face of such danger, we should band together to support one another. Magnus glared down at the three kneeling before him, not turn on our own blood due to greed. Whispers broke out among the Redclaws gathered. Many looked at the kneeling group with disgust, others with worry. The boys' and girls' parents, siblings, and friends were in the crowd. Everyone was emotionally invested in this, so it was no simple affair and had to be handled correctly. Silence, Magnus said calmly, and the courtyard went deathly still. Magnus glanced over his shoulder. Elder Margaret, please announce the interrogation results and pass your judgment. Elder Margaret nodded and stepped forward with a clipboard in hand. Terence, Isabella, and Nathan, you three were part of a larger group that included 12 others, all of whom are unaccounted for. In light of this oddity and the suspiciously high number of casualties, you were separated, asked to give testimonies, and we inspected your spatial rings. While we may never know the whole truth of what occurred in the mystic realm, I believe I have drawn a reasonable conclusion based on the evidence. Elder Margaret paused as she switched the parchment on the clipboard. First of all, inspecting your spatial rings revealed a bundle of potent undocumented flowers, likely originating from the pocket realm. I believe these flowers were a source of conflict. Elder Margaret, we didn't do anything. Isabella, a usually quiet and studious girl, looked up from the ground and shouted. Right, guys. Some flowers don't mean anything. Magnus flared a fraction of his peak star core presence, forcing Isabela's head down and silencing her. He hated having to do this to his own family. It tore his heart in two, but if putting on a show of strength would prevent a tragedy like this from occurring in the future, then he had to suck it up and do it. This was his role as a leader. Really, Isabella, then how do you care to explain the abundant amount of spirit stones in your spatial ring? Elder Margaret said, Spirit stones. How does that show anything? I have been saving up for a long time. Elder Margaret raised a brow. What about the pendant known to have been worn by Harris, who never made it out alive? That's. Isabella froze up for a moment. It was a gift from him. Bullshit. Harris always hated you. I know you killed my boy. A curly, red-haired woman who Magnus knew was the mother of Harris pushed through the crowd and pointed an accusing finger at Isabella. Because of you, my boy is dead. Samantha, please hold on. Let me seek justice for your boy, Elder Margaret said softly. Magnus knew the two were good friends, so Elder Margaret shared Samantha's pain. Harris had been a good kid and had only just turned 12. Hence, they had sent him with the largest group. Magnus's gaze fell to the floor. When they decided on the groups, he promised Samantha it would be the safest group for her boy, but it turned out to be the worst option. He couldn't foresee the future, but he still felt he was partially to blame. Elder Margaret coughed to refocus everyone's attention on the matter at hand. Isabella, you say this was a gift from Harris. If so, when did he give it to you? As I told you, toward the end of the month. While we were all busy harvesting those flowers, a fire drake appeared and killed everyone. Isabella had tears trailing down the side of her cheeks. We didn't stand a chance. I tried to help those I could, but in the end, only Terence, Nathan, and I survived. Right, guys. Neither of the boys answered her. They kept their gazes firmly on the ground. I separated you three and compared your recollection of events. Elder Margaret tapped the clipboard. Your story does not match Nathan and Terence's, Isabella. Her eyes widened, and she looked between the two in panic. What? How did they differ? Almost every detail matches. However, it's said that Harris died earlier due to unforeseen circumstances, but in your report, you say he was alive until the fire drake attacked. Elder Margaret's gaze hardened. Nathan and Terence were very vague about how Harris died, even though the death of a family member would have been a very polarizing and notable event. The only thing they both agreed on was that Harris died at the end of the first week. Isabella's shock turned to anger. You too. Silence. Elder Margaret snapped. The appearance of the fire drake is also strange. You all described the location with the high elevation flowers and that after a few days, a single fire drake egg was discovered in a hole. This is odd since fire drakes prefer to lay their eggs in low elevation areas and always in groups of 3. This means someone put the egg there to bait the fire drake to attack. Elder Margaret stepped toward Isabella. You were the only one out of the 3 able to mention details about the egg. So, in conclusion, I have reason to suspect after killing Harris, for whatever reason, you wanted to wipe out the witnesses by baiting a fire drake to attack. Is that correct? No. Yes, Elder Margaret. Terence stood up. He was an older boy in his 20s with messy red hair that fell over his face. It was also partially mine and Nathan's fault that Harris died. The three of us and Harris went exploring and Terrence, shut up. Isabella hit him in the shoulder, sending him staggering to the side. You're just sprouting lies. Samantha deserves to know the truth, Terrence retorted. Despite being stronger, we used him as a scout. He died because we were too cowardly to go first. Magnus closed his eyes as he imagined the terrible scene and heard a thump followed by a howl as Samantha dropped to her knees. Somehow, the story was even more horrific than he had imagined it. To use the youngest and weakest in the group as a scout. They were a family of war heroes, not savages. The thought of doing such a thing made him almost spit out with disgust. Nathan stood up last and looked at his father, a usually cheerful, round-faced man with a bushy red beard, in the crowd with shame. His father returned a wrathful glare. It's as Terrence says. Nathan looked between the two youths. When we returned, the others said they would tell the elders about what we had done. When the fire drake attacked and killed everyone, we all agreed to keep how Harris died a secret, but now I see the fire drake attack wasn't by chance. Magnus opened his eyes, and his voice carried a fiery rage he had long kept restrained. You three had committed an unforgivable sin by leading a fellow Redclaw to their untimely demise. However, Isabella took it further by committing an act reminiscent of a cold-hearted demon. You slaughtered your family and planned to hide it. You even looted the dead in hopes it would fuel your own selfish growth. Isabella stepped back, her lip quivering as she looked between the elders facing her down. No. How did it turn out like this? A sudden pressure descended on White Stone Peak, and divine energy crackled through the air. The immortal had arrived to witness the judgment on those who had defiled the mystic realm. Magnus slowly raised his hand to give judgment while under the immortal's gaze. For these crimes, Nathan and Terrence will have their cultivation stripped, and they will be reduced to cripples. Meanwhile, Isabella, you will be sentenced to death. Hold on, Grand Elder. Magnus glanced to the side and was surprised to see Elder Brent, of all people, gripping his arm. I have a more fitting punishment for these evildoers. Magnus raised a brow. What is it? These three took talented youths and loved ones from us with their actions. Crippling them and executing another just creates more death and suffering. Are you suggesting we spare them? Magnus couldn't understand his brother's line of thinking. Elder Brent shook his head. I suggest we have the immortal turn them into trees right here in the courtyard so they may benefit our family forever by bathing the courtyard in their chi while serving as a constant reminder to the others. Magnus looked at Elder Mo. And saw his old war buddy nodding profoundly at the suggestion. Elder Margaret also seemed to agree. Magnus lowered his arm and looked up at the sky. Immortal, would such a punishment be acceptable? The immortal answered his question through action. The ground below split open, and 3-person thick, ethereal black roots covered in thorns and ending in spikes emerged like coiling snakes and wrapped around the youths. They howled in pain as their flesh was torn to shreds and their bones crushed. Everyone watched on with mixed expressions. It was gruesome and brutal but also deserved. After a while, the 3 crushed and bloodied bodies were thrown to the floor a few meters from one another. Immediately, their unconscious bodies began to twist upwards as if they were trying to stand and solidify into black wood. After a while, they took on the general shape of a tree, and blood-red leaves sprouted from their branches that resembled arms ending in gnarled fingers. Most stayed deathly silent during the transformation, though sobbing could be heard from the crowd. Today was a dark day for the Redclaw family, but also the start of a new beginning, Magnus thought as he saw the 3 trees rise in the courtyard.